Hello everyone, I'm here to help you today. I know you're using this video to sleep, so before that, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now sit back and relax. The summer breeze carries secrets at Cape Cod National Seashore. As a park ranger who patrolled those dunes and shorelines, I learned that even the most serene landscapes can hide unimaginable horrors. My name is Robert Kincaid, and what I'm about to share happened during the summer of 2016. A summer that permanently altered my understanding of the natural world and the creatures that inhabit it. I'd been working as a ranger at Cape Cod for just over 2 months, enough time to learn the rhythms of the place. Dawn patrols began with coffee from my dented thermos, the vehicle bumping along back roads as first light crept across the Atlantic. Most mornings brought a peaceful solitude, gulls wheeling overhead, the distant crash of waves, and that distinct scent of salt mixed with pine that defined the Cape. I cherished those quiet moments when the rising sun painted everything in soft pinks and golds, before the tourists arrived with their coolers and umbrellas. The position wasn't glamorous. My uniform grew damp with sweat under the summer sun, which beat down more relentlessly that year than any in recent memory. The humidity was oppressive, turning the air thick enough to chew. Still, I never complained. After years working desk jobs in Boston, the freedom of the outdoors, even with its sunburns and mosquito bites, felt like salvation. My partner on most patrols was Ethan Fields, a local who'd grown up in Wellfleet. Unlike me, the transplant from western Massachusetts, Ethan knew every cove and inlet of the Cape like the lines on his palm. He was taciturn but competent, with weathered skin that testified to decades spent outdoors. When I fumbled over pronunciations of local landmarks or made some city slicker mistake, his mouth would quirk in that characteristic half-smirk. We weren't friends exactly, but we developed a comfortable working relationship built on mutual respect. People think the Cape is tame, he told me once as we patrolled a remote section near Head of the Meadow. That's their first mistake. I laughed it off at the time. The Cape seemed benign enough, a vacation destination where the worst dangers were sunburn, riptides, and the occasional drunk tourist. The wildlife consisted primarily of seagulls, deer, maybe a coyote if you ventured inland. Nothing that warranted actual concern. Looking back, I should have paid more attention to Ethan's words, or to the way his eyes sometimes scanned the brush with practiced wariness. Locals often carry folk knowledge dismissed by outsiders as superstition, but I've since learned that such beliefs frequently contain kernels of truth. The first hint that something was wrong came in late July. The weather had been peculiar all week, unseasonably hot, with an oppressive stillness to the air despite our coastal location. Wildlife behavior had changed subtly. Fewer birds at the feeders near the visitor center, deer tracks showing unusual patterns, as if the animals were avoiding certain areas they normally frequented. I was checking on Nauset Marsh that afternoon, a routine patrol to ensure no visitors had wandered into restricted wetland areas. The marsh usually teemed with life, herons stalking through shallow water, ospreys circling overhead, minnows darting through the cordgrass. But that day, the place felt abandoned. No birds called. No fish broke the water's surface. The reeds stood unnaturally still, as if holding their breath. A sense of wrongness prickled at the base of my skull. In my brief career as a ranger, I developed some rudimentary understanding of ecosystems. When animals vanish en masse, they're usually responding to something humans haven't yet detected. An approaching storm, perhaps, or a predator. I radioed back to the station. "Marsh is quiet today. Anything on the weather report I should know about?" The dispatcher's voice crackled back. "Clear skies predicted through the weekend, Rob. Why do you ask?" "Just unusually still out here. No wildlife activity." "Probably just the heat," she suggested. I agreed and signed off, but the uneasiness lingered. Walking back to my truck, I noticed something else. The insects had fallen silent too. No buzz of marsh flies, no whine of mosquitoes despite the standing water. Just emptiness and that stifling, stale air. Later that week, I mentioned it to Ethan as we drove along the fire roads near Province lands. "Animals know things," he said simply. "Been too quiet everywhere lately." "You think a storm's coming?" I asked. Hurricane season's just getting started. Ethan shook his head. Different kind of quiet. When storms come, animals get busy, feeding, finding shelter. This is something else. Like what? He shrugged, eyes fixed on the sandy track ahead. Can't say. Just feels wrong. That evening, I completed my final checks at the Marconi Beach parking area. The last surfers had packed up their boards, and families had vacated the shoreline as twilight thickened. Standing at the edge of the lot, I gazed out over the Atlantic. The water looked darker than usual, almost black beneath the gathering dusk. In the distance, where sea met sky, something caught my eye. A disturbance in the water, different from the normal pattern of waves. It moved purposefully, creating a V-shaped wake that headed toward shore. Probably dolphins, I told myself. They sometimes approach the coast at dusk to feed, yet the shape didn't surface and resubmerge as dolphins would. It maintained a steady course, remaining just below the water's surface. As I watched, the disturbance reached the shallows and disappeared. I scanned the shoreline, expecting to see some marine animal emerge, but nothing did. The beach remained empty, waves lapping against untouched sand. I radioed in to report the end of my shift, mentioning nothing about what I'd seen. It seemed trivial, and I had no desire to sound like a jumpy rookie imagining sea monsters. That night, I dreamed of dark water and things that moved beneath its surface. I woke to my phone ringing, the station calling me in on my day off. 2 campers had gone missing, and all available personnel were needed for the search. I couldn't have known then that this would mark the beginning of a nightmare that would consume the remainder of that summer and haunt me for years to come. The missing campers were David and Leslie Harmon, a couple from Albany celebrating their 15th wedding anniversary with a week-long trip to Cape Cod. According to their 16-year-old daughter Melissa, they had left their campsite at Blackberry Hollow around sunset the previous evening for a short beach walk and never returned. They said they'd be back in time for s'mores, Melissa explained, her voice trembling as she sat in our station's small conference room. Dark circles rimmed her eyes, suggesting she hadn't slept. We were supposed to toast marshmallows together. It was like our thing on camping trips. Chief Ranger Daniels nodded sympathetically. And you're certain they intended to go to the beach? Not on any inland trails? They took a blanket and said they wanted to watch the sunset over the water, Melissa confirmed. Dad had his phone to take pictures and Mom brought a sweater because she gets cold after dark. Did they mention which beach access point they planned to use? I asked. Melissa shook her head. Just that they'd follow the path from our campsite. There's a trail that goes through the dunes, I think. Daniel spread a topographical map across the table. Blackberry Hollow connects to 3 different beach access trails, he noted, pointing to thin dotted lines that meandered through the green swaths indicating dune areas. The northern route is closest to their campsite, according to the reservation details. Ethan, who had been leaning against the wall, stepped forward to examine the map. That trail passes near Kettle Pond, he observed. Parts get pretty isolated, especially after dark. I studied the map, mentally calculating distances. From their campsite to the beach would be, 30 minutes each way? About that, Daniels confirmed, which means they should have easily made it back before midnight, even if they lingered. Melissa's hands twisted in her lap. I called Mom's cell phone all night. It kept going to voicemail. And when did you report them missing? I asked gently. Around 6 this morning. I waited all night thinking maybe they got lost or something. But when the sun came up and they still weren't back. Her voice broke and she stared down at her hands. Chief Daniels stood. All right, we're organizing search teams now. The county is sending additional personnel, and we've got volunteers from the local fire department joining us. Kincaid Fields, I want you covering the northern trail from Blackberry Hollow to the beach. Check every offshoot and side path. The state police will coordinate the beach sweep and handle any waterborne search if necessary. We dispersed to gather equipment. In the supply room, Ethan methodically checked his pack, adding extra water bottles, a comprehensive first aid kit, and additional batteries for his flashlight. What do you think happened? I asked quietly, tucking energy bars into my own bag. Ethan's expression remained neutral. Could be anything. Maybe they got disoriented in the dark, wandered off trail. Maybe one of them had a medical emergency. He paused. Or maybe they're sitting in a diner in Provincetown, having completely forgotten about their kid. You really think they'd do that? He shrugged. People do strange things on vacation, especially couples having relationship troubles. Did Melissa mention anything about them fighting? No, but teenagers don't always notice that stuff. Within an hour, we'd organized a comprehensive search operation. The state police had brought tracking dogs, and a helicopter from the Coast Guard was scanning the shoreline. Ethan and I loaded our gear into a Ranger truck and headed for Blackberry Hollow. The campground was quiet when we arrived, most visitors having departed for beaches or day trips. Yellow police tape cordoned off the Harmons campsite, where 2 state officers were photographing the area. Mind if we take a look? I called to them. The senior officer, a weathered man with a salt and pepper mustache, waved us over. Found something interesting, he said, pointing to the picnic table. Their phones are both here, charging, keys too. Ethan frowned. So they didn't take their phones on their walk? Apparently not. Daughter said they had at least one, but... The officer shrugged. I examined the campsite. A family-sized tent stood fully assembled, its door zipped closed. A blue cooler sat beneath the table, and camping chairs formed a small circle around a fire pit containing cold ashes. Everything looked ordinary except for one detail. A single hiking boot lay on its side near the tent entrance, as if kicked off in a hurry. Where's the matching boot? I asked. The officer pointed to the tent. Inside, next to the sleeping bags, we checked. Something felt off about the scene. Why would someone remove one boot but leave the other behind? And why would experienced campers, which the Harmons reportedly were, leave for a beach walk without phones or flashlights as night approached? Let's check the trail, Ethan suggested, apparently sharing my unease. We followed the narrow path that led from the campground into the dune area. The sand underfoot showed numerous footprints, making it difficult to isolate any specific trail. The summer heat felt particularly oppressive among the dunes where the breeze couldn't penetrate effectively. Sweat soaked through my uniform shirt as we methodically checked the main trail and each branching path. About halfway to the beach, we found the first concerning sign, a water bottle lying just off the trail, half buried in sand. The label matched the brand we'd seen at the Harmons campsite. Could be nothing, Ethan said, photographing it before bagging it as potential evidence. Lots of hikers drop things. True, I agreed, though the coincidence seemed suspicious. We continued toward the beach, the landscape gradually transitioning from scrubby dune vegetation to sparser grasses as we approached the shore. The trail narrowed here, hemmed in by dense clumps of beach plum and bayberry. In one such thicket, Ethan suddenly stopped. Look at this, he said, crouching to examine a section of brush. I knelt beside him and immediately saw what had caught his attention. Several branches were broken, not cleanly as if snapped by a passing hiker, but crushed and twisted. The sand below showed signs of disturbance, deep gouges rather than footprints. Animal? I suggested. Ethan ran his finger along one of the broken stems. Big one if it is. And the pattern's odd. Something glinted amid the disturbed sand. Ethan carefully brushed away the grains to reveal a woman's wristwatch, its band torn. The face was smeared with something dark that looked disturbingly like dried blood. We exchanged grim looks. I'll call it in, I said quietly, reaching for my radio. As I reported our finding, Ethan continued examining the area. He moved carefully through the brush, following what appeared to be a crude trail of broken vegetation and disturbed sand. I joined him after completing the call, and together we tracked the strange path for about 50 yards, heading away from the beach toward an inland area where the dunes gave way to a small brackish pond. The pond lay still and dark under the afternoon sun. No birds circled above it, no insects buzzed near its edges. That same unnatural silence I'd noticed earlier in the week hung over the location. At the pond's edge, the trail we'd been following disappeared beneath the murky water. Something dragged through here, Ethan observed, his voice unnaturally flat. Something heavy. I stared at the water's opaque surface, a sensation of dread building in my chest. You think they could be in there? Before Ethan could respond, his radio crackled. The state police wanted us to join other search teams converging on an area about a quarter-mile north of our position. where another ranger had found a man's baseball cap caught on a branch. As we hurried toward the new location, the sun began its descent toward the horizon. The search would grow more complicated after dark, despite our flashlights and the helicopter's thermal imaging. If the Harmons were injured, or, I hated to consider it, worse, time was critically short. Neither of us spoke much as we trudged through the sand. The discovery of the watch and the strange trail had shifted the atmosphere of our search. This no longer felt like a routine operation to locate disoriented hikers. Something predatory had moved through these dunes, something that broke branches and dragged heavy weights. I thought about what Ethan had said earlier about animals knowing things, about the unnatural quiet I'd observed across the preserve. A chill ran down my spine despite the summer heat. Something was wrong at Cape Cod National Seashore, and I feared we were about to discover exactly what. Dusk was settling over the landscape when we reached the designated meeting point. Several rangers and state police officers had gathered in a small clearing among the dunes, their faces grave in the fading light. Chief Daniels beckoned us over. We found several personal items, he informed us, gesturing to a plastic evidence bag containing a baseball cap, a torn piece of fabric that might have been from a shirt, and a single sandal. All scattered along a rough line heading from the trail toward that depression over there. He pointed to a shallow bowl nestled between two larger dunes. In the gathering darkness, it looked like a waiting mouth. Any sign of the Harmons themselves? I asked. Daniel shook his head. Not yet. We're organizing a grid search of the area before full dark. The dogs have been acting strangely, though, agitated one minute, refusing to continue the next. What do you mean by strangely? Ethan pressed. One of the canine officers joined our conversation. Never seen anything like it. My dog's tracked missing persons for 8 years without a problem. Today, she followed the scent to the edge of that pond back there, then just shut down, whining, backing away, wouldn't go near the water. We found disturbed vegetation leading to that same pond, I said, exchanging a significant look with Ethan. Chief Daniels frowned. The divers are on their way. Should be here within the hour to check it out. He glanced at his watch. For now, I want you two to join Team C in searching that depression. Be thorough, but stay together. Visibility's getting poor. We joined 3 other rangers at the edge of the dune bowl. As we descended into the depression, our flashlights swept across coarse sand and scattered patches of dune grass. The wind, which had blown steadily all day, seemed unable to reach this protected pocket, leaving the air stagnant and unusually cold. Anyone else smell that? Asked Rivera, one of the other rangers. I inhaled deeply and immediately regretted it. A pungent odor hung in the air, partly the expected salt water and vegetation, but underlying it was something rancid, like fish left too long in the sun combined with a metallic tinge. Something died here, muttered Peterson, another ranger. We moved forward cautiously, spreading out in a loose line about 10 feet apart, each sweeping our flashlight beams in methodical arcs. The depression was perhaps 100 feet across, with the highest dunes on the eastern side blocking any view of the ocean beyond. My beam caught something unusual about 20 yards ahead, a dark patch in the otherwise pale sand. Over here, I called, moving toward it. As I approached, the stench intensified. The dark patch resolved into a disturbed area of sand, heavily stained with what could only be blood. Far too much blood for a minor injury. The sand around it showed signs of a struggle. Deep gouges, scattered depressions, drag marks. Jesus, whispered Rivera as he joined me. Ethan crouched beside the bloodstain, careful not to disturb the evidence. His flashlight followed a trail of droplets leading away from the main patch toward the base of the eastern dune. Without speaking, we all followed the grim trail. It led to a narrow gap between 2 large dune formations, a natural channel perhaps 4 feet wide. The sand here was extensively disturbed, as if something heavy had been dragged through repeatedly. The blood trail continued into the passage. Should we wait for backup? Peterson asked, his voice unsteady. Ethan shook his head. If there's any chance they're still alive. We understood. Time could be critical if the Harmons were injured. Ethan took the lead, his flashlight illuminating the narrow passage. I followed closely, with the others behind me. The channel twisted between the dunes, the high walls of sand blocking what little daylight remained. After about 30 yards, the passage widened into a small clearing hidden behind the primary dune line. Our flashlights revealed a nightmare scene. Two bodies lay side by side in the center of the clearing, partially covered by sand as if someone, or something, had begun to bury them. Even from several feet away, I could see that both were severely damaged, their torsos torn open, limbs positioned at unnatural angles. The woman's blonde hair identified her as Leslie Harmon. Her husband lay beside her, his face mercifully turned away. "Call it in," Ethan said quietly. "Now." Peterson fumbled for his radio with shaking hands. As he reported our grim discovery, I forced myself to approach the bodies, professional training temporarily overriding horror. I needed to confirm what seemed painfully obvious, that the Harmons were beyond help. The injuries were unlike anything I'd seen before. These weren't the clean wounds of a knife or the typical trauma from a large predator like a shark or bear. The bodies had been torn apart with brutal efficiency, the chest cavities emptied of major organs. Yet there was a precision to the wounds that suggested something more calculating than animal frenzy. "What could do this?" Rivera whispered. Ethan's face had gone pale beneath his tan. "Nothing that should be here." As we secured the scene, waiting for investigators to arrive, I found myself studying the sand around the bodies. The clearing showed signs of regular use. The ground was compacted in places, and the surrounding dune grass had been flattened or torn away completely. Near one edge, partially concealed by an overhanging lip of sand, was what appeared to be a burrow or tunnel entrance, roughly 3 feet in diameter. "Ethan," I said quietly, gesturing toward the opening. He approached cautiously, playing his flashlight into the dark hole. The beam revealed a downward-sloping tunnel lined with compacted sand and what looked like dried seaweed. "That's not an animal burrow," he said, his voice tight. "At least not any animal native to Cape Cod." Before we could investigate further, Chief Daniel's voice crackled over our radios, ordering us to secure the perimeter and wait for the forensic team. We backed away from the tunnel entrance, establishing a cautious perimeter around the clearing. Night had fallen completely now. Our flashlights created small islands of visibility in a sea of darkness. The wind had picked up, carrying the sound of distant waves crashing against the shore. Somewhere above us, the search helicopter swept the beach with its powerful spotlight, unaware that we had already found what remained of the missing campers. I checked my watch. Barely 9:15 p.m. The forensic team and additional officers were en route but wouldn't arrive for at least 20 minutes. We maintained our positions, speaking little, each lost in private thoughts about what we'd discovered. Then we heard it, a soft slithering sound from the direction of the tunnel entrance. All our flashlights swung toward the noise. For a moment, nothing moved. Then sand trickled from the lip of the burrow, as if something inside had shifted position. "Anyone see that?" Peterson whispered. Another sound reached us, this one from the passage we'd used to enter the clearing. Wet, slapping footsteps approaching rapidly from behind. "Something's coming," Rivera hissed, swinging his flashlight toward the narrow channel. The beam caught a glimpse of dark, slick movement, something low to the ground but substantial in size, with a sleek, wet-looking surface that reflected the light oddly. It retreated instantly from the illumination, disappearing into the shadows of the passage. "What the hell was that?" Peterson demanded, his voice cracking. Before anyone could respond, another sound came from the tunnel entrance, a heavy body dragging itself across sand. All of us turned in time to see something emerge from the burrow. In the crossed beams of our flashlights, I saw a creature unlike anything I'd encountered before. It was approximately the size of a large sea lion, but shaped more like an enormous otter, with disproportionately powerful front limbs. Its body was covered in what appeared to be dark, slick fur that glistened with moisture. Its head was broad and flat, with forward-facing eyes that reflected our lights as twin points of empty blackness. But it was the mouth that froze my blood. A wide maw filled with multiple rows of teeth similar to a seal's but longer, hooked, and more numerous. As the creature fully emerged from the tunnel, it made a low, gurgling sound that raised the hair on my neck. For a moment we all stood paralyzed by shock and disbelief. The creature regarded us with those dark, unblinking eyes, its head swiveling with unnatural fluidity. Then, as if reaching a decision, it surged forward with explosive speed. "Run!" Ethan shouted. The creature moved with horrifying agility, crossing the clearing in seconds. Peterson, who stood closest to the tunnel, had no chance to escape. The thing slammed into his legs, knocking him to the ground. His scream cut through the night as those terrible jaws closed around his calf. Rivera and I both drew our service weapons, standard procedure when facing dangerous wildlife. But the creature's movement was so swift and erratic, and its proximity to Peterson so close, that we couldn't risk firing. Ethan grabbed a piece of driftwood that had somehow found its way into the dunes and swung it at the creature. The impact made a dull thudding sound like hitting wet leather. The creature released Peterson momentarily, swinging its head toward this new threat. "Get him out of here," Ethan shouted to us, backing away as the creature advanced on him. Rivera and I seized the opportunity to drag Peterson toward the passage. He was bleeding heavily from deep puncture wounds in his leg, his face contorted in pain. Behind us, Ethan continued to distract the creature, keeping it at bay with the driftwood while slowly retreating toward us. We had almost reached the passage when another sound froze us in place, the same wet slapping from earlier, now directly in the channel ahead. Our flashlights revealed a second creature blocking our escape route, identical to the first and poised to attack. We were trapped between two predators, in a hidden clearing where no one would find us until it was too late. The second creature advanced slowly, its body undulating in a fluid motion that seemed both reptilian and mammalian. Rivera pushed me behind him, raising his weapon. "On my mark," he said, voice surprisingly steady. We fired together, headshots. I nodded, though doubt gnawed at me. We had standard-issue Glocks, effective against humans and possibly large land predators, but these creatures' skulls looked unusually thick, their movements too quick for reliable targeting. Behind us, Ethan continued to hold off the first creature, but his improvised weapon was beginning to splinter. Peterson lay moaning on the sand between us, blood pooling beneath his mangled leg. "Now!" Rivera shouted. We fired simultaneously at the creature blocking the passage. The reports echoed deafeningly in the enclosed space. I saw my round strike the creature's head, but instead of penetrating, they seemed to skid off the slick surface, leaving only shallow furrows that oozed a dark, viscous fluid. The gunfire enraged rather than disabled it. With a guttural snarl, it charged. Rivera managed one more shot before the creature slammed into him, its jaws closing around his midsection. The ranger's scream transformed into a terrible gurgling as those teeth tore through his uniform and into the flesh beneath. I fired again, emptying my magazine into the creature's body. It flinched but maintained its grip on Rivera, who had gone limp in its jaws. With horrible efficiency, the creature began dragging him back through the passage, leaving a wide smear of blood on the sand. "Robert!" Ethan's voice pulled my attention back. The first creature had him cornered against the dune wall. His makeshift weapon had broken, leaving him defenseless. "Help Peterson get out through the tunnel." The tunnel. It might be our only chance. I grabbed Peterson under his arms and began dragging him toward the burrow entrance. He was semi-conscious, mumbling incoherently as I pulled him across the sand. From behind me came a sickening sound, Ethan's voice rising in a scream that cut off abruptly. I didn't look back. Couldn't. Every instinct screamed at me to move faster, to escape the slaughterhouse this hidden clearing had become. At the tunnel entrance, I hesitated. The opening descended into absolute darkness, reeking of rot and brine. There was no guarantee it led to safety. In fact, it likely led to whatever den these creatures called home. But the alternative was certain death in the clearing. A wet slapping sound behind me made the decision. The creature that had attacked Ethan was approaching, its muzzle dark with fresh blood. I fumbled to reload my weapon with my last magazine, hands shaking so badly I dropped several rounds. The creature paused, its black eyes studying me with what seemed like calculation. It made that gurgling sound again, and to my horror, I heard an answering call from somewhere deeper in the tunnel. There were more of them. In that moment of frozen terror, my radio crackled to life. Chief Daniel's voice broke through the static. "Team C, report status. Forensics is 5 minutes out. Over." The creature's head swiveled toward the sound, momentarily distracted. I seized the opportunity, abandoning Peterson with a silent apology, and bolted toward a narrow gap I'd noticed in the dune wall. a tight space between the main wall and a secondary sand formation. The creature reacted instantly, lunging after me. I felt teeth graze my boot as I squeezed into the crevice, forcing my body through a space barely wide enough for a human. Sand scraped my face and arms as I scrambled upward, using roots and packed sand for handholds. Behind me, the creature snarled in frustration, too broad to follow. I heard it scrabbling at the entrance, claws or flippers tearing at the sand, widening the gap. I climbed faster, ignoring the burning in my muscles and the stinging cuts on my hands. The crevice narrowed further, then suddenly opened onto the face of the dune. I emerged in loose sand, perhaps 15 feet above the beach level. Below me stretched the darkened shore, waves glittering under the moonlight. The search helicopter's spotlight swept across the beach about half a mile north. For help. The sounds of pursuit continued below, the creature determined to find a way through or around the barrier. I half climbed, half slid down the dune face, hitting the firmer sand of the beach. Disoriented, I sprinted northward toward the distant lights of the search teams. My lungs burned, legs threatening to buckle with each stride. The soft sand made running a torturous effort, but pure terror. Behind me came that now familiar sound, wet, slapping footfalls. The creature had found its way out and was gaining rapidly. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw its silhouette against the moonlit sand. I veered toward the water's edge where the sand was packed firmer, allowing slightly faster progress. The cold surf splashed around my ankles as I ran parallel to the waterline. The helicopter methodical sweep, still too far north to notice my desperate flight. The creature followed, seemingly unbothered by the surf. Of course, if these things were semi-aquatic, as their appearance suggested, in fact, it might even give them an advantage. Sure enough, the thing surged forward when it hit the wet sand, closing the distance between us with alarming speed. I could hear it smell the rancid odor of its body, like decaying marine life and copper. My foot caught in a depression, sending me sprawling face first into the surf. Salt water filled my mouth and nose as I scrambled to Before I could stand, something heavy slammed into my back, driving me down again. I rolled frantically, getting a brief glimpse of the creature looming over me, its jaws opening to reveal rows of yellowish teeth. Arm into its throat, using my other hand to grab for my flashlight, the only weapon I had left. The creature's weight pressed down, its strength overwhelming. Teeth scraped against my uniform sleeve. In desperation, I jammed the flashlight directly into one of those black eyes and switched it on. The sudden bright light seemed to cause the creature pain. It jerked back with a high-pitched keening sound, momentarily. I scrambled backward, keeping the light trained on its face. It retreated a few steps, shaking its broad head in what looked like discomfort. I seized the moment to stagger to my feet, still backing away and creature's eyes. A sound from behind me, engines and voices. The search team was approaching along the beach. The creature seemed to hear it too. It made one last lunge toward me, but pulled it toward its face. With what almost seemed like reluctance, it turned and slid back into the surf, disappearing beneath the dark water with barely a ripple. Only then did my legs give out, my knees in the wet sand as the headlights of approaching vehicles washed over me. What followed remains a blur in my memory. Chief Daniels found me half incoherent, babbling about monsters in the dunes, me in a thermal blanket to combat the shock. Questions came at me from all directions. Where were the others? What had happened in the clearing? What had attacked us? I told them everything, my voice hollow. Their faces showed disbelief, then concern, then a cautious clinical interest that was almost worse than outright dismissal. We need to go back, I insisted. Peterson might still be alive. Things are. Chief Daniels exchanged glances with the state police commander. We'll send in a tactical team, he said eventually, but you're staying here. I didn't argue. The adrenaline and nauseated. As I was helped into a medical transport, I heard Daniels organizing a heavily armed response team to investigate the clearing. They found Peterson's body at the tunnel entrance, further mutilated. Vera were never recovered, though blood evidence confirmed they hadn't survived. The tunnel extended nearly 200 yards, eventually opening into a tidal cave accessible only during low tide. The cave and part of the tunnel, washing away whatever evidence might have remained of the creature's den. The forensic team collected samples of the viscous fluid my bullets had drawn from the creature, but the results were an unknown mixture of mammalian and reptilian DNA that defied easy classification. Official reports were carefully worded to avoid terms like unknown species or marine predator. The wildlife attack, with coyotes suggested as the most likely culprits despite the obvious inconsistencies. I knew what I had seen, and I knew that whatever those things were, they still lurked somewhere along Cape Cod National tidal caves or buried tunnels, waiting for unwary prey. My career as a park ranger effectively ended that night, though I remained on the payroll for several months afterward. The official is suffering from trauma-induced perceptual distortion, bureaucratic language for hallucinating from fear. Despite multiple interviews where I described the creatures in painstaking detail, DNA samples, despite the nature of the wounds that no known predator could inflict, the authorities settled on explanations that fit their understanding of the world. The Harmon's deaths were eventually attributed to a predator, possibly a bull shark, though no marine biologist could explain how a shark might drag victims hundreds of yards inland or create tunnels in the dunes. Peterson's and Rivera's animal attack by unidentified large predator, potentially a coyote or feral dog, equally absurd to anyone who had seen their injuries. Ethan's body was never found. The tide had swept through the lower night, and officials theorized his remains had been carried out to sea. I knew better. The creatures had taken him, just as they had taken Rivera, dragging them back to whatever unholy den they maintained. I spent weeks in therapy, then months researching maritime legends and cryptozoology. Most of what I found was useless, sensationalized accounts of sea monsters and mermaids that bore no resemblance to the but occasionally I discovered tantalizing fragments, colonial-era journal entries describing sealmen that came ashore to hunt, Native American legends of shore crawlers that nested in tidal caves, the accounts of entire families vanishing from isolated coastal settlements. After my medical leave ended, I resigned from the Park Service. I couldn't face returning to those dunes, couldn't bear the pitying looks from colleagues who believed I'd suffered a mental breakdown. Instead, I moved inland to western Massachusetts, taking a job managing a small nature preserve where the greatest dangers were poison ivy and the occasional black bear. But I couldn't forget. Night after night I dreamed of black eyes watching me from dark water, of wet footprints leading up the beach toward sleeping campsites. I woke gasping, sheets soaked with sweat, the phantom smell of brine and decay in my nostrils. 6 months after the incident, a coastal biologist named Dr. Eleanor Reed contacted me. She had read the heavily redacted official reports and recognized inconsistencies that her colleagues had dismissed. "These DNA samples," she said when we met at a quiet cafe in Amherst, "they don't match anything in our databases, not even close." "I know what I saw," I replied, the words automatic after months of repetition. She studied me carefully. "I believe you, Mr. Kincaid. And I think what you encountered might be something science has missed, a specialized marine predator that's adapted to hunt on land." "Like some kind of amphibious seal?" I suggested. She shook her head. "More complex than that. The DNA fragments suggest something that diverged from known mammalian lineages millions of years ago, possibly developing in isolation. The Atlantic has deep trenches, underwater cave systems that remain completely unexplored. Perfect evolutionary laboratories. But why would they come ashore? The ocean has plenty of food." Dr. Reed's expression darkened. "Perhaps they didn't need to until recently. Oceanic prey populations are collapsing due to overfishing and climate change. Desperate predators find new hunting grounds." Her theory made terrible sense. The creatures I'd seen moved like marine mammals but operated effectively on land. They'd constructed tunnels connecting to tidal caves, created a hidden lair in the dunes. They weren't just animals acting on instinct. They showed planning, coordination, even crude tool use in the way they'd partially buried their victims. Has anyone reported similar attacks since? I asked. Nothing that matches exactly, she admitted. But there's been an increase in missing persons cases along the Cape and Islands. 3 night fishermen disappeared from a beach near Chatham last month. A family of kayakers vanished near Monomoy Island 2 weeks ago. My stomach clenched. And no one's connecting these incidents. Local authorities attribute them to drownings, rip currents. The bodies never wash up, so there's no evidence to suggest otherwise. I thought about the creatures dragging Rivera and Ethan away, about the tunnel leading to a tidal cave. They're taking the bodies somewhere, I murmured. Storing them, maybe. Dr. Reed nodded grimly. That would be consistent with the behavior of certain marine predators. Octopuses cache food in their dens. Some shark species store larger prey in underwater caves until it begins to decompose, making it easier to consume. The image made me nauseous. I pushed away my untouched coffee. What can we do? No one in authority believes these things exist. I've assembled a small research team, she said. Marine biologists, zoologists, one oceanographer. We're planning an unofficial expedition to map the tidal cave systems along the outer Cape this summer. If these creatures are establishing colonies, we need documentation, indisputable evidence. It's too dangerous, I protested. You have no idea what they're capable of. That's why I'm asking you to join us, Mr. Kincaid. You've encountered them. You know their behavior, their strengths and weaknesses. I stared at her, incredulous. I barely escaped with my life. And that knowledge could save ours. She slid a business card across the table. Think about it. If these creatures are expanding their hunting territory due to ecological pressure, more people will die. We need to understand what we're dealing with before we can protect against it. I took the card but made no promises. After she left, I sat for a long time, remembering that night in the dunes, the sounds, the smells, the cold calculation in those black eyes. The thought of deliberately seeking out these predators seemed suicidal. Yet doing nothing meant allowing them to continue hunting unsuspecting visitors to beaches I once patrolled. That evening I stood on my apartment balcony, staring westward toward the distant coast. The creatures were out there, hidden in darkness, patient and perfectly adapted to an environment where humans were just beginning to understand the depths of their vulnerability. I recalled something Ethan had said that summer. People think the Cape is tame. That's their first mistake. He'd known somehow, had sensed the wrongness before any of us, and he'd died because of it. The truth of that night remains buried in official reports, dismissed as trauma-induced delusion. The tourism industry continues unabated at Cape Cod National Seashore. Families still pitch tents in the same campgrounds. Children still build sandcastles on the same beaches. Couples still take romantic sunset walks along the same shores where the Harmons disappeared. Sometimes I check the local news from the Cape, scanning for patterns in the reports of missing swimmers and vanished beachgoers. The numbers grow each year, explained away as unfortunate accidents, the inevitable statistical outcome of millions of visitors interacting with an unpredictable ocean. Dr. Reed's card sits on my desk, her proposal unanswered. Part of me wants to return, to face the horror directly and validate what I know to be true. Another part recognizes the futility, even with irrefutable evidence. Would authorities close the beaches? Evacuate coastal communities? Unlikely. So I remain inland, safe from tidal caves and tunnels in the dunes. But I never swim in open water anymore, never dangle my feet in lakes or ponds. And when I hear about vacationers heading to Cape Cod, I find myself fighting the urge to warn them about creatures with black eyes and teeth like curved needles, about wet footprints leading up from the tide line, about the dangers that emerge in darkness when the beach lies empty under the moon. They wouldn't believe me anyway. No one does. But somewhere beneath the picturesque shores of the national seashore, something waits that doesn't belong to our world. Something that has learned that humans make easy prey. And worst of all, it's learning. Each encounter teaches these creatures more about our habits, our movements, our vulnerabilities. Each successful hunt emboldens them to expand their territory, to adapt their techniques, to emerge more frequently from the safety of the depths. I wonder sometimes if they remember me, the one that got away. I wonder if somewhere in their alien intelligence they recognize that humans can be dangerous too, can fight back, can expose their existence. Then I imagine those black eyes watching from dark water, patient and ancient, and I know with terrible certainty that our encounter was merely the beginning of something much worse to come. The forests of Shenandoah National Park hold secrets in their ancient roots. I should know. I spent 3 years listening to them breathe. This account documents what happened during one terrible week in May 2017, when I discovered that some secrets should remain buried beneath the forest floor. As a forest ranger stationed in Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains, I lived a life most would envy. Travis McClendon, badge number 47291, stationed at one of America's most beautiful national parks. My cabin sat tucked behind the old maintenance shed, a modest structure that smelled perpetually of wet moss, pine, and the cheap instant coffee I brewed each morning. The isolation suited me. After a turbulent stint in city planning and a messy divorce, the quiet of the forest was exactly what I needed. My duties were straightforward enough: maintain trails, assist visitors, manage wildlife encounters, and ensure the park's regulations were followed. 2 years into the job, I'd settled into a comfortable routine. Each morning began with a pre-dawn run on the less-traveled trails, the forest still dark and mysterious around me. I'd return to my cabin as the first light filtered through the trees, fix that instant coffee in a chipped mug with the park's logo, and eat a granola bar at my desk while reviewing the day's assignments. I appreciated these simple pleasures: the way morning fog clung to the valleys, the hum of insects emerging as the sun warmed the damp leaves, the distant call of a barred owl finishing its night hunt. The job had its challenges, certainly: lost hikers, territorial black bears, the occasional poacher, but nothing I couldn't handle with a calm voice and the authority of my uniform. That first Monday in May started normally enough. Spring was in full swing after an unseasonably cold April. The dogwoods and redbuds were flowering, and wildflowers carpeted the forest floor. Hikers had begun arriving in greater numbers, eager to escape their urban lives for a weekend of scenic vistas and mountain air. I spent the morning checking the White Oak Canyon Trail for winter damage, clearing a few fallen branches, and noting where maintenance crews would need to repair erosion damage. By noon, I was chatting with visitors in the parking lot, offering advice on the best trails for their skill levels and reminding them about proper food storage to avoid attracting bears. "Beautiful day for a hike," I told a young couple with matching backpacks. "Just remember, if you encounter a bear, make yourself look big, back away slowly, and don't run." The woman nodded seriously while her partner grinned. "What if we encounter a ranger instead? Same protocol?" I laughed. "We're slightly more approachable, though I can't speak for Ranger Eddie. He gets cranky if you interrupt his lunch." The afternoon passed uneventfully. I issued a citation to a group of college students camping in a restricted area, helped an elderly hiker locate her missing grandson — he'd simply wandered off to photograph a woodpecker — and relocated a copperhead snake from a popular picnic spot to a more remote location. As dusk approached, I made my final rounds, watching as the forest transformed in the fading light. Shadows lengthened across the hiking paths, and the daytime chorus of birds gave way to the first tentative chirps of crickets. Something felt different that evening, a subtle shift in the forest's rhythm that I couldn't quite identify. The air seemed heavier, charged with an energy I hadn't noticed before. Near Cedar Run Falls, I paused to listen. The waterfall's constant rush normally drowned out other sounds, but tonight I could swear I heard something moving in the underbrush, something large and deliberate. I shined my flashlight toward the sound, but the beam revealed only swaying ferns and mountain laurel. "Hello?" I called. "Park Service, anyone there?" No response came except the wind rustling through the trees. I made a mental note to check this area again tomorrow. Probably just a deer, I told myself, but the hair on the back of my neck remained raised as I returned to my vehicle. That night in my cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Outside my window, the forest seemed to press closer than usual, the darkness between the trees deeper and more absolute. I double-checked the lock on my door before turning in, something I rarely bothered with in the past. Tuesday morning dawned misty and cool. I woke with a scratchy throat and a slight headache, which I attributed to seasonal allergies. The pollen count had been high, yellow dust coating everything from my truck to the cabin's windowsills. I swallowed an antihistamine with my coffee and tried to ignore the discomfort. By mid-morning, the park was relatively quiet. A weekday in early May meant fewer visitors than we'd see in the coming summer months. I was completing paperwork in the ranger station when my radio crackled to life. "Ranger McClendon, do you copy?" The voice belonged to the seasonal employee manning the visitor center. "McClendon here, go ahead. We've got visitors reporting something unusual near the second stream crossing on Cedar Run Trail, possibly abandoned equipment." My pulse quickened slightly. "I'll check it out. ETA 15 minutes. I grabbed my gear and headed out, parking at the trailhead and hiking the mile or so to the reported location. As I approached the stream, I spotted 2 college-aged hikers standing near the water's edge. Their postures were tense, and they kept glancing nervously across the creek. "I'm Ranger McClendon," I said, approaching them. "You folks reported finding something." The taller of the two, a young man with a patchy beard and a University of Virginia cap, pointed across the water. "Over there, by that fallen log. We thought it was trash at first, but then—" I followed his gesture and saw something colorful partially hidden among the rocks on the opposite bank. "Stay here," I instructed, making my way across the creek. My boots slipped slightly on the mossy stones as the cold water rushed around my ankles. What I discovered sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the stream water. A backpack, high-end, the kind serious hikers invest in, lay torn open on the rocky shore. The fabric was shredded, its contents scattered in a 5-foot radius. I knelt beside it, examining the damage. This wasn't normal wear and tear, nor was it consistent with animal foraging. Bears typically claw at packs seeking food, leaving distinct patterns. This looked as though something had deliberately and systematically destroyed it. The shoulder straps were frayed, and the metal buckles, designed to withstand significant weight and pressure, were bent at unnatural angles. More disturbing was the absence of the pack's owner. I scanned the surrounding area but saw no sign of the hiker. A partial boot print in the mud led away from the creek and into the dense undergrowth but disappeared after a few yards. "Could it be a bear?" called the female student from across the water. Her voice trembled slightly. I chose my words carefully. Bears usually rummage for food. This looks different. I noticed their frightened expressions and quickly added, "But let's get you folks back to the main trail. I need to investigate further." After escorting the students to a safer path and taking their contact information, I radioed the ranger station. "Eddie, you there? I've got a situation at Cedar Run." There was a moment of static before Eddie's voice came through. "What's up, Travis? Found another lost flip-flop?" "Negative. Destroyed backpack. Signs of something unusual. No sign of the hiker. I could use another set of eyes." The humor drained from Eddie's voice. "On my way. Stay put." While waiting for Eddie, I photographed the scene and searched the immediate area for additional evidence. A strange silence had fallen over the forest. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just the steady gurgle of the stream and the soft whisper of leaves overhead. Eddie arrived 30 minutes later, his lanky frame moving with surprising grace through the forest. His ranger hat sat too big on his head as usual, giving him a slightly comical appearance that belied his 20 years of experience in wilderness management. "What have we got?" he asked, surveying the scene. "Backpack, thoroughly destroyed, no sign of the owner." I showed him the photos I'd taken. "Look at these straps. Whatever did this had serious strength." Eddie knelt and examined the pack, poking it with a stick. "Maybe a big cat, possibly a cougar, though it'd be rare in these parts." "Or maybe some rabid bobcat," I suggested, without much conviction. Eddie shrugged, but I could tell he was troubled. "Let's check the area. Any sign of a trail?" I pointed to where I'd seen the partial footprint. Something headed that way. Not much to follow, though. We moved carefully into the underbrush, scanning the ground for signs of passage. About 30 yards in, Eddie suddenly stopped, raising his hand in a silent signal for me to do the same. "Travis," he whispered, "look there." Through a gap in the rhododendrons, I saw a form on the ground. From the unnatural angle of the limbs, I knew immediately it wasn't good. We approached slowly, though it was clear no caution was necessary. The man before us wouldn't be moving again. He lay on his back, arms bent at impossible angles, eyes open but vacant. His hiking clothes were torn and soaked with blood. Deep lacerations crisscrossed his torso and neck, revealing glimpses of bone and tissue beneath. What struck me most was the precision of the wounds. They weren't random or frenzied, but methodical, as if whatever killed him knew exactly where to strike. I turned away, fighting the urge to vomit. Even Eddie, with all his experience, looked shaken. He muttered a curse under his breath and reached for his radio. "We need to call this in," he said quietly. "And Travis? Whatever did this isn't your average black bear." As we waited for the authorities to arrive, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched from the shadows of the ancient forest by something that had been waiting a very long time to make its presence known. The sheriff's deputies arrived within the hour, their vehicles parked at the nearest access road while they hiked in with equipment. Yellow crime scene tape soon cordoned off the area, its bright color incongruous against the natural greens and browns of the forest. The county medical examiner, a middle-aged woman with steel-gray hair and tired eyes, examined the body with clinical detachment. "This is unusual," she said after a thorough inspection. "These wounds aren't consistent with any predator I'm familiar with." Sheriff Donovan, a barrel-chested man with a salt and pepper beard, stood beside me as we watched the team work. "You've got black bears, coyotes, maybe the occasional bobcat. Anything else I should know about McClendon?" I shook my head. "Nothing that could do this. Most predators in this area are opportunistic. They'll scavenge or go after easier prey. They don't typically hunt adult humans." "Well, something did." He gestured toward the body. "Any ideas?" "None that make sense," I admitted. "The pattern of attack is all wrong. It's too deliberate." The medical examiner called the sheriff over for a consultation. I couldn't hear their conversation, but their expressions grew more concerned as they spoke. When Donovan returned, his face was grim. "We're closing these trails effective immediately," he announced. "Until we figure out what happened, I want no one within a mile of this location." Eddie and I spent the afternoon posting warning signs at trailheads and informing hikers of the temporary closures. Most accepted the news with disappointed shrugs, but a few demanded details. We kept our explanations vague, an incident requiring investigation, a potential hazard being assessed. The last thing we needed was panic or worse, thrill seekers venturing into the woods hoping to spot whatever had killed the hiker. By evening, word had spread despite our efforts. Local news vans parked at the visitor center, reporters eager for details about the animal attack in Shenandoah. Park administration issued a terse statement promising a thorough investigation while emphasizing the rarity of such incidents. Back in my cabin that night, I pored over wildlife management manuals and field guides, searching for anything that might explain what we'd found. Nothing matched. I considered exotic possibilities, escaped zoo animals, invasive species, but none seemed plausible. Eventually, exhausted, I closed the books and tried to sleep. My dreams were troubled, dark shapes moving through trees, the sound of something breathing just outside my cabin door, the feeling of being stalked by something ancient and patient. I woke repeatedly, listening to the night sounds of the forest with new wariness. Wednesday dawned overcast, the mountains shrouded in clouds that promised rain. Fewer visitors arrived at the park entrance, either deterred by the weather or the news reports. Those who came looked nervous, asking pointed questions about trail safety and animal encounters. I tried to sound confident, assuring them that such incidents were extremely rare and that park rangers were monitoring the situation closely. "We've never had a problem like this before," I told a family of 4 preparing to hike. "It's likely a freak incident, but we're taking all necessary precautions." The father nodded, though I noticed he kept his children closer than usual as they headed toward the trail. Around noon, I encountered Rosa Alvarez, a volunteer who assisted with various research projects in the park. In her mid-50s, Rosa possessed the quiet toughness of someone who had spent decades in the outdoors. Her knowledge of Shenandoah's ecosystem was unmatched, and she often noticed subtle changes that others missed. "Heard about what happened," she said without preamble. "Not a bear." "What makes you say that?" I asked, surprised by her certainty. Rosa tucked a strand of gray-streaked hair behind her ear. Bears leave different signs. They maul, they don't dissect. She hesitated. I've been feeling something strange in the forest lately, like something watching. The birds have been quiet in the north quadrant. I thought about the unnatural silence I'd noticed near the attack site. You have any theories? She shook her head. Nothing concrete, but I'm mapping tree growth in Section 14 this afternoon. Want to join me? It's not far from where they found the hiker. I agreed, partly out of curiosity about her observations, and partly because the idea of having company in the woods suddenly seemed appealing. We gathered equipment from the research shed, a clipboard, GPS unit, measuring tape, and Rosa's well-worn field journal. The area Rosa wanted to survey lay about 2 miles north of yesterday's crime scene, in a section of old-growth forest that had remained relatively undisturbed for centuries. Massive oaks and tulip poplars towered overhead, their canopies creating a cathedral-like atmosphere below. Normally I found such places peaceful, but today the shadows between the trees seemed deeper, more concealing. Rosa worked methodically, measuring the diameter of sapling trunks and noting their locations on a grid map. I assisted, holding the tape measure and recording data, but found myself constantly scanning our surroundings. Every rustle in the underbrush, every snapping twig made me tense. You feel it too, Rosa observed after catching me glance over my shoulder for the third time in as many minutes. Something's not right in these woods. I nodded. Since Monday, like the forest is holding its breath. She made a notation in her journal, then lowered her voice. Native peoples had stories about these mountains, spirits that guarded certain places, creatures that weren't quite animal but not human either. My grandmother used to say some lands remember the old ways, even when people forget. Under normal circumstances, I'd have dismissed such talk as superstition. But after what I'd seen yesterday, I found myself listening more carefully. You think this is something supernatural? I asked, uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Rosa shrugged. I think there are things in this world we don't understand, things that hide in the deep places. She glanced at the darkening sky. We should finish up. Storm's coming. We worked for another hour in tense silence. The air grew heavier as clouds gathered overhead, bringing premature dusk to the forest floor. Around 3 o'clock, as we were measuring a particularly promising oak sapling, a sound froze us both in place. A rustle in the rhododendron thicket behind us, too deliberate to be wind, too heavy for a squirrel or raccoon. We turned slowly. At first I saw nothing but dense foliage. Then movement caught my eye, something large and low to the ground, moving with a fluid grace that immediately struck me as wrong. It wasn't a bear. I'd encountered enough black bears to recognize their lumbering gait. This creature moved differently, its body sleek and powerful. Through gaps in the leaves, I glimpsed dark, patchy fur covering a muscular frame. A thick, sinuous limb ended in a broad paw with what appeared to be unusually long digits. For a moment, a face peered through the vegetation, a long, narrow snout with coarse whiskers, flattened ears, and eyes that seemed unnaturally small and dark. The overall impression was something like an enormous fisher or wolverine, but far larger than any mustelid had a right to be. Rosa stepped forward, her scientific curiosity momentarily overriding caution. "What in God's name?" she whispered. The creature charged without warning, bursting through the undergrowth with explosive force. I shouted Rosa's name as she stumbled backward, her clipboard clattering to the ground. I fumbled for my radio, but the attack unfolded with horrifying speed. The creature was before me in an instant, close enough that I could smell its rank odor, like rotting fish and stagnant water. Its fur was matted and filthy, clumped with what looked disturbingly like dried blood. Those eyes, which had seemed small from a distance, now revealed their true nature. Not small at all, deeply recessed in the skull, giving them a hooded, primeval appearance. They held no recognizable emotion, just a cold, calculating intelligence that was somehow worse than mindless aggression. I grabbed a fallen branch from the ground, hefting it like a club. More instinct than strategy, I swung it wildly at the creature, shouting incoherently. To my surprise, it backed off a step, not in fear I sensed, but in reassessment. Rosa had regained her footing and was scrambling uphill, trying to put distance between herself and the beast. The creature's head swiveled toward her with mechanical precision, tracking her movement. Then it pounced, covering the ground between them in a single bound. It struck her from the side, sending her crashing into a stand of ferns. I heard her choke out a cry, saw her legs kicking frantically as she fought against the mass of fur and muscle that had her pinned. Running toward them, I continued to shout, hoping to distract the creature. For a moment I saw Rosa's face, eyes wide with terror, mouth open in a scream that never fully formed. Then the creature seized her by the shoulder and began dragging her toward the denser undergrowth. Her brown ponytail trailed in the dirt, her hands clutching futilely at roots and stones as she was pulled away. I screamed her name, pursuing them through the thicket, the branch still clutched in my white-knuckled grip. But the creature moved with impossible speed, vanishing into the green maze of the forest with its prey. After 20 feet, I lost their trail completely. No broken branches, no disturbed soil, no sound of struggle, just the whisper of leaves in the rising wind and the first fat drops of rain striking the forest canopy. My hands shaking, I reached for my radio and called for help. Emergency, this is McClendon. Attack in progress, Section 14. Volunteer down. I need immediate backup. Eddie's voice came through, tight with concern. Travis, what kind of attack? What happened? It's here, I said, my voice cracking. The thing that killed the hiker. It took Rosa. We need search and rescue now. Within 30 minutes, 3 additional rangers and 2 sheriff's deputies had arrived, forming search parties to comb the area. The rain had intensified, washing away potential tracks and making visibility poor. We called Rosa's name until our voices grew hoarse, sweeping the forest in expanding circles from the attack site. We found her 3 hours later, at the base of a rocky slope nearly half a mile from where she'd been taken. Like the hiker, her body bore wounds that defied conventional explanation, precise, strategic lacerations that suggested methodical intent rather than friendly predation. The medical examiner, summoned once again to the park, stood silent for a long moment before covering the body. I've never seen anything like this, she finally said. These aren't animal attacks in any traditional sense. I sat behind a tree, away from the others, and vomited until nothing but bile remained. Eddie found me there, placing a steady hand on my shoulder without speaking. In his eyes I saw something I'd never expected from the veteran ranger: fear. By nightfall, park administration had closed Shenandoah entirely. As lightning flashed over the mountains and thunder rolled through the valleys, I sat in the ranger station surrounded by maps and incident reports, trying to make sense of what we were facing. Outside, rain lashed the windows, and the forest beyond was transforming into something I no longer recognized, from sanctuary to hunting ground. Sleep eluded me Wednesday night. I lay in my cabin, listening to the rain hammer against the roof and windows, every crash of thunder making me flinch. The image of Rosa being dragged away played on endless loop behind my closed eyelid. I kept seeing those unnatural eyes of the creature, deep-set, calculating, utterly alien despite their superficial resemblance to known predators. By dawn, the storm had moved on, leaving behind a forest dripping with moisture, the air heavy with the scent of wet earth and vegetation. I showered and dressed mechanically, downing 3 cups of coffee in quick succession. Dark circles shadowed my eyes when I checked my reflection, and my hands wouldn't stop trembling slightly. The ranger station buzzed with unusual activity when I arrived. Park administrators had convened an emergency meeting, and additional law enforcement personnel from neighboring counties had been called in. Maps of Shenandoah covered the walls, with red pins marking the attack locations. Park Superintendent Harriet Wilson, a formidable woman in her 60s who had managed Shenandoah for over a decade, addressed the assembled group. We have a situation unlike anything in this park's history, she began, her voice grave. 2 confirmed fatalities, both presenting with wounds that suggest an unknown predator. As of now, Shenandoah remains closed to the public, and we've implemented emergency protocols. She turned to a slim, bespectacled woman in a heavy canvas vest who stood near the maps. We've requested assistance from Dr. Catherine Langley, wildlife specialist from the Department of Interior. Dr. Langley has extensive experience with predator behavior and will be coordinating our identification and containment efforts. Dr. Langley stepped forward, adjusting her glasses with a precise movement. Thank you, Superintendent. I've reviewed the preliminary reports and examined photographs of both victims. I can state with certainty that we're dealing with something unusual. She clicked a remote, and images appeared on the projection screen, close-ups of the wounds on both victims. I looked away, my stomach churning. Note the precision of these lacerations, Langley continued. They target major blood vessels and vital organs with a specificity that suggests either remarkable evolutionary adaptation or a level of intelligence beyond what we typically associate with predatory animals. A deputy raised his hand. Are we talking about some kind of new species? Langley frowned slightly. Unlikely. The eastern United States has been thoroughly surveyed by biologists. For an entire species to remain undetected would be nearly impossible. More plausible explanations include an escaped exotic animal, a severe case of genetic mutation in a known species, or potentially a hybrid. What species could it be related to? Asked Eddie. Travis described something like an oversized fisher or wolverine. Langley nodded. Based on Ranger McClendon's description, we're likely dealing with something in the Mustelidae family. Weasels, otters, fishers, wolverines. But the size reported exceeds any known member of this family by a significant margin. She turned to me. Ranger McClendon, I'd like you to walk me through your encounter in detail. Any observation, no matter how minor it seems, could be crucial. For the next hour, I recounted every aspect of my experience with the creature, its movement patterns, physical characteristics, behavior during the attack. Langley interrupted occasionally with specific questions about its gait, the shape of its paws, the positioning of its eyes. She made detailed notes, occasionally consulting reference materials in her tablet. The odor you described, like rotting fish, is consistent with mustelid musk glands, she explained, but the size and behavior suggest something else entirely. I wonder if we're looking at some form of gigantism, or perhaps a throwback to an extinct species. Plans were made to set traps in strategic locations throughout the park, particularly near water sources and in areas with dense undergrowth. Heavy-duty steel cages were brought in, baited with fresh meat. Remote cameras were positioned to capture any movement. Rangers and deputies were organized into patrols, now armed with rifles, an unprecedented measure in a national park. I was paired with Eddie for the afternoon patrol of the southwestern quadrant. As we checked our equipment, he attempted his usual lighthearted banter, but the jokes fell flat in the tense atmosphere. "Hey, Travis," he said as we loaded our rifles, "remember when our biggest problem was tourists feeding chips to raccoons?" I managed a weak smile. Seems like a different lifetime. We set out under clearing skies, the forest still and quiet in the aftermath of the storm. Fallen branches and debris littered the trails, and the ground was soft and muddy underfoot. We moved cautiously, scanning the surroundings with newfound wariness. "You really think these traps will work?" I asked as we passed one of the newly installed cages. "Whatever this thing is, it seems too smart for something so basic." Eddie shrugged. "Honestly, no, but it's procedure. Follow the manual, check the boxes." "There's no manual for this," I muttered. We continued in silence, the weight of our rifles unfamiliar and cumbersome. I'd completed the required firearms training when I joined the Park Service, but had never carried a weapon on regular patrol before. The solid presence of the gun should have been reassuring, but instead served as a constant reminder of our new reality. Around mid-afternoon, dark clouds began gathering again, and the temperature dropped noticeably. Thunder rumbled in the distance, promising another evening storm. We decided to make one final sweep of the area before returning to base. As we approached a small clearing, Eddie suddenly froze, raising his hand in a silent signal to stop. He pointed toward a depression in the mud ahead, a print clearly visible and unlike anything I'd seen before. "Travis," he whispered, "look at this." I knelt beside the track, careful not to disturb it. The impression was larger than my spread hand, with 5 distinct toe marks arranged in a way that resembled neither canine nor feline prints. The overall shape was elongated, with unusual spacing between the digits and what appeared to be retractable claw marks at the tips. "Radio it in," I told Eddie, not taking my eyes from the print. He contacted base, his voice tense as he reported our finding. Within minutes, we heard the crackle of a response. Dr. Langley and Deputy Carter were nearby and would join us to document the tracks. They arrived 20 minutes later, Langley immediately kneeling to examine the print. while Carter established a perimeter. The wildlife specialist methodically photographed the track from multiple angles, placing a ruler beside it for scale. She took measurements with calipers and made detailed notes in a waterproof field journal. "This confirms your description, Ranger McClendon," she said finally. "The morphology suggests a mustelid ancestry, but with significant deviations. The spacing of the digits, the depth of the metacarpal impression, these indicate a creature adapted for both climbing and excavation." "So it's some kind of giant weasel?" Carter asked, skepticism evident in his tone. Langley shook her head. "That's oversimplifying. This print suggests something that has evolved or been altered, far beyond the parameters of known mustelids. The size alone is unprecedented." "Altered?" I echoed. "What do you mean by that?" A shadow crossed her face. "I'm considering all possibilities, including human intervention, genetic experiments, selective breeding." "You think someone created this thing?" Eddie interrupted. "I'm not ruling anything out," she replied carefully. "But my primary theory remains a natural mutation or hybrid. Perhaps a Wolverine-bear hybrid, though such a cross should be genetically impossible. Alternatively, we could be seeing a case of isolated evolution, a pocket population that developed differently due to geographic isolation." As we discussed possibilities, the first raindrops began to fall, threatening to wash away the valuable evidence. Langley hurriedly made a plaster cast of the print, working efficiently despite the deteriorating conditions. By the time we finished, the rain had intensified, and lightning flashed in the darkening sky. We returned to base as night fell, the forest transformed by shadow and storm. In the ranger station, Langley presented her findings to Superintendent Wilson and the assembled team. Additional resources were requested: wildlife experts from surrounding states, specialized tracking equipment, even consideration of bringing in military personnel if the situation escalated further. That night, huddled in my cabin with the storm raging outside, I researched cryptozoology reports from the Appalachian region, stories of strange creatures sighted in remote valleys, tales passed down through generations of mountain communities. Most were clearly folklore, but some accounts contained details that resonated uncomfortably with what I'd witnessed. One particular story from the 1800s described a devil fisher that supposedly terrorized a logging camp in the mountains of West Virginia. A creature with the aspect of a great weasel, yet moving with terrible purpose and malice unknown to common beasts. The loggers claimed it killed 3 men before disappearing back into the wilderness, never to be seen again. I closed my laptop, unsettled by the parallels. Outside, rain lashed against my windows, and the wind howled through the trees with an almost vocal quality, as if the forest itself were trying to speak, to warn, to mourn. Thursday morning dawned with a gray, persistent drizzle that shrouded the mountains in mist. The forest seemed suspended in twilight, the sun unable to penetrate the low clouds. When I arrived at the ranger station after another mostly sleepless night, I found Dr. Langley already at work, reviewing footage from the remote cameras. "Anything?" I asked, setting down my coffee mug. She shook her head, frustration evident in her posture. "A few deer, raccoons, 1 black bear, nothing unusual. The traps are untouched." "I told you it wouldn't go for the cages," I said, more sharply than intended. Langley gave me a measured look. "You believe this creature is intelligent enough to recognize and avoid traps?" I looked into its eyes. I replied quietly. "Whatever it is, it's not just operating on instinct. There's something calculating in there." She made a note in her journal. "Interesting. Predator intelligence is typically task-specific. Wolves coordinate hunts, crows use tools, but deliberate avoidance of human countermeasures suggests higher cognitive function." Eddie entered, shaking water from his hat. "Morning, folks. Any updates?" "We're reassessing our approach," Langley replied. "The standard containment methods aren't proving effective." Superintendent Wilson joined us, accompanied by Sheriff Donovan. "We've expanded the search radius," Wilson announced. "Additional personnel are arriving from neighboring parks, and the State Wildlife Agency is sending a specialized team." Donovan added, "We've got deputies stationed at all park entrances and along the perimeter roads. Nothing's getting in or out without us knowing." I wasn't so sure. Shenandoah encompassed nearly 200,000 acres of rugged terrain, mountains, valleys, dense forests. The idea that we could effectively seal it off seemed increasingly naive. Assignments were distributed for the day's operations. Eddie and I were tasked with checking the northwestern traps and conducting a sweep of the area where we'd found the tracks yesterday. Dr. Langley would accompany another team to investigate a possible den site, identified through topographical analysis. Before we departed, Langley pulled me aside. "Ranger McClendon, I want to try something different with the traps in your sector. Instead of cages, we're going to use snares, more sophisticated ones than standard models." She showed me the design, a modified foot snare with pressure sensors and a remote alert system. "If this creature is as intelligent as you suggest, we need to be smarter in our approach." Eddie and I departed under leaden skies, the forest dripping and sodden around us. The trails had turned to mud, making progress slow and arduous. We checked each trap methodically, finding them all empty and undisturbed. At the locations Langley had indicated, we set the new snares, carefully concealing them among the undergrowth. "You think these will work?" Eddie asked, as we finished installing the third device. "I doubt it," I admitted, "but at least they're acknowledging we're dealing with something different." We continued our patrol, moving deeper into the northwestern quadrant. This section of the park contained some of the oldest growth forest, with massive trees and dense understory vegetation creating a primeval atmosphere. The rain had stopped, but water still dripped from the canopy overhead, creating a constant patter on the forest floor. Around noon, we reached a small stream swollen with rainwater. As we prepared to cross, Eddie pointed to something on the opposite bank. "Travis, look there. Is that blood?" I followed his gaze and saw dark stains on several rocks near the water's edge. We crossed carefully, rifles ready, and examined the scene. The stains were indeed blood, still slightly tacky to the touch, indicating they were relatively fresh. Nearby lay scattered remains, bones and tissue that I recognized with a sinking feeling as a deer carcass. Unlike typical predator kills, this one showed the same methodical precision we'd observed in the human victims. The internal organs had been removed with almost surgical accuracy, major muscle groups separated from bone. Most disturbing was the arrangement, parts laid out in what appeared to be a deliberate pattern rather than the chaotic remnants of feeding. "It's getting bolder," Eddie muttered. "This is fresh, maybe within the last few hours." I radioed base to report our finding. Langley requested photographs and coordinates, which we provided. As we continued documenting the site, I noticed Eddie repeatedly scanning the surrounding forest, his movements increasingly tense. "You feel it too?" I asked quietly. He nodded. "Like we're being watched. Been feeling it since we found the blood." The sensation was unmistakable, a prickling awareness of observation, the weight of unseen eyes tracking our movements. I kept my rifle close, checking and rechecking the safety as we completed our documentation. We decided to follow the stream for a short distance, looking for additional signs. The terrain became more difficult, with fallen logs and dense undergrowth forcing us to move single file. The ambient sounds of the forest, bird calls, rustling leaves, the gurgle of the stream, seemed muted, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. After about half a mile, the stream bent sharply around a rocky outcropping. As we rounded the corner, Eddie suddenly stopped, raising his hand in warning. Ahead, the water pooled into a small, dark pond surrounded by moss-covered stones. On the far side, partially concealed by overhanging branches, was an opening in the rock face, a narrow fissure that widened into what appeared to be a small cave. "Perfect den site," Eddie whispered. "Protected near water, multiple escape routes." I nodded, noticing disturbed soil and broken vegetation leading to the entrance. "Should we investigate?" Eddie hesitated. "Protocol says wait for backup, especially after confirming predator signs." "If this is its den, we might not get another chance," I argued. "It could relocate after sensing our presence." After a brief radio consultation with base, we were instructed to maintain observation from a safe distance while a support team was dispatched to our location. We found positions with good sight lines to the cave entrance, partially concealed behind fallen logs, and settled in to wait. The minutes stretched into an hour, the forest growing darker as clouds thickened overhead. The temperature dropped noticeably, and a thin mist began to rise from the pond surface. No movement came from the cave entrance. No sound except the occasional drip of water and the distant call of a crow. "Support team should be here by now," Eddie muttered, checking his watch. "They're taking their sweet time." I reached for my radio to check their status, but as I did, a subtle shift in the atmosphere made me freeze. The forest had gone completely silent. Not even the sound of water dripping remained. Eddie sensed it too, his body tensing beside me. A low, rumbling growl emerged from somewhere to our right, not from the direction of the cave, but from the dense undergrowth beside the pond. We turned slowly, rifles rising in unison. The creature stood not 20 yards away, partially obscured by ferns, but clearly visible enough to confirm my worst fears. In the grayish light, its fur appeared almost black, matted in places with what might have been mud or dried blood. Its body was long and powerful, with the sinuous strength of a mustelid but the mass of a black bear. The face combined features in ways that violated natural order. The elongated snout of a fisher, the heavy brow and jaw of something more primitive, eyes that reflected intelligence beyond any normal predator. "Jesus Christ," Eddie breathed beside me. Whether it was his voice or some other trigger, the creature suddenly focused directly on us. Those eyes, small, dark, recessed, fixed on us with unmistakable intent. It lowered its head slightly, a posture I recognized from years of wildlife management as pre-attack positioning. "Eddie," I whispered. "On 3, we fire warning shots. 1, 2. The creature charged before I reached 3, moving with explosive speed across the intervening space. Eddie managed to fire a single shot that went wide, the report echoing through the trees. I tried to aim but found my finger slipping on the trigger, my hand suddenly slick with sweat. The beast hit Eddie first, striking him mid-torso and sending him crashing backward. His rifle flew from his hands, landing in the underbrush. I fired then, the recoil jarring my shoulder, and saw the creature flinch as the bullet struck its flank. It released a sound unlike anything I'd heard before. Not quite a roar, not quite a scream, but a guttural vocalization that sent ice through my veins. Eddie was scrambling backward, his leg bleeding heavily where the creature's claws had torn through his uniform pants. It lunged for him again, but I emptied my magazine in its direction, forcing it to veer away. One bullet definitely connected. I saw dark blood spray from its shoulder, but it didn't slow noticeably. "Run!" I shouted to Eddie, grabbing his arm and pulling him upright. "Back to the stream crossing." We half ran, half stumbled through the forest, Eddie leaning heavily on me as blood soaked his torn pant leg. Behind us I could hear the creature crashing through vegetation in pursuit. Occasionally it would fall silent, and those moments were worse, knowing it was still following but moving with deliberate stealth. We reached the stream crossing, Eddie growing paler by the minute from blood loss. I helped him across, constantly checking behind us. The creature had vanished from sight, but I knew with terrible certainty it hadn't given up. "Travis," Eddie gasped as we struggled up the opposite bank, "I can't keep going like this." His injured leg was leaving a trail of blood, a beacon for the predator tracking us. I tied my bandana tightly above the wound, creating a makeshift tourniquet, then activated the emergency beacon on my radio. "Just a little further," I urged him. "Support team should be close." We managed another 100 yards before Eddie collapsed against a tree trunk, his breathing labored. "You should go ahead," he said. "Get help. I'll hold position here." "Not happening," I replied, checking our surroundings for defensible ground. A fallen oak created a natural barrier to one side, and a steep embankment rose behind us. "We make our stand here." I reloaded my rifle with trembling hands, positioning myself between Eddie and the direction from which we'd come. Minutes passed in tense silence, broken only by Eddie's ragged breathing and the distant rumble of thunder. Then I caught a flash of movement, a dark shape slipping between trees about 30 yards away. The creature was circling us, assessing, planning. I raised my rifle, tracking its movement, but it stayed just at the edge of clear visibility. "It's toying with us," Eddie whispered. The radio crackled suddenly, a voice reporting they were close to our GPS coordinates. The distraction cost me a crucial second of focus. When I looked back, the creature was charging directly at us, covering ground with terrifying speed. I fired twice, both shots connecting with its body. It faltered momentarily but continued forward, blood now matting its fur in several places. I kept firing, each shot driving it back slightly but failing to stop its advance. With my final round, I struck it in the face. It released that unnatural vocalization again, a sound that seemed to contain both rage and something disturbingly close to language. Blood streaming from a wound near its eye, it finally retreated into the undergrowth. Moments later, we heard voices calling our names and saw flashlight beams cutting through the forest. The support team had arrived, led by Dr. Langley and Deputy Carter. They found us huddled against the fallen oak, Eddie barely conscious, my rifle empty and useless in my hands. "It's wounded," I told them as medical personnel attended to Eddie. "Multiple shots, at least one to the head, but it's still out there." Langley surveyed the area, noting the blood trail that wasn't Eddie's. "You've given us our first physical evidence beyond tracks. With blood samples, we can determine exactly what we're dealing with." Eddie was evacuated by stretcher, the wound in his leg requiring immediate surgical attention. I rode with him in the medical transport, watching his face grow paler beneath the oxygen mask. Before losing consciousness, he gripped my arm and whispered, "Hey Travis, if I die, tell my mom I did something heroic." Despite everything, I managed to smile. "I'll say you rescued a bald eagle with your bare hands." His laugh turned into a cough before the paramedics sedated him. At the regional hospital, I gave my statement to Superintendent Wilson and Sheriff Donovan. Dr. Langley had stayed in the field, collecting blood samples from the creature and organizing an expanded search based on its last known location. "We're bringing in National Guard units," Donovan informed me. "This has escalated beyond park management. The governor has declared a state of emergency for the counties bordering Shenandoah." I nodded numbly, exhaustion finally catching up with me. My hands still trembled slightly, and my uniform was stiff with dried mud and Eddie's blood. "Get some rest, McClendon," Wilson advised. "You're off duty for the next 24 hours. That's an order." But as I left the hospital, I knew sleep would be impossible. Whatever was hunting in Shenandoah had now been wounded, and in my experience, injured predators became even more dangerous, more desperate, more unpredictable. The rain had returned, falling in sheets across the parking lot as I climbed into my truck. Through the windshield, the world beyond appeared distorted and fluid, boundaries dissolving in the downpour. Somewhere in that vast wilderness, a creature that shouldn't exist was nursing its wounds, planning its next move. And I couldn't shake the feeling that despite everything, we were still underestimating what we were facing. Not just a mutant predator, but something else entirely. Something that seemed to understand us in ways no normal animal should. I didn't return to my cabin that night. Instead, I checked into a motel on the outskirts of the nearest town, about 20 miles from the park boundary. The distance provided little comfort. I knew all too well that 20 miles was nothing to a determined predator, especially one that had developed a taste for human prey. The room was basic and anonymous, faded floral bedspread, laminate furniture, a television that received 6 channels with varying degrees of static. I showered mechanically, watching Eddie's blood and forest grime swirl down the drain. The hot water did nothing to ease the knot of tension between my shoulder blades, or quiet the replaying of the day's events in my mind. Clean but far from relaxed, I sat on the bed with my back against the headboard, my service pistol within reach on the nightstand. Outside, rain continued to fall, drumming against the window and roof. Occasionally, headlights from passing cars swept across the wall, creating momentary shadows that made me tense. I must have dozed eventually because I woke with a start around 3 a.m., heart pounding, convinced I'd heard that distinctive growl just outside my door. But when I checked, pistol in hand, the walkway was empty, just rain-slicked concrete under the yellow glow of security lights. By dawn, I'd given up on meaningful rest. I dressed in fresh clothes I'd grabbed from my locker at the ranger station and drove to the hospital to check on Eddie. He was post-surgery, heavily sedated but stable. The doctors had repaired significant damage to his leg where the creature's claws had severed muscle and nicked an artery, but they expected a full recovery with proper rehabilitation. His sister was there, a woman with the same lanky build and wry expression as Eddie. She thanked me for getting him out of the forest. He always said if something ever happened to him in those woods, you'd be the one to haul his sorry behind to safety, she told me, managing a tired smile. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The guilt of having encouraged the den investigation without waiting for backup weighed heavily. From the hospital, I drove directly to the park's emergency command center, which had been established in a conference building normally used for educational programs. The parking lot overflowed with vehicles: Park Service SUVs, Sheriff's Department cruisers, state police cars, and several unmarked government sedans that suggested federal involvement. Inside, the main conference room had transformed into a war room. Maps covered the walls, now marked with additional attack sites, trap locations, and search grids. A digital display showed weather patterns and terrain models. At least 30 people worked at various stations: uniformed officers, wildlife specialists, medical personnel, and what appeared to be military advisors in civilian clothing. Superintendent Wilson spotted me and approached. "McClendon, you're supposed to be resting." "Couldn't," I replied simply. "What's the status?" She sighed, leading me to a quieter corner. "We've expanded containment efforts. National Guard units are securing the perimeter. Dr. Langley's analysis of the blood samples confirms we're dealing with something unprecedented." "Meaning?" "The DNA shows canid and mustelid markers, plus something she can't identify. She sent samples to a specialized lab, but preliminary results suggest genetic anomalies inconsistent with natural evolution." "So we're talking about some kind of hybrid or a genetic experiment?" Wilson's expression tightened. "I'm not authorized to speculate on that, but we have new protocols coming from Washington. This has been classified as a Tier 1 biological hazard. CDC is sending a team." The implications chilled me. "They think it could be contagious? Carrying something?" "They're covering all bases," she replied carefully. "Now, what are you doing here? You're on mandatory leave." "I need to be part of this," I insisted. "I've seen this thing up close twice now. I know how it moves, how it thinks." Wilson studied me for a moment, then nodded reluctantly. "Dr. Langley requested you specifically if you returned. She's in the East Wing, analyzing tracking data." I found Langley surrounded by computers and printouts, her normally neat appearance now disheveled after what had clearly been a sleepless night. She looked up as I approached, relief evident in her expression. "Ranger McClendon, good. I need your input on something." She indicated a topographical display showing heat signatures across a section of the park. "We've been using thermal imaging drones to search for our target. Most large mammals register clearly. See these deer here, this bear cluster here, but we're finding anomalies in this region." She pointed to an area near where Eddie and I had encountered the creature yesterday. "The signature appears and disappears. Initially we thought it was equipment malfunction, but it's consistent across multiple passes." "It's going underground," I suggested. "The cave system we found could connect to others." Langley nodded. "Exactly my theory. Shenandoah has extensive karst formations, limestone caves, underground streams. If this creature is utilizing these networks, it could appear and disappear almost anywhere in the park," I finished, "and traditional containment methods would be useless." She adjusted her glasses. "We need to map these subterranean systems immediately. I've requested spelunking experts and ground-penetrating radar." The day progressed with frenetic energy. Additional resources poured in: specialized equipment, expert personnel, even military-grade surveillance technology. By afternoon, a comprehensive plan had been developed: systematic grid searches with armed teams, cave entrance monitoring, expanded camera coverage, and aerial surveillance. I was assigned to Dr. Langley's direct team, tasked with investigating the cave system where we'd encountered the creature. Equipped with advanced tactical gear, communications equipment, and weapons loaded with tranquilizer darts, as well as live ammunition, we prepared to enter the field as dusk approached. "Ideally, we capture it alive," Langley briefed us. "The scientific value would be immeasurable, but make no mistake, human safety is the absolute priority. If you must shoot to kill, do not hesitate." Our team consisted of 6 members: myself, Langley, 2 National Guard specialists with combat experience, a wildlife veterinarian with tranquilizer equipment, and a geologist familiar with the park's cave systems. We approached the target area with extreme caution, maintaining constant communication and moving in a tight formation. The weather had cleared, but darkness fell quickly in the forest. Our night vision equipment transformed the woods into an eerie landscape of green-tinted shadows and glowing eyes as small creatures watched our passage. The silence felt oppressive, broken only by our careful footsteps and occasional whispered communications. We reached the pond and cave entrance around 9 p.m. The water looked black in the darkness, its surface perfectly still. Our thermal scanners showed no large heat signatures in the immediate vicinity, but the cave entrance registered as a void, a blind spot in our technology. The geologist, Dr. Patel, examined the opening. "This appears to be part of the Jenkins Ridge system," he explained quietly. "If so, it connects to at least 3 other major caves and numerous smaller chambers, with multiple exit points across several miles." "Can we seal the exits?" asked one of the National Guard specialists. "Not effectively," Patel replied. "Many are inaccessible or unknown. Some may be barely large enough for a human to pass through, but sufficient for an animal." Langley made the decision to proceed with a limited exploration of the main cave. "We'll establish a baseline mapping of the entrance chamber and immediate passages. No one goes beyond visual contact with the team." We prepared our equipment: powerful flashlights, helmet cameras, respirators in case of poor air quality. As we approached the entrance, a strange sensation washed over me. Not quite déjà vu, but a profound certainty that we were making a terrible mistake. I couldn't articulate why, but every instinct urged retreat. "Dr. Langley," I said quietly, "something doesn't feel right." She paused, regarding me seriously. "Elaborate, Ranger McClendon." "It's too quiet, too still, and—" I hesitated, aware of how it would sound. "It feels like we're being allowed to enter, like we're expected." One of the National Guard specialists scoffed softly, but Langley didn't dismiss my concern. "You've had more direct contact with this creature than anyone. If your instincts are signaling caution, we should consider alternatives." After brief consultation, we modified our approach. Instead of entering directly, we deployed remote-controlled drones equipped with cameras and sensors to conduct the initial survey. The rest of us established a perimeter, watching all approaches to the cave with weapons ready. The drone operator, one of the guard specialists, guided the first unit into the cave mouth. On our tablets, we watched the feed as the drone's lights illuminated the passage, a narrow tunnel that widened into a substantial chamber about 30 feet in. The floor was covered with a mixture of sand, small bones, and what appeared to be shredded fabric. "Those look like backpack fragments," I noted, pointing to colorful scraps partially buried in the sand. "Similar to what we found at the first attack site." The drone continued deeper, revealing that the main chamber branched into 3 separate passages. The operator guided it toward the largest opening, which descended at a steep angle into darkness. As the drone navigated the slope, its lights caught something that made us all fall silent. Claw marks along the stone walls, deep gouges in the solid rock that could only have been made by something with tremendous strength. "Those aren't bear marks," Langley said softly. "The pattern and depth are all wrong." The drone proceeded another 50 feet before the feed suddenly distorted, static cutting across the image. The operator adjusted controls, attempting to restore clear transmission. "Signal interference," he muttered. "Could be the cave structure or mineral deposits." The image stabilized momentarily, revealing a larger chamber ahead with what appeared to be a pool of standing water. Then, at the edge of the frame, something moved, a dark shape sliding along the periphery of the drone's lights. "There," I said, "top right corner." The operator adjusted the drone's position, turning it to follow the movement. For a brief moment, we caught a clear glimpse of our target, the creature moving with that distinctive fluid grace, eyes reflecting the drone's lights with an unnatural glow. Then, with shocking speed, it lunged directly at the camera. We had a split-second view of open jaws filled with teeth that seemed too numerous and irregularly placed before the feed went dead. "Lost contact," the operator reported tersely. "Drone is offline." Before we could decide on next steps, our perimeter sensors triggered simultaneously. Multiple proximity alerts from all directions. Thermal imaging showed heat signatures converging on our position from the surrounding forest. "Movement at all quadrants," the second guard specialist reported. "Multiple targets." "That's impossible," Langley said. "All evidence indicated a solitary predator." A horrible realization dawned on me. Unless it's not alone, unless there are more of them. As if in confirmation, a chorus of vocalizations erupted from the darkness, that same unnatural sound I'd heard before but now multiplied, coming from different directions with subtle variations in pitch and duration. It wasn't random noise, but had structure and rhythm that suggested communication. "Fall back," Langley ordered. "Controlled withdrawal to the vehicles. Maintain formation." We began retreating, moving as a tight unit with weapons facing outward. Through night vision, I caught glimpses of movement between the trees, dark shapes flowing like liquid shadow, always just at the edge of clear visibility. Our thermal imaging showed at least 5 distinct heat signatures, circling our position with coordinated precision. "They're hurting us," whispered the wildlife veterinarian, directing our movement away from the eastern escape route. She was right. The pattern of appearances and vocalizations was pushing us subtly westward, away from the most direct path back to our vehicles. We adjusted course, forcing our way eastward despite increasing pressure from our pursuers. The first direct attack came without warning. One of the creatures burst from dense undergrowth, striking the guard specialist at the rear of our formation. His scream cut through the night as he was dragged several feet before his companion fired, hitting the creature and forcing it to release its grip. We formed a defensive circle around the injured man, who clutched his torn shoulder in agony. The veterinarian quickly applied pressure bandages while the rest of us scanned the darkness, firing at any movement. The creatures had pulled back after the initial attack, but remained just beyond the effective range of our lights, their eyes occasionally reflecting the beams with pinpoints of cold fire. "We need extraction," Langley radioed to base. "One injured, multiple hostiles requesting immediate air support." The response came through with reassuring speed. "Helicopter inbound, ETA 8 minutes, marking your position now." Those 8 minutes stretched into an eternity. The creatures continued to test our perimeter, darting forward then retreating, learning our response patterns. Each attack grew more coordinated than the last, with diversionary movements on one side followed by actual assaults from another. I fired repeatedly, hitting at least one target with a tranquilizer dart. It slowed visibly but didn't stop. Either the dosage was insufficient or its metabolism processed the drugs differently than expected. When we switched to live ammunition, the effects were more pronounced, but still not as definitive as they should have been. The distant thrum of helicopter rotors finally reached us, growing louder as the aircraft approached. The creatures responded immediately to the sound, their attacks becoming more frenzied, more desperate, as if they understood that their window of opportunity was closing. 2 of them charged simultaneously from opposite directions. Dr. Patel was caught by one and pulled several feet before Langley and I emptied our magazines into the creature, forcing it to release him. He scrambled back to the group, bleeding from deep lacerations across his legs, but still mobile. The helicopter appeared overhead, its powerful spotlight cutting through the canopy to illuminate our position. A voice over a loudspeaker ordered us to prepare for extraction via winch, as there was no suitable landing zone nearby. The creatures retreated from the light and noise, disappearing into the forest but not abandoning their hunt entirely. We could still see their heat signatures on our equipment, holding position just beyond the helicopter's circle of illumination. One by one we were hoisted into the aircraft, the injured guard specialist first, followed by the veterinarian to continue treatment, then Dr. Patel. As Langley prepared to ascend, one final coordinated attack came from multiple directions. 3 creatures charged simultaneously, moving so quickly they appeared as blurs even with night vision. The remaining guard specialist and I fired continuously, creating a barrier of bullets that slowed but didn't stop their advance. Langley was safely ascending when one creature leaped an impossible distance, claws extended toward the harness cable. The guard specialist's well-placed shot deflected its trajectory just enough to miss. Then it was just the 2 of us on the ground, firing and retreating as we waited for the winch to return. The guard specialist went next, covering me until the very last moment before he was lifted to safety. Alone on the forest floor, I maintained a continuous barrage of fire, turning in slow circles as shapes darted just beyond effective range. The winch descended for the final time, the harness swaying slightly in the helicopter's downdraft. I secured myself with one hand while continuing to fire with the other, my ammunition nearly depleted. As I began to rise, a larger shadow detached itself from the darkness below. The creature I had wounded the day before, now moving with obvious determination despite its injuries. It charged directly beneath me, and for a moment I thought it would leap at the harness as the other had attempted. Instead, it stopped directly in my retreating light beam and rose onto its hind legs in a distinctly unnatural posture. In that moment, illuminated from above, I saw it clearly for the first time. The patchwork of features that shouldn't exist together, the evidence of genetic impossibility made flesh. But what froze my blood wasn't its physical appearance, but what it did next. It looked directly at me with those deep-set, intelligent eyes and made a series of deliberate gestures with its front limbs, movements too precise, too intentional to be random. Then it dropped back to all fours and melted into the darkness as I was lifted beyond the tree line. Inside the helicopter, medical personnel attended to the injured, while Langley debriefed with base via radio. I sat in numb silence replaying that final image in my mind. When Langley finally approached me, her expression was grave. "You saw something down there," she said. It wasn't a question. I nodded slowly. It communicated, or tried to, made gestures that seemed intentional. Mimicry, perhaps, she suggested. Many species can imitate behaviors they've observed. This was different, I insisted. It wanted me to see, to understand something. She studied me for a long moment. "We'll discuss this further at base. For now, try to rest. You've been through an extraordinary ordeal." But rest was impossible. As the helicopter carried us away from Shenandoah, I stared out the window at the dark expanse of forest below. Somewhere in that wilderness was a creature, or creatures, that defied classification, that killed with methodical precision, that possibly possessed intelligence beyond anything we were prepared to acknowledge. The operation continued for another 2 weeks. National Guard units and specialized wildlife teams conducted systematic sweeps of the park. Additional cave entrances were discovered and monitored. More evidence was collected, hair samples, additional tracks, even a partial tooth found embedded in a tree trunk. But no further direct contact was made. The official explanation, when Shenandoah finally reopened to the public, cited aggressive bear activity for the closures and fatalities. Those of us who had seen the truth were debriefed extensively and required to sign confidentiality agreements. The blood and tissue samples disappeared into government laboratories. The incident reports were classified. Eddie recovered slowly but completely. He transferred to a park in Colorado the following year, claiming he wanted to see mountains without quite so many trees. We still talk occasionally, though neither of us directly references what happened in those woods. Dr. Langley continued her research, though I don't know what conclusions she may have reached. Before she departed Shenandoah, she told me one thing that has stayed with me. "Nature has depth and shadow we've barely begun to comprehend, Ranger McClendon. Sometimes what we discover in those shadows forces us to reconsider our place in the natural order." I remained at Shenandoah for another year before requesting transfer to a different park system entirely. I told myself it was for career advancement, but the truth was simpler. I couldn't walk those trails anymore without feeling watched, without remembering those intelligent eyes and deliberate movements, without wondering what else might be hiding in the places humans rarely venture. Now, years later, I sometimes read reports of unusual animal attacks in remote areas across the country. Most can be explained by conventional predators or human violence, but occasionally I notice details that raise the hair on my neck: precision wounds, missing backpacks, witnesses describing creatures that don't match known species. I wonder if what we encountered in Shenandoah was truly unique, or merely the first documented case of something that has existed in the shadows of our wilderness for centuries, something that has adapted and evolved alongside us, learning our behaviors, studying our weaknesses, occasionally testing our defenses. I wonder if it's still there, passing quietly under the canopy of leaves, leaving torn bodies behind, slipping back into the thick undergrowth before anyone can truly understand what they've stumbled upon. And in my darkest moments, I wonder if that final gesture I witnessed wasn't random at all, but a promise that our paths would cross again. As a senior park ranger at Big Thicket National Preserve, I've witnessed nature's beauty and brutality in equal measure. The 113,000 acres of dense woodland in East Texas have stories buried beneath their tangled roots and murky waters, stories most visitors never hear. My name is Eduardo Martinez, and what I'm about to share happened in June 2019, changing forever how I view the wilderness I once thought I understood. It was early June, just before noon on a Tuesday that began like any other. The humidity had settled into every fiber of the preserve, turning the air into something you wore rather than breathed. I remember sweating through my khaki uniform as I waited for my coffee to cool on the porch of our tiny ranger station. The wooden railings felt sticky beneath my palms, and even my thermos lid refused to twist off easily in the damp air. Should have switched to iced tea months ago, I muttered to myself, finally prying the cap loose. The caffeine in coffee was the only thing keeping me alert during slow summer days when the heat pressed down like a physical weight. I'd been working at Big Thicket for 3 years by then, enough time to understand its rhythms and moods. But that morning felt different somehow. The woods surrounding our outpost seemed unnaturally quiet. The cicadas, normally screaming their summer chorus by this hour, sounded muffled, more like distant static than their usual overwhelming presence. Even the birds seemed subdued. I stood there, coffee forgotten, focusing on that strange absence of sound. The silence held weight. A dragonfly skimmed over a muddy puddle nearby, its iridescent wings catching sunlight in brief, beautiful flashes. The small moment of normalcy calmed me, though the unease lingered at the edges of my awareness. The crunch of tires on gravel broke my concentration. A small pickup truck pulled into the lot, its faded green paint almost blending with the surrounding foliage. My coworker Sherry hopped out, her boots squeaking on wet gravel as she approached. Sherry Alvarez had been working these woods for a decade before I arrived. 10 years my senior, with smile lines that deepened when she laughed, she possessed a dry sense of humor that had taken some getting used to. Her knowledge of the preserve was encyclopedic, and she'd become both mentor and friend over the years. "Still here, Martinez?" she called out, tossing me a granola bar that I nearly fumbled. "Thought maybe you'd gotten smart and called in sick on a day like this." "And miss all this excitement?" I gestured to the empty visitor parking lot. "Budget cuts mean someone's got to hold down the fort." She chuckled, but it sounded hollow. "Speaking of budget cuts, we've got more trail than manpower again this week. Collins is supposed to be handling the eastern section, but..." She trailed off, rubbing her forehead as she leaned against her truck. "Heard from him this morning?" she asked, eyes scanning the tree line as though expecting our supervisor to materialize from between the bald cypress trunks. I shook my head and checked my watch. 12:13 p.m. Collins was usually prompt with his morning radio check-in. "Nothing yet," I replied, reaching for my radio and giving it a quick check. The device crackled with static, but no voice came through. "He mentioned something yesterday about checking Village Creek Trail. Some campers reported a weird smell." Sherry cursed under her breath. "That's the third weird smell report this month. Probably another wild hog died in the marsh." She squinted up at the cloudless sky. Still not like him to go silent. We decided to head out and look for Collins. I stuffed the granola bar into my pack, grabbed my equipment belt with its standard issue gear, and followed Sherry to the truck. Something about her posture told me she was more concerned than she let on. The service road wound through a part of the forest thick with bald cypress and water oaks. Spanish moss hung like gray beards from branches, occasionally brushing the truck roof as we passed beneath. The leaves shivered from a breeze that smelled faintly of mildew and stagnant water. "Heard they might shut down the western campsites next month," Sherry said, breaking our silence. "Not enough visitors to justify the maintenance costs." "That's the third cut this year," I replied, watching the dappled shadows play across the dashboard. "Pretty soon it'll just be you and me patrolling on bicycles." Sherry tried making jokes about my coffee addiction as we drove deeper into the preserve, but her laughter sounded forced. Truth was, I felt increasingly uneasy the further we traveled. The forest seemed to close in around us, watching with patient, ancient eyes. I kept glancing at the ground as we eventually left the truck and continued on foot. Fresh mud patches marked the trail. Flattened reeds suggested something heavy had passed through, and dried leaves appeared scattered in odd, deliberate patterns that wind alone couldn't explain. There was a faint odor, too, like old fish left in a bucket for days. Not exactly strong, just enough to make you notice and wrinkle your nose. You smell that? I asked Sherry, who nodded tightly. That's what the campers reported, she confirmed. Colin said it might be a deceased animal, but what? She shook her head. I've smelled plenty of dead animals out here. This is different. After about half an hour of hiking, we found Collins's truck parked off a narrow path. The doors were unlocked, keys still in the ignition. His radio sat on the passenger seat. Sherry frowned as she picked it up and tried the channel. "Collins?" she called. "Mike, you there?" No answer came. She placed the radio on her belt and tapped the truck's horn. The sound echoed through the trees, startling a group of birds into flight. We walked up the trail from his vehicle, calling softly. Neither of us wanted to startle a bear or wild hog that might be nearby. The smell grew stronger as we continued, turning from unpleasant to nauseating. Once we rounded a bend near a fallen log, I spotted something on the ground ahead. From a distance, it looked like a shredded tarp or discarded camping equipment. Then I saw a boot sticking out from beneath the mass. My stomach clenched as recognition dawned. It was Collins, or what was left of him. His uniform shirt was torn open, the fabric damp and dark with blood that had seeped into the earth below. The smell I'd noticed earlier was overwhelmingly potent now, something beyond rotten meat, more bitter and complex, like copper pennies dissolved in vinegar. I could make out Collins's face, his eyes half open, as though he'd been surprised by whatever attacked him. 20 years of service in the national park system ended in violence on an ordinary Tuesday morning. This was the man who brought donuts every Friday, who showed me how to track animals through the underbrush, who kept spare birthday cards in his desk for staff celebrations. I took a step back and nearly tripped over a broken branch. Sherry knelt beside the body, whispered his name once, then covered her mouth with a trembling hand. We stood there, breathing hard through our mouths, radios rattling against our belts as our bodies shook. "Jesus Christ," Sherry finally managed. Her face had gone ashen. What did this to him? I forced myself to look again, trying to process the scene with professional detachment. Collins's chest had been torn open with incredible force, his sternum cracked and splayed. Several limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, suggesting they'd been wrenched from their sockets. This wasn't a heart attack or accidental fall. Something had attacked him, something powerful. "We need to call this in," Sherry said, reaching for her radio. She tried several channels, but only static answered her calls. No signal reached this deep into the preserve. We'd have to hike back to the truck or find higher ground to make contact with the station. As we prepared to leave, I noticed strange marks in the mud surrounding Collins's body. I knelt for a closer look, careful not to disturb potential evidence. "Sherry, look at these tracks. They resembled footprints, but not like any I'd seen before in these woods. They appeared to have been made by wide, three-toed feet with prominent claw marks at the tips. The spacing was off too, much larger than a bobcat or coyote would leave, and definitely not human. Whatever made them had been heavy, its prints sinking deep into the soft earth. "Could be a gator that wandered far from the water," Sherry suggested, though her tone lacked conviction. "Or maybe a feral hog with deformed feet." I nodded, but neither explanation satisfied me. Alligators didn't typically venture this far from water sources, and hogs left distinctive cloven prints. These were something else entirely. "We should document this," I said, pulling out my phone to take photos. The device showed no service bars, but the camera worked fine. I captured several images of the tracks in Collins's body, trying to maintain a professional distance that my churning stomach betrayed. We made it back to Collins's truck and decided to drive to higher ground for better radio reception. Sherry gripped the wheel with white knuckles as we navigated the narrow service road. I kept looking over my shoulder, scanning the trees and underbrush. Every so often I caught what seemed like movement, a shift of dark shape against dark bark, a trembling branch with no wind to explain it. I tried telling myself it was just my eyes playing tricks, heightened anxiety creating phantoms where none existed. But the silence in the forest was unnerving. Even the birds seemed to have abandoned this section of the preserve. 2 miles up the dirt road, we came across a group of volunteers we recognized, 3 college students who helped with weekend cleanup projects and trail maintenance. They stood near their SUV, huddled together with pale faces. When Sherry and I approached, I realized they weren't just pale. They were terrified. One of them, a lanky young man named Ty Harrison, ran up to our truck before we'd fully stopped. His words came out in a panicked jumble. "Rangers! Thank God we found, you've got to see." "Slow down, Ty," Sherry said, climbing out. "What happened?" The volunteer took a deep breath. "We were clearing trash along Pitcher Plant Trail when we heard screaming. We thought someone was hurt, so we followed the sound. That's when we found her." "Found who?" I asked, though dread had already settled in my gut. "A hiker, a woman. We checked her trail permit yesterday at the station." His voice cracked. "She's dead. Something tore her apart." Anna Chen, another volunteer, pointed down a slope where the trail disappeared into a canopy of ferns. "Down there, we didn't touch anything." The third volunteer, Jerome Washington, stood silently by their vehicle, his dark skin ashen with shock. I walked carefully down the slope, dreading what I'd find. About 20 yards in, partially hidden by vegetation, lay another crumpled form. The victim was dressed in hiking gear, a red backpack still strapped to what remained of her torso. The body was torn in a way that made my legs shake, not cut or slashed, but wrenched apart with tremendous force. It looked like something had used its jaws with incredible strength, biting deep and pulling. "Marie Dubois," Sherry whispered behind me. "French tourist. I checked her in yesterday morning." The forest floor around the body was smeared with brownish stains and bits of torn clothing. No sign of a tent or campsite. She must have been attacked while hiking. I searched for tracks like those we'd found near Collins, but the ground here was covered with leaf litter and pine needles that held no clear impressions. We stood in a circle, trying to process what we were seeing and figure out what to do next. Call the sheriff, obviously, but our radios remained stubbornly silent this deep in the preserve. No cell signal reached here either. "We need to get back to the main station," Sherry said firmly. "Report this, get law enforcement out here, and stay together." The volunteers didn't argue. As we climbed back up to their SUV, I caught a glimpse of something moving across the creek bed about 50 yards away. I stopped, squinting to see better through the dappled light. It emerged briefly between cypress knees, a shape too big to be a bobcat or coyote. Its body was low but muscular, the shoulders broad like a panther's. Yet the head seemed flatter, almost like a snapping turtle silhouette, but with coarse, patchy fur covering it. The eyes caught what little sunlight filtered through the canopy, reflecting a greenish glow. Before I could point it out, the creature vanished back into the underbrush. My heart hammered against my ribs. I hurried to Sherry's side. "There's something out there," I said quietly, not wanting to alarm the volunteers further. "I saw it, about 50 yards east." She nodded, her expression grim. "We need to move, now." We piled into the vehicles, Sherry and I in Collins's truck, the three volunteers following in their SUV. We drove slowly at first, careful not to get stuck in mud or hit a stump. The forest pressed in around us, branches occasionally scraping against the windows. My throat felt dry, and I fumbled for my thermos, taking a sip of the now cold coffee. It tasted metallic, bitter with fear. We reached a fork in the road. To the left lay a longer route back to the station, but the path was wider and better maintained. To the right stretched a direct shortcut, barely more than a cleared trail through dense vegetation. Sherry chose the left without hesitation. Behind us I heard the SUV's engine rev as it navigated a particularly muddy stretch, perhaps trying to keep pace. Then came a shout, followed by the blaring of a horn. In the rearview mirror I saw the vehicle swerve violently, its headlights spinning as it veered off course. Sherry hit the brakes. "What the hell?" I grabbed the shotgun from behind the seat, standard equipment in parked vehicles for wildlife emergencies, and jumped out. The SUV had skidded into a shallow ditch, its front end crumpled against a cypress tree. I ran back toward it, calling out. Ty stumbled onto the road, eyes wide with terror. It hit us," he stammered, pointing toward the trees. "Came out of nowhere, slammed into the side of the car." I raised the shotgun, pointing it toward the dark woods, though I could barely see past the 20 feet illuminated by the vehicle's headlights. The forest seemed to shift and whisper around us, leaves stirring with no perceptible wind. Anna crawled out next, shaking, a cut on her forehead trickling blood down to her chin. "Jerome," she gasped. "He was in the back seat." I swept my flashlight across the SUV's interior. The rear door on the passenger side hung open, its window shattered. Dark smears marked the torn upholstery. Jerome was missing. "Jerome?" I called, keeping my voice low but urgent. No response came from the surrounding woods. Ty pointed with a trembling hand toward a trail of disturbed vegetation leading away from the vehicle. Something dragged him that way. We aimed our flashlights into the brush. I heard a heavy rustle, followed by something being dragged across fallen leaves, then a strange, muffled thump. The sounds came from a dense thicket about 30 yards from the road. "Stay here," I told Sherry, who had joined us with her service pistol drawn. "Keep them safe." "Like hell," she replied, falling into step beside me. "We stick together." We moved cautiously toward the source of the sounds, weapons raised. The flashlight beams cut weak paths through the gloom, revealing twisted roots and hanging moss, but little else. The smell, that same rotten fish odor we detected earlier, grew stronger with each step. We followed a trail of broken vegetation and disturbing dark smears. When we rounded a massive water oak, we found Jerome's body slumped against a cypress stump. His lower torso was shredded, as though something had torn through flesh and bone with equal ease. He must have been yanked right through the open window of the SUV. I choked back bile and tried to stay calm, professional. "We need to get back to the vehicles," I whispered. A strange noise stopped us, something like heavy breathing but not quite human or animal. It reminded me of the sound a large alligator makes when agitated, a sort of hissing rumble. But this was deeper, more rhythmic, and somehow deliberate. We swept our lights around the perimeter. Nothing moved. Then to our left, branches cracked. I swung my flashlight toward the sound and caught my first clear glimpse of what hunted us. It was approximately the length of a grown man, but bulkier, and it moved with a fluid gait on 4 powerful limbs. Its fur was patchy, dark brown with pale spots that resembled old scars or bare patches. The head looked flattened from above, almost triangular, with a mouth slightly open to reveal teeth that didn't line up straight. Some protruded at odd angles, like a shark's replaceable dentition. It darted behind a tree with startling speed, vanishing before I could raise the shotgun. My hands trembled as I tried to process what I'd seen. It wasn't a species I recognized from any field guide or training manual. "What the fuck was that?" Sherry whispered, her voice barely audible. "I don't know," I admitted, "but it's fast and strong." We formed a tight huddle with Ty and Anna, backing toward the vehicles. Sherry leaned close, her breath warm against my ear. "We should abandon the vehicles," she whispered. "Take the main trail back to the station on foot. Whatever that thing is, it's already disabled the SUV. It might do the same to our truck." "That's 4 miles through dense forest," I protested. "And these roads wind around for 6 miles, she countered. "Plus, it seems to know how to ambush vehicles. I'd rather take my chances on foot where we can hear it coming." She was right. Collins's truck was wedged awkwardly between trees where we'd stopped, and the SUV was useless. We took what we could carry, the shotgun, Sherry's pistol, flashlights, a first aid kit, and water bottles, and headed for the main trail. We moved quickly but cautiously, staying close together. Anna sobbed quietly while Ty kept glancing over his shoulder. The forest closed in around us, hot and damp. I felt twigs snap beneath my boots, heard the whisper of leaves against our clothing. I tried not to think about Collins, about Jerome, about the French hiker, tried not to imagine their final moments. After 20 minutes of brisk hiking, my lungs burned with exertion and humidity. I needed to rest, but the others shook their heads when I suggested a brief stop. "I feel like we're being watched," Ty muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. "Like it's just waiting." Anna said nothing, just gripped my arm occasionally when the trail narrowed. Her eyes darted wildly at every sound. The trees thinned as we approached a ridge, one of the few elevated areas in the generally flat preserve. Sherry pointed upward. "If we get high enough, maybe the radios will work," she suggested. We scrambled up a slope, boots slipping on loose rocks and exposed roots. Sweat poured into my eyes, stinging. The shotgun felt increasingly heavy in my hands, its wooden stock slick with perspiration. At the top of the ridge, Sherry tried her radio again. Static crackled through the speaker. She cursed softly and tapped the device against her palm. "Outpost, this is Ranger Alvarez. Emergency, over." More static, then a faint crackle that might have been a human voice. We gathered around, straining to hear. Read you. Location. Repeat. This is Ranger Alvarez with Ranger Martinez, she shouted into the handset. We've got multiple casualties at Big Thicket. Need immediate assistance. Supervisor Collins is down. 2 civilians confirmed deceased. We're on Sundew Ridge heading toward the main station. Over. The voice faded in and out, unintelligible. We tried again, desperate for any connection to the outside world. Something crashed through the brush at the base of the ridge. We pointed our flashlights downslope and spotted the creature again. This time, with multiple beams illuminating it, I saw it more clearly. Its hind legs bent oddly, almost backward like a bird's, but ending in broad paws with 3 prominent claws. The tail was shorter than I expected, more like a stiff, muscular stump than the long, sinuous appendage of a big cat. The head had a wedge shape, the jaws long and uneven, like a malformed panther mixed with something ancient and reptilian. It stood there in the intersection of our lights, watching us with reflective eyes. No fear, no aggression, just cold assessment. I raised the shotgun, hands trembling. Sherry aimed her pistol. Before either of us could fire, the creature rushed behind a fallen log, moving with silent efficiency. Ty panicked. He'd been carrying a flare gun in his volunteer vest, standard equipment for emergency signaling. With a hoarse cry, he raised it and fired. The bright red projectile arced through the darkness, momentarily transforming the forest into a hellish tableau of red-tinged shadows. In that brief, brilliant illumination, the creature bolted sideways, then sprang forward with terrifying speed. It reached Anna before anyone could react, clamping powerful jaws around her leg. She screamed, a high, desperate sound that echoed through the trees. I fired the shotgun, but in my panic I hit a tree trunk several feet from the target. The thunderous report seemed to have no effect on the creature. Sherry fired twice in rapid succession, but the creature darted down the slope, dragging Anna with it. No, Ty screamed, lunging forward. I grabbed his shirt, barely preventing him from tumbling down after them. Anna, he called, struggling against my grip. Anna! We stumbled down the slope, following the sounds of breaking branches and Anna's fading cries. The trail led into a thicket so dense our flashlights barely penetrated its depths. At the bottom of the ridge we found Anna's boot, just the boot, torn from her foot, and a smear of blood leading into an impenetrable mass of thorny vines and stunted trees. I wanted to push through, to follow regardless of the danger, but Sherry pulled me back. Tears streaked the dirt on her face. We can't, she said, voice cracking. Eduardo, we can't. It's too dense, too dark. And that thing... She couldn't finish. Ty fell to his knees, staring at the boot. His shoulders shook with silent sobs. We have to save ourselves, Sherry whispered. Get help. Come back with a full team, with rifles, dogs, whatever it takes. She was right. We followed the ridgeline instead of returning to the trail, hoping the elevated ground would give us better radio reception. Every few minutes we tried the radio again, desperate for any response. Eventually, after what felt like hours of stumbling through darkness, we reached a gravel service road that I recognized. We were less than a mile from the station. We tried the radio one last time and got a faint but clear response. Rangers, position, sending help. Attacked, I shouted into the handset. Need immediate assistance, multiple casualties, some kind of animal, armed response necessary. The signal fizzled, but at least we'd gotten something through. We kept walking, our pace quickening as familiar landmarks appeared. The forest smelled like sweat and decaying wood, but that other odor, the rotten fish smell, had faded. We kept scanning the trees, expecting that shape to appear again at any moment. But nothing emerged from the darkness. The creature seemed to have retreated deeper into the preserve, perhaps satisfied with its kills. Night had fully descended by the time we reached the ranger station. The lights blazed like a lighthouse, promising safety we no longer took for granted. Deputy Chief Hansen met us at the door, his weathered face tight with concern. Jesus Christ, he muttered as we stumbled inside. What happened to you people? We collapsed onto the station floor, gulping water from the cooler. Ty sat in a corner, face blank, refusing to speak. Sherry related what we'd encountered while I tried to stop my hands from shaking. Some kind of animal, she concluded, like nothing I've seen in 20 years of service. Hansen radioed the sheriff's department while another ranger called park headquarters. Within an hour, the station buzzed with activity. Deputies arrived, followed by state wildlife officials. They took our statements separately, eyebrows raising at our descriptions of the creature. Cougar with some kind of deformity, maybe, one wildlife officer suggested, or a feral hog mixed with something else. It wasn't a cougar, I insisted, or a hog. The legs were wrong, the head shape, the movement pattern, everything. The officer exchanged glances with his colleague. Stress and trauma can affect perception, Ranger Martinez. The human mind tries to make sense of threatening situations, sometimes by elaborating. I bit back a retort. Let them think what they wanted. I knew what I'd seen. Search teams were assembled for first light, armed with rifles and tracking dogs. They'd find Collins's body, they assured us, and the French tourist. They'd locate poor Anna and Jerome too, though no one voiced much hope of finding them alive. As the night deepened, the station quieted. Ty was sedated by paramedics and taken to a hospital in Beaumont. Sherry and I sat in the break room, untouched coffee cooling before us. You know they don't believe us, she said finally, her voice hollow. I nodded. They'll see for themselves tomorrow, if it's still there. She rubbed her eyes. You know what the old-timers say about Big Thicket? I'd heard the stories, every ranger had. Tales of lights where no lights should be, of hunters who went in but never came out, of sounds that followed you through the trees but never revealed their source. Ghost lights and feral children, I said dismissively. Campfire stories. Sherry's gaze hardened. Collins didn't die from a campfire story, Eduardo. Sleep came fitfully that night, in broken fragments filled with dreams of teeth and shadows. I woke before dawn, drenched in sweat despite the air conditioning. The images from the day before remained vivid. Collins's torn body, the French hiker's mangled remains, Jerome being dragged into the darkness, Anna's final scream as the creature took her. At first light, 3 search teams departed, one for each confirmed victim. I insisted on joining the team heading to Sundew Ridge where we'd lost Anna. Sheriff's deputies led the way, followed by wildlife officers with tranquilizer guns and rangers with rifles. Dogs strained at their leashes, eager for the hunt. The forest looked different in morning light, less menacing, more mundane. Birds called from the canopy and insects buzzed around our heads. It seemed impossible that just hours before something monstrous had stalked these same trails. We found Anna's bloody trail again, following it deep into the thicket where we'd lost her. The tracking dogs grew increasingly agitated as we progressed, whining and backing away from certain areas instead of pressing forward. Never seen them act like this, one of the handlers muttered. Something spooking them bad. After an hour of difficult searching, we found scattered remains, a torn piece of Anna's volunteer shirt, a shoe, fragments that none of us wanted to examine closely. The pieces led to a hollow beneath a massive fallen oak, its rotted interior forming a den-like space. The smell hit us first, that same rotten fish odor, but amplified tenfold. One of the deputies vomited into the underbrush. Another backed away, hand covering his nose and mouth. Jesus, the sheriff breathed. What the hell is that? The hollow contained more than just Anna's remains. Bones of various sizes, some clearly human, others from deer or wild hogs, were scattered around the space. Some showed teeth marks matching no known predator in the region. Others appeared partially dissolved, as though subjected to powerful digestive enzymes before being discarded. It's a kill den, the wildlife officer said, his professional demeanor cracking. Like what big cats make, but wrong. One of the dogs broke free from its handler and fled, yelping in terror. The others strained at their leashes, desperate to escape. Even the armed men looked ready to retreat. We should document this and pull back, the sheriff decided. Get forensics out here, proper equipment. As cameras flashed and evidence was bagged, I noticed something at the back of the hollow. A narrow tunnel leading deeper beneath the tree roots, disappearing into darkness. It looked deliberately excavated, large enough for a human-sized creature to navigate on all fours. I pointed it out to the wildlife officer, who shined his flashlight into the opening. The beam traveled about 15 feet before being swallowed by darkness. Could connect to a sinkhole or flooded cave system, he theorized. This whole area is karst limestone underneath. There are unexplored caverns throughout the preserve. A cold realization settled in my gut. If the creature had access to an underground network, it could move throughout the preserve unseen, emerging anywhere to hunt before retreating to safety. No wonder it had seemed to appear and disappear so easily. "We need to seal this," I said. "All of them, if there are more." The sheriff nodded grimly. "After forensics, and we'll need cave specialists, ground-penetrating radar. This is bigger than a simple animal attack now." The other search teams radioed in their findings. Collins's body had been recovered, along with evidence that matched what we'd found. The French hiker's remains were collected as well. Jerome's body was located half a mile from where we'd last seen it, partially consumed. We retreated to the station by mid-afternoon. As predicted, the tone had changed. No one dismissed our accounts now, not after what they'd seen. State officials arrived, followed by federal wildlife agents. The preserve was closed to the public indefinitely. That evening, as experts pored over photographs and samples, I sat on the station porch staring into the darkening forest. The same forest I'd patrolled for 3 years, believing I understood its secrets and rhythms. Sherry joined me, 2 cups of coffee in hand. "They're saying it might be a new species," she said quietly. "Something that's adapted to the specific conditions here. Maybe it's been in those caves for generations, only coming up to hunt when food gets scarce." "Or maybe it's always been here," I replied, watching from the thick brush, retreating deeper as humans spread out, something that's learned to stay hidden. Either way, they'll hunt it down now. She sipped her coffee, wincing at its bitterness. "Trap it or kill it. Study whatever's left." I nodded, but uncertainty gnawed at me. The creature had shown intelligence, ambushing vehicles, dragging victims to its den, creating tunnels for escape. It had survived in one of the most heavily researched natural preserves in the country without detection until now. "What if they can't find it?" I asked finally. "What if it's gone deeper, waiting?" Sherry had no answer. They never found the creature. For 6 weeks, the preserve remained closed while a massive search operation unfolded. Teams with specialized equipment mapped the cave system beneath Sundew Ridge, discovering an extensive network of natural tunnels and chambers. Ground-penetrating radar revealed similar formations throughout the preserve. Traps were set, cameras installed, armed patrols established. Experts from universities and wildlife agencies combed the forest. They found more dens containing bones, some recent, others decades old, based on forensic analysis. They discovered claw marks on trees that matched no known species, and scat containing human remains alongside those of deer, wild hogs, and smaller mammals. But the creature itself remained elusive. Trail cameras captured blurry images of something moving at night, but nothing conclusive. The dogs refused to track beyond certain points. Even the most experienced hunters returned empty-handed, often visibly shaken by their time in the deeper parts of the preserve. Eventually, funding ran out. The preserve reopened with new warning signs and restricted areas. A handful of researchers remained, setting up long-term observation posts and automated recording equipment. The rest of us returned to our regular duties, though nothing felt regular anymore. I transferred to another park 6 months later, Guadalupe Mountains National Park, far from the swampy confines of Big Thicket. The nightmares followed me. In them, I'm always running through dense forest, hearing something crashing through vegetation behind me. Sometimes I see Anna being dragged away, reaching for help that never comes. Other times I'm alone in the ranger station, watching as the windows darken with a presence I can feel but not see. I've spoken with therapists about post-traumatic stress, about the way the mind processes horrific events. They suggest my memories may be distorted, the creature made more monstrous by fear and grief. Perhaps they're right. Perhaps what hunted us that day was merely a deformed predator, driven to attack humans through desperation or disease. But in my quieter moments, when I'm honest with myself, I know what I saw. I remember those eyes reflecting our flashlights, the deliberate way it assessed us before attacking, the intelligence behind its hunting strategy. Whatever stalked us through Big Thicket that day wasn't just an animal acting on instinct. Sherry stayed at the preserve. We still talk occasionally, though our conversations always skirt around that June day. Last month she called late at night, her voice tight with controlled fear. "They found more tracks," she said without preamble, "near the western boundary, and a hiker went missing last week." "They're still looking for it?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. Not officially. The incident was classified as a possible animal attack, species unknown. But Eduardo. She hesitated. The old-timers, the ones who've been here 40 years or more, they're not surprised. They say the thing in the thicket comes and goes. Sometimes years pass between sightings, sometimes decades. I thought about the dens we'd found, the bones of various ages. Some had been there long enough to fossilize. What are you saying, Sherry? I'm saying maybe it's not one creature. Maybe it's a species. Something that's survived alongside us, watching, learning. Something that knows to retreat when humans notice it, only to return when the danger passes. The idea sent a chill through me despite the desert heat surrounding my new home. If that's true, they'll never find them all. No, she agreed softly. They won't. After we hung up, I stood on my porch watching the stars over the mountains, so different from the dense canopy of big thicket that barely lets moonlight through. I thought about evolution, about adaptation, about the countless species still undiscovered in remote corners of the world. The scientific community dismissed our accounts as exaggerated, the creature as probably a cougar with genetic abnormalities. The incident report was filed, the case technically closed. Life in the preserve continued, rangers patrolled, visitors hiked, researchers studied the unique ecosystem. But those of us who were there know differently. Whatever hunted us that day wasn't in any field guide or taxonomy chart. It existed in the shadows between classification, in the spaces humans rarely explore, and I'm certain if conditions were right again, it would emerge once more from its hidden world, not caring who we were, only that we were there. Sometimes at night I wake suddenly, certain I've heard that peculiar hissing rumble outside my window. I lie still, listening, remembering the smell of the den and the way the creature moved, fluid and purposeful. I think about the vast networks of caves beneath big thicket, about how little we truly know of what lives in darkness. And I wonder, if such a creature could remain hidden in a national preserve visited by thousands each year, what else might be watching us from the shadows of wild places? What other eyes might be studying us, learning our patterns, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? Perhaps it's better not to know. Perhaps some shadows should remain unexplored. But whenever I hear about unexplained disappearances in national parks, about strange sounds in remote forests or unidentified tracks in mud, I remember what waited for us in big thicket. And I wonder if it's still there, biding its time until the forest falls silent once again. The forest has its own way of breathing. Anyone who spent enough time among ancient trees knows this truth. There's a rhythm to the wilderness that exists beyond human perception until something disrupts it. I learned this lesson on a cold autumn evening in Blackwater Falls State Park, when the natural order I thought I understood collapsed into something unrecognizable and terrifying. I am Martin Caldwell. In 1992, I was 29 years old and working as a park ranger at Blackwater Falls State Park in West Virginia, having traded in a substitute teaching position in Ohio for the quiet solitude of the Appalachian wilderness. What happened at the end of September that year changed everything I thought I knew about the natural world and what might exist beyond its edges. The tourist season was winding down as September neared its close. The maple and oak trees had transformed into brilliant displays of crimson and gold, their dying leaves clinging desperately to branches against the increasing autumn winds. Most visitors had returned to their urban lives, leaving the park to those of us who called it home year-round. I had been working the evening shift at the Visitor Center, a rustic lodge constructed of local timber and stone that served as our operational headquarters. Outside, the temperature had dropped sharply since midday, and a fine mist had settled over the forest canopy, giving the trees an ethereal, ghostly appearance. "Looks like we're in for some weather," commented Sheila, our administrative assistant, as she packed up her desk for the evening. I nodded, watching through the large front windows as the mist thickened. "Probably fog by morning. The canyon's going to look spectacular." Sheila chuckled. "Always the tour guide, even when there's no one to guide." "Force of habit," I replied with a smile. "Have a good night." After she left, I retreated to the small break room at the back of the visitor center. The walls were adorned with faded photographs of the park's history, black and white images of the falls and various seasons, Rangers from decades past, standing proudly in uniform, wildlife caught in candid moments. I pulled my half-eaten tuna sandwich from the ancient refrigerator and poured the last of my lukewarm coffee from my thermos. The break room had 6 dented green lockers along one wall, their paint chipping to reveal layers of previous colors beneath, a timeline of the park's visual identity evolution. My uniform always carried the faint scent of the musty storage closet where extra uniforms were kept, no matter how many times I washed it. My buddy Greg, a fellow ranger who'd been at Blackwater Falls for nearly a decade, had a locker next to mine. He'd taken me under his wing when I first arrived, showing me the hidden gems of the park and teaching me to identify the various bird calls and animal tracks. "Martin, you left grading pop quizzes to count chipmunks," he'd teased me once during my first month. "Better chipmunks than whiny teenagers," I'd replied, earning a deep laugh from him. That had become our running joke. Whenever I complained about tourists littering or ignoring trail markers, Greg would remind me of the classroom I'd left behind, and I'd immediately feel better about my career change. The break room clock showed 5:45 p.m. when my radio crackled to life. "Martin, you still in the visitor center?" Greg's voice came through, unusually tense. I pressed the talk button. "Yeah, I'm here. You okay?" There was a pause followed by the low electronic hiss of the radio before Greg responded. "We got a problem. There's a missing hiker reported by her boyfriend. They were supposed to meet at the lodge an hour ago, and he claimed she took a shortcut near the yellow trail." I sighed, setting down my sandwich. This was a regular occurrence in park service. Hikers misjudging distances, taking wrong turns, or underestimating how quickly darkness falls in the mountains. Usually they turned up at a different trailhead or realized they'd walked past their meeting point. "On my way," I replied, zipping up my forest green jacket and grabbing my flashlight from its charging cradle. I checked the batteries in my spare light, tucked it into my belt, and headed out. The air outside smelled of wet leaves and decaying bark, that distinct autumn scent that speaks of transition and endings. In the distance I could hear the constant rush of the falls, a white noise backdrop to park life that I'd grown so accustomed to that I only noticed it in moments of heightened awareness. The electrical hum from the visitor center's generator provided a counterpoint to nature's symphony. The sky had darkened considerably in the short time I'd been inside, the dense cloud cover blocking any hope of moonlight or stars. I clicked on my flashlight, the beam cutting a narrow path through the gathering darkness as I made my way to the maintenance shed where Greg had said he'd meet me. I found him standing near the yellow trail entrance with a man who looked to be in his mid-30s. The stranger was dressed in hiking gear that appeared relatively new, not a serious outdoorsman but not completely unprepared either. His face was pale with anxiety, hands fidgeting with the zipper of his jacket. "Martin," Greg nodded in greeting. "This is Alan. His girlfriend Rita is missing." Greg's expression was tightly controlled, but I recognized the concern in his eyes. Greg had participated in dozens of search operations over the years, and while most ended happily, some hadn't. "She said she'd take the shortcut to meet me at the lodge," Alan explained, his words coming out in rushed, uneven bursts. "I waited over an hour, but she never showed." He ran a hand through his hair, which was already standing on end from repeated nervous gestures. "She's got a red backpack and a blue windbreaker. She's never late. She's very reliable." I nodded, keeping my expression calm while I assessed the situation. The yellow trail was one of our intermediate paths, about 4 miles long, with some moderate elevation changes. It wasn't particularly treacherous, but it did have a few confusing junctions where hikers occasionally took wrong turns. "How experienced a hiker is Rita?" I asked. "Very," Alan replied immediately. "We hike almost every weekend. She knows what she's doing. That's why I'm worried. This isn't like her." Greg and I exchanged glances. An experienced hiker going missing was more concerning than a novice. Novices made predictable mistakes. Experienced hikers typically got into trouble only when something unexpected happened. "We'll do a sweep of the trail," I said, checking my watch. It was now just past 6 p.m., and darkness was setting in rapidly. "If we don't find her quickly, we'll call in search and rescue for backup." "I'm coming with you," Alan stated, leaving no room for argument. I nodded my agreement. Having someone who knew the missing person was always helpful, and splitting up would only create more potential victims if there was a hazardous situation on the trail. We'll start at the point where she would have taken the shortcut, Greg suggested, adjusting his radio and checking his flashlight. As we entered the tree line, I felt the familiar change in atmosphere that came with stepping from open space into the forest. The air was cooler, damper, and somehow heavier among the trees. The sounds changed too, more muffled, more intimate. But something felt different this evening, something I couldn't quite identify. The forest seemed abnormally quiet, lacking the usual rustling of nocturnal animals beginning their nightly routines. No owls called, no raccoons scurried through the underbrush. Even the wind seemed to have died down once we entered the woods, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. "Rita," Alan called out, his voice echoing briefly before being swallowed by the dense vegetation. "Let's keep the calls periodic," I suggested. "Every couple of minutes. We don't want to miss any responses." As we moved deeper into the forest, I couldn't shake the growing sense of unease. 19 years of teaching and 2 years of ranger work had honed my instincts for when something wasn't right, and tonight those instincts were screaming. Little did I know that what waited for us deeper in the woods would forever change my understanding of the wilderness I thought I knew. By 6:30 p.m., we had covered about half a mile of the yellow trail. The forest floor was damp from recent rain, each footstep feeling like pressing into a sponge. Small mushrooms dotted the path edges, their pale flesh glowing faintly in our flashlight beams. I deliberately kicked a small rock as we walked, its echo reminding me that sound still existed in this unnaturally quiet woods. "Rita," I called out every few minutes, my voice seeming to travel only a short distance before the dense foliage absorbed it. Greg searched the other side of the trail, methodically sweeping his flashlight under branches and into hollows where someone might seek shelter. Alan continued muttering, more to himself than to us. "She's a capable hiker. She never gets lost. She always carries a compass and a map." The repetition seemed to comfort him, a mantra against the growing darkness. The woods didn't care about Rita's credentials. I'd seen experienced climbers make fatal errors, veteran backpackers misjudge weather, and lifelong hunters become disoriented in familiar terrain. Nature remained impartial to human experience. "Wait," Greg said suddenly, freezing in place. "Did you hear that?" We all stood motionless, straining to hear. For a moment there was nothing but the sound of our breathing. Then I caught it, a faint rustling in the underbrush ahead, too deliberate for the wind. "Hello?" I called out. "Rita?" No response. I caught a glimpse of movement to my left, a shape darting between trees about 30 yards away. "Probably a deer," I said, though I wasn't convinced. The movement hadn't seemed quite right for a deer, too low to the ground, yet not as fluid as a fox or coyote. We pressed forward, our group spreading out slightly to cover more ground. Greg veered right to investigate a small clearing, while Alan and I continued along the left side of the trail. That's when I spotted it, a torn strip of blue fabric caught on a thorny bush about 10 feet off the main path. I carefully extricated it from the thorns and held it up. "Alan," I said quietly, "does this look like it could be from Rita's windbreaker?" He stepped closer, squinting in the dim light, his face drained of color as he nodded. "That's hers. I'm sure of it." His voice trembled. "The jacket is new. We bought it last month." The fabric was clean, no dirt ground into the fibers. It hadn't been there long. "Greg," I called, "we found something." As Greg made his way back to us, I noticed an unusual odor drifting through the air, a sharp metallic smell mixed with something like rotting garbage. It wasn't the usual forest decay smell of composting leaves and damp wood. This was more acrid, almost chemical. My eyes followed the direction of the scent, and I noticed a dark shape behind a fallen log about 20 yards ahead. My stomach tightened with premonition. "Over there," I said, pointing my flashlight toward the log. We approached cautiously, the beam of my light revealing more torn blue fabric scattered along the ground. Alan surged forward suddenly, but I grabbed his arm. "Let me check first," I warned. I moved ahead, stepping carefully over the uneven terrain until I reached the fallen log. The smell was much stronger here, causing my eyes to water. I steeled myself and directed my flashlight beyond the log. The beam illuminated what remained of a woman in hiking clothes. A red backpack lay torn open beside her, its contents scattered. Her blue windbreaker was in tatters, revealing massive, jagged wounds along her neck and torso. Her limbs were splayed at unnatural angles, and portions of her ribcage were exposed. I'd seen dead bodies before, hikers who had fallen from cliffs, drowned in the rapids, or succumbed to exposure. But this was different. This wasn't an accident or natural death. The wounds were vicious but strangely precise in some areas, as if whatever had killed her had been both frenzied and calculating. My face flushed hot despite the evening chill, and my mouth went dry. I straightened up and took several deep breaths, trying to maintain my composure. Alan must have seen my reaction. He pushed past me, ignoring my outstretched arm, and looked over the log. His anguished cry pierced the unnatural quiet of the forest. He stumbled backward, then lurched forward again, falling to his knees beside the body. "Rita! Oh God, Rita!" he sobbed, reaching toward her but stopping short of touching her, his hands hovering uncertainly over her remains. Greg rushed over at Alan's cry, his flashlight beam joining mine to fully illuminate the gruesome scene. I watched his face pale, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. "Jesus Christ," he whispered, then turned to me. "We gotta get the cops out here." I nodded, hands trembling slightly as I reached for my radio. I pressed the call button. "Base, this is Ranger Caldwell. We have an emergency on the Yellow Trail, approximately half a mile in. We've found a deceased hiker. Possible animal attack. Over." I waited for a response, but heard only static. I tried again, adjusting the frequency slightly. "Base, do you copy? This is an emergency." More static. I stepped a few paces up the trail, trying to find better reception. "Base, do you copy?" Nothing but crackling interference. "Damn it," I muttered. "The reception's always spotty in this section, but it's worse than usual tonight." Greg nodded grimly. "We'll have to head back toward the main station. We can't leave her here, but we can't do anything for her either." Alan, still kneeling beside Rita's body, shook his head vehemently. "I'm not leaving her. I can't leave her like this." "Alan," Greg said gently, placing a hand on the man's shoulder, "we can't stay here. Whatever did this could still be around." That statement hung in the air between us, crystallizing the danger we might be facing. I surveyed the surrounding woods with a newfound wariness. Whatever had killed Rita hadn't done so naturally. The wounds were too extensive, too violent for a simple predator attack. I had investigated bear attacks before. Bears typically maul their victims, but they don't tear them apart with such ferocity, unless they're defending cubs or territory. And they usually drag their kills away or at least partially consume them. Mountain lions were rare in these parts, but not unheard of. Yet this didn't match a cat attack either. Cats go for the throat, killing quickly before dragging their prey to a secure location. This was different. Rita's remains looked as if they'd been attacked in a frenzy, then simply left where they fell. There was no attempt to consume or transport the body. It was almost as if whatever killed her had done so out of rage rather than hunger. "We need to move," I said quietly. "Now." Greg nodded, but Alan remained fixed in place, tears streaming down his face as he whispered to Rita's remains. "Alan," I said firmly, "we can't help her, but we can make sure whatever did this is found and stopped. We need to get back and bring the authorities here." He looked up at me, his face a mask of grief and shock. "How could an animal do this? It doesn't make sense." "I don't know," I admitted, "but staying here puts us all at risk." As I spoke, I noticed movement in my peripheral vision, about 30 yards ahead. I swung my flashlight toward it, catching a glimpse of something low to the ground, moving between the trees. For a split second, the beam illuminated a silhouette unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was roughly the size of a large dog, but its proportions were all wrong. Its hind legs appeared oddly bent, giving it an uneven gait, and its body seemed too elongated. The creature moved with a halting, jerky motion, yet with alarming speed. "Greg," I whispered, "did you see that?" He nodded, his face tense. "What the hell was that?" Alan finally seemed to understand the danger. He rose unsteadily to his feet, casting one last agonized look at Rita's body before stepping back. "We'll come back for her," I promised, though my words felt hollow even to my own ears. We started back along the trail, walking faster than before. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf sent jolts of adrenaline through my system. The forest that had once been my sanctuary now felt like a trap closing around us. "Keep close together," Greg advised, his voice barely above a whisper, "and keep your eyes open." We continued in tense silence, the beams of our flashlights creating moving islands of visibility in the encompassing darkness. The temperature seemed to drop further, and I could see our breath forming small clouds in the cold air. "How far to the visitor center?" Alan asked, his voice unsteady. "About 3/4 of a mile," I replied, trying to sound confident. "We'll be there soon." As we rounded a bend in the trail, Greg suddenly stopped. "Do you smell that?" The same acrid metallic odor from earlier hung heavy in the air. I raised my flashlight, scanning the area ahead. There, Alan pointed to our right, where a series of broken branches indicated something large had recently passed through. Greg stepped forward to investigate, waving his flashlight over the disturbed vegetation. "Something definitely came through here, and recently." "Let's keep moving," I urged, uncomfortable with remaining stationary. Greg nodded and turned back toward the trail. That's when we heard it, a low guttural sound, not quite a growl, more like the rasp of dry leaves being crushed. It came from somewhere in the dense undergrowth to our left. We froze, straining to see through the darkness. My flashlight beam caught a glimpse of something pale moving between the trees about 20 yards away. It appeared and disappeared so quickly I couldn't be sure of what I'd seen, but it left me with an impression of wrongness that made my skin crawl. "Move," I hissed, giving Alan a gentle push forward. "Don't run, but walk quickly." We increased our pace, Greg taking the lead while I brought up the rear, constantly glancing behind us. The creature, whatever it was, seemed to be paralleling our course, keeping just out of clear sight, but close enough that we knew it was there. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was hurting us. The wind picked up, sending dead leaves spiraling around us in tiny cyclones. Each gust carried that unnatural scent, part decay, part something I couldn't identify. We maintained our brisk pace, occasionally breaking into a jog when the trail allowed. Greg continued trying his radio every few minutes, but the static never cleared. My own attempts were equally futile. Whatever was interfering with our communications, it was persistent. "Maybe it's the weather," Alan suggested weakly, his voice barely audible over the rustling canopy above. I doubted it was that simple, but I nodded anyway. Sometimes a comforting lie is better than a terrifying truth. "We'll be at a better vantage point soon," I assured him. "Signal should improve once we're closer to the ridge." As we continued, I noticed broken branches and disturbed ground at regular intervals along the trail. Whatever was following us wasn't being careful about leaving signs. Either it didn't care if we knew it was there, or it wasn't capable of moving more stealthily. About 15 minutes after leaving Rita's body, we came to a fork in the trail. To the right, the path climbed steeply toward a ridge that would eventually lead back to the visitor center. To the left, it descended toward Blackwater Canyon, a beautiful route during daylight hours, but treacherous in the dark. "Right," Greg said immediately, already starting up the incline. We followed, our breathing growing labored as the trail steepened. The exertion helped combat the chill, but sweat quickly cooled on my skin, making me shiver despite the effort. Halfway up the ridge, Alan stumbled, his foot catching on an exposed root. I caught his arm before he could fall, steadying him. "Thanks," he muttered, face pale in the flashlight beam. I nodded and was about to urge him onward when a sound stopped me cold. A scrabbling noise on the rocks just above us, like claws scraping against stone. We all heard it. Greg's flashlight beam shot upward, scanning the rocky outcropping that bordered the trail. For a moment nothing moved. Then a shower of small stones cascaded down, pattering around our feet. Something was up there, moving along the ridge parallel to our path. "Keep going," I whispered. "Stay close." We quickened our pace, scrambling up the increasingly rocky trail. The loose stones made footing treacherous, and more than once we had to catch ourselves to avoid sliding backward. The scrabbling sound continued, sometimes ahead of us, sometimes behind, as if whatever made it was circling our position. Occasionally I caught glimpses of movement, a shadow flitting between rocks, a pale form momentarily visible before vanishing again. "What the hell is that thing?" Alan gasped, his voice tight with fear. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we need to keep moving." We reached a small plateau, a natural resting point before the final ascent to the ridgetop. Greg paused, allowing us to catch our breath while he surveyed our surroundings. "I think we lost it," he said after a moment, though he didn't sound convinced. I was about to respond when a branch snapped loudly in the trees to our left. We all turned, flashlights converging on the spot. There, partially hidden behind a thick tree trunk, stood the creature. In the combined beams of our lights, I finally got a clear view of what had been stalking us. It stood about 3 feet tall at the shoulder, its body emaciated to the point where each rib was visible through patchy, diseased-looking skin. Fur grew in irregular clumps across its frame, some areas completely bare to reveal pale, almost translucent flesh beneath. Its front limbs were disproportionately long, ending in what looked like elongated fingers tipped with dark claws. But it was the head that seared itself into my memory. Too large for its body, it resembled a malformed skull with skin stretched too tight across it. Its jaw hung slightly open, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. 2 sunken eyes reflected our flashlight beams with an unnatural yellow glow. It wasn't a bear, wasn't a mountain lion, wasn't anything I recognized from years of wildlife management training. It wasn't anything that should exist. Alan let out a strangled cry, stumbling backward. The creature's head swiveled toward him, those glowing eyes fixing on his movement. "Don't run," I said as calmly as I could manage, though my heart was hammering in my chest. "Back away, slowly." Greg reached down, never taking his eyes off the creature, and picked up a heavy branch. "Get ready to move," he muttered. The creature shifted its weight, muscles tensing visibly beneath its patchy hide. I raised my flashlight higher, hoping the bright light might deter it. For a moment we were locked in a standoff, 3 humans and whatever this thing was, evaluating each other in the darkness of the forest. Then Alan broke the stalemate. He grabbed a rock from the ground and hurled it at the creature with a shout. The stone struck a tree near the creature's head, causing bark to splinter. The creature didn't flinch. It didn't retreat or show any sign of fear. Instead, it shifted sideways with that same uneven gait, positioning itself differently but maintaining its distance. That calculated response chilled me more than any show of aggression would have. This wasn't an animal reacting on instinct. There was intelligence behind those eyes, a predatory awareness that assessed and adapted. "Back up," I ordered, my voice barely above a whisper. "Toward the ridge, slowly." We began inching backward, maintaining our facing toward the creature. It watched us retreat, occasionally shifting position but never advancing directly. The way it moved reminded me of a wolf circling injured prey, patient and methodical. When we reached the steeper section of trail again, I risked a quick glance behind us to check our footing. When I looked back, the creature had vanished. "Where'd it go?" Alan hissed, panic evident in his voice. Greg and I scanned the area with our flashlights, but there was no sign of the creature. It had simply disappeared among the rocks and trees. "Keep moving," Greg said. "It's still out there." We continued our ascent, moving faster now, driven by the knowledge that the creature could reappear at any moment. The trail grew steeper, more treacherous in the darkness, but fear propelled us forward. As we neared the ridgetop, my flashlight beam caught movement to our right. I swung the light toward it, illuminating the creature as it paralleled our course about 30 yards away, moving with that uneven yet surprisingly swift gait. "It's hurting us," I realized aloud. "It's steering us somewhere." "The hell it is," Greg growled, changing direction slightly to head more directly toward the ridgetop. The creature immediately altered its course, cutting across our path ahead. It stopped, crouching low, those unblinking yellow eyes fixed on us. "It doesn't want us going that way," Alan whispered. We hesitated, uncertain how to proceed. The creature remained motionless, blocking our most direct route back to safety. "We'll have to circle around," Greg decided. "Follow the ridgeline until we can drop down toward the visitor center." I nodded, though I wasn't convinced the creature would allow even that. Nevertheless, we changed course, moving parallel to the ridgetop rather than climbing directly up to it. The creature watched us for a moment, then disappeared into the underbrush again. I could hear it moving, circling wide to our left now. "It's trying to keep us in these woods," I said quietly. "Why?" Alan asked, his voice cracking. "What does it want?" I had no answer that wouldn't terrify him further. We pushed on, following the contour of the land as it gradually rose toward the ridge. The wind grew stronger as we gained elevation, carrying the distant sound of rushing water from the falls far below. Under different circumstances, I might have appreciated the wild beauty of it all. The forest at night, the sound of water, the feel of the mountain beneath my feet. Now every aspect of the wilderness I loved had become threatening, hiding places for something that defied explanation. We reached a steep section where the trail narrowed between two large boulders. Greg went first, squeezing through the gap. Alan followed. I waited for them to clear the passage before entering it myself. As I emerged on the other side, a scuffling sound came from directly above. I looked up just in time to see the creature perched on top of one of the boulders, looking down at us with those terrible yellow eyes. It was close enough that I could smell its fetid odor, that same metallic chemical stench we'd detected near Rita's body. Close enough that I could see dark stains around its mouth and on its elongated claws. Close enough that I could hear the raspy sound of its breathing. "Run!" I shouted, abandoning all pretense of calm. Greg and Alan needed no further encouragement. They took off down the trail, flashlight beams bouncing wildly in the darkness. I followed, heart pounding, expecting at any moment to feel claws tearing into my back. But the attack never came. When I risked a glance backward, the creature was still perched on the boulder, watching us flee with what almost looked like curiosity. We ran until our lungs burned, stumbling over roots and rocks in our haste. Eventually the trail widened, and we found ourselves on relatively flat ground. "Wait," Greg gasped, bending over with his hands on his knees. "Need to catch my breath." We paused, all three of us panting heavily. I kept my flashlight trained on the path behind us, searching for any sign of pursuit. "I don't understand," Alan said between breaths. "Why didn't it attack? It had the perfect opportunity." I shook my head. "I don't know, maybe it's playing with us. Maybe it's not hungry. Or maybe it's waiting for something," Greg suggested grimly. That thought hung over us as we recovered our breath. What if the creature wasn't alone? What if there were more of them out here, coordinating to herd us into a trap? "We need to keep moving," I said, straightening up. "The visitor center can't be far now." As we resumed our journey, now at a brisk walk rather than a run, I noticed Alan looking increasingly unstable. His face was sheet white, his eyes wide and unfocused. He was muttering to himself, disjointed phrases about Rita and getting help. "Alan," I said gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Stay with us. We're going to make it out of here." He nodded jerkily but didn't respond otherwise. I exchanged a concerned look with Greg. The last thing we needed was for Alan to go into shock or panic completely. We continued along the ridge for another quarter-mile before Greg suddenly raised his hand, signaling us to stop. "Look," he said, pointing ahead. Through a gap in the trees, I could just make out a faint glow in the distance, the exterior lights of the visitor center perhaps half a mile away, across a shallow valley. "We're close," I said, relief evident in my voice. "If we cut across this valley, we'll reach the main road that leads straight to the center." Greg nodded, though he looked uneasy. "Crossing open ground might make us vulnerable." "Staying in these trees definitely makes us vulnerable," I countered. "I say we make a run for it." Alan, who had been quiet for some time, suddenly spoke up. "It's watching us right now. I can feel it." I scanned the trees around us, but saw nothing, yet I couldn't dismiss his words. I felt it too, that prickling sensation of being observed by something predatory. "Ready?" Greg asked, adjusting his grip on his flashlight. Alan and I nodded. "Then let's go." We descended into the shallow valley, moving as quickly as we dared over the uneven ground. The trees thinned out, giving way to scrubby brush and exposed rock. The open space felt both liberating and terrifying. We could move faster, but we were also more exposed. About halfway across, Alan suddenly froze. "Wait," he said. "Did you hear that?" We listened. A sound like scraping on bark came from the trees we just left, then silence. I swung my flashlight in a slow arc, its beam penetrating only a short distance into the darkness of the forest edge. "I don't see anything," I said, though my instincts were screaming that something was wrong. "Let's keep going," Greg urged. "We're almost—" His words cut off abruptly as something burst from the tree line behind us. It moved so fast that my flashlight caught only a blur of pale, patchy skin. Before I could shout a warning, the creature slammed into Greg, knocking him to the ground. Greg yelled, a sound of surprise and pain that cut through the night air. The creature had him by the leg, those elongated claws digging into his calf as it dragged him toward the trees with shocking strength. "Greg!" I shouted, lunging after them. Alan screamed, a high, panicked sound that seemed to echo across the valley. I reached Greg just as the creature pulled him into the underbrush. Without thinking, I grabbed Greg's outstretched arms and pulled back, engaging in a macabre tug-of-war with the creature. For a moment, we were deadlocked, me pulling Greg toward safety, the creature dragging him toward the darkness. Greg's face was contorted in pain, his eyes wide with terror. "Don't let go," he gasped. Then, with a suddenness that left me reeling, the creature released its grip and vanished into the trees. The abrupt cessation of resistance sent me stumbling backward, still holding Greg's arms. "Are you okay?" I asked, helping him sit up. He nodded shakily, examining his leg. His uniform pants were torn and blood seeped from several puncture wounds where the creature's claws had gripped him. "Can you walk?" I asked. "I think so," he said, wincing as he tested his injured leg. "It's not as bad as it could be." I helped him to his feet, supporting him as he put weight on the wounded leg. He hissed in pain but remained upright. "Where's Alan?" Greg asked suddenly. I looked around, realizing I'd lost track of Alan during the confusion. He stood several yards away, frozen in place, staring at the edge of the forest where the creature had disappeared. "Alan," I called, "we need to move, now." He didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the darkness beyond the tree line. "Alan," I said more forcefully. He turned toward us finally, his face a mask of terror. "It's watching us," he whispered. "It's waiting." "Then let's not give it what it's waiting for," I replied, gesturing for him to join us. "Come on, we need to get Greg to safety." That seemed to snap Alan out of his trance. He hurried over, taking Greg's other side to help support him. Together we continued across the valley, moving as quickly as Greg's injury would allow. I kept glancing behind us, expecting to see the creature pursuing, but the landscape remained empty. Its absence was more unnerving than its presence would have been. Why had it attacked and then retreated? Why Greg and not me or Alan? None of it made sense, and that lack of logic was perhaps the most terrifying aspect of all. As we neared the far side of the valley, I could see the gravel road that led to the visitor center. Just beyond it, partially obscured by trees, stood the building itself, its lights a beacon of safety in the darkness. "Almost there," I encouraged, feeling Greg leaning more heavily on me as his strength waned. We reached the road, its gravel surface crunching beneath our boots. The familiar sound was oddly comforting, a return to the human-made world after the primal terror of the forest. And then, inexplicably, Alan stopped walking. "What is it?" I asked, impatient to reach safety. He was looking back toward the valley we'd just crossed. "It's not following us," he said, his voice oddly calm now. "It's staying in the trees." I followed his gaze. At the edge of the forest, barely visible in the gloom, stood the creature. It made no move to pursue us, simply watching from the boundary between wilderness and civilization. "It's letting us go," Alan whispered. The realization sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the night air. This wasn't a territorial animal defending its space. This wasn't a predator seeking a meal. This was something else entirely, something that killed for reasons I couldn't comprehend. "Come on," I said, unable to tear my eyes away from the distant figure. "Let's get inside." We continued down the road, the creature's silhouette growing smaller behind us. When we finally reached the visitor center parking lot, I risked one last look back. The creature was gone, melted back into the forest that had hidden it for who knows how long before tonight. We stumbled into the visitor center, locking the heavy wooden door behind us. The building was dark except for the security lights, casting long shadows across the information displays and dioramas. The sudden transition from wilderness to civilization was jarring. Polished floors replacing forest paths, manufactured air replacing wind and mist. I helped Greg to a chair in the reception area, then hurried to the first aid kit mounted on the wall. Alan stood by the window, staring out into the darkness, his body rigid with tension. "Let me see that leg," I said, kneeling beside Greg with the first aid supplies. He grimaced as I cut away the torn fabric of his uniform pants. The wounds were deep punctures rather than slashes, 5 distinct marks where the creature's claws had dug into his calf. The bleeding had slowed to a steady ooze, but the skin around the punctures was already turning an angry red. "How bad?" Greg asked through gritted teeth. You'll need stitches, I replied, cleaning the wounds as best I could, and probably antibiotics. Who knows what was on those claws? I bandaged his leg tightly, then moved to the reception desk where the park's landline phone sat. I picked up the receiver, relieved to hear a dial tone, and called the local sheriff's department. The dispatcher answered on the third ring, her voice calm and professional. Davis County Sheriff's Department, what's your emergency? The normalcy of her tone was almost surreal after what we'd just experienced. I took a deep breath, trying to organize my thoughts. This is Ranger Martin Caldwell at Blackwater Falls State Park. We have a fatality on the Yellow Trail and an injured park ranger at the visitor center. We need immediate assistance. There was a brief pause before the dispatcher responded. Can you confirm the nature of the fatality and injury, Ranger Caldwell? How could I possibly explain what we'd encountered? I settled for partial truth. Female hiker, appears to be an animal attack, severe lacerations and trauma. The injured ranger has puncture wounds to his leg from the same animal. What kind of animal, sir? I hesitated. Unknown at this time. Large predator, possibly rabid. Behavior was unusual. The dispatcher assured me that help was on the way. Sheriff's deputies, an ambulance for Greg, and the county coroner for Rita. I thanked her and hung up, feeling a strange dissociation from reality. The mundane process of making a phone call, of using words like fatality and injury to describe the horror we'd witnessed, seemed inadequate to the point of absurdity. I returned to where Greg sat, his face pale with pain and shock. Help's coming, I told him. Ambulance should be here in about 20 minutes. He nodded, then asked quietly, What was that thing, Martin? I shook my head. I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. It wasn't natural, Alan said suddenly from his position by the window. He hadn't moved since we entered the building. The way it looked at us, it knew what it was doing. I couldn't argue with him. Whatever that creature was, it had displayed an intelligence and purpose that went beyond animal instinct. The way it had herded us, the selective attack on Greg, the decision to let us go once we reached the road, none of it aligned with normal predator behavior. We need to tell them, Alan continued, finally turning from the window. They need to know what's out there. Greg and I exchanged glances. We both recognized the problem with Alan's suggestion. Who would believe us? A malformed, intelligent creature stalking the woods of a state park? We'd sound delusional. We'll tell them what we saw, I said carefully, but we need to be prepared for skepticism. Alan's face hardened. Rita is dead. Your leg is torn up. What more evidence do they need? Bears and mountain lions kill people too, Greg pointed out gently, and they're a lot easier for authorities to accept than whatever that was. Alan looked like he wanted to argue further, but fell silent as headlights swept across the parking lot outside. Red and blue emergency lights followed, painting the visitor center walls with alternating colors. The next few hours passed in a blur of official procedures and repeated explanations. Sheriff's deputies took our statements separately. The EMTs treated Greg's leg and transported him to the county hospital. A search and rescue team prepared to recover Rita's body, guided by my directions. I described the creature as accurately as I could to the sheriff. Its emaciated appearance, the disproportionate limbs, the unnatural movement. He listened with a neutral expression, occasionally making notes, but I could see the skepticism in his eyes. Could have been a bear with mange, he suggested when I finished, or maybe a mountain lion. They can look pretty strange if they're diseased or malnourished. I didn't argue. What was the point? I knew what I had seen, what Greg and Alan had seen. No bear or mountain lion moved like that creature, thought like that creature. By dawn, the visitor center had become an impromptu command center. Fish and wildlife officers had arrived to join the search for the rogue predator. The coroner had retrieved Rita's body and transported it for autopsy. News vans from local stations had begun to gather in the parking lot, reporters eager for details about the fatal animal attack. I sat alone in the break room, exhausted beyond words, when the sheriff entered with a fish and wildlife officer I recognized, Dave Sorensen, a veteran wildlife manager I'd worked with on several occasions. Martin, Dave greeted me, his weathered face grave. Hell of a night. Sheriff filled me in on what happened. I nodded, too tired for pleasantries. I need to ask you something, Dave continued, taking a seat across from me. and I need you to really think before you answer. Are you absolutely certain what you saw wasn't a bear or mountain lion? Maybe in unusual conditions, unusual lighting? I met his gaze steadily. I know what bears and mountain lions look like, Dave. Even sick ones, even in bad light. This wasn't either of those. Dave exchanged a glance with the sheriff. The reason I ask is that we found some tracks near where you said you encountered the creature. They're unusual. That caught my attention. Unusual how? Inconsistent, the sheriff interjected. Like multiple animals, but the spacing and pattern don't make sense. Dave nodded. The stride length varies dramatically. Some prints are clear, others just smudges, almost like it was changing how it moved every few steps. I remembered the creature's odd, uneven gait, how it seemed to shift its weight and posture as it moved. That fits with what I saw, I said. Its movement wasn't consistent. Sometimes it moved low to the ground, sometimes more upright. Dave leaned forward. Martin, I've been managing wildlife in these mountains for 22 years. I've never heard of a predator that changes its gait pattern like that. I know what I saw, I repeated simply. The sheriff sighed. We'll keep searching, but for now, the official line is a possible bear or mountain lion attack. The public doesn't need to panic about some unidentified creature. I understood the practical reasoning behind this decision, but it felt like a betrayal of the truth. Rita deserved better. Greg deserved better. What about Greg? I asked. He saw it too, and Alan, Rita's boyfriend. Your colleague is heavily medicated at the hospital, the sheriff replied, and Mr. Paston is not in a state to provide reliable testimony. He's under observation for severe shock. I wasn't surprised about Alan. The loss of Rita, combined with our encounter in the woods, would be enough to shatter anyone's composure. Just take some time off, Dave suggested kindly. Rest, recover. These things always look different in the light of day. But they didn't. Not for me. Not even as sunlight streamed through the break room windows, illuminating the familiar space with its green lockers and coffee-stained countertops. The image of that creature remained vivid in my mind. Those sunken yellow eyes, the emaciated body with its patchy skin, the unnatural movement. I was dismissed after giving a final statement. As I walked to my car, a reporter approached, microphone extended. Ranger Caldwell, can you tell us about the animal that killed the hiker? Is the public in danger? I looked at her, at the camera behind her, and considered telling the truth. Then I glanced back at the visitor center, where the sheriff and Dave watched from the doorway. No comment, I said, sliding into my car and driving away. That afternoon, local news reported a probable bear attack at Blackwater Falls State Park. The public was advised to use caution, but assured that such incidents were extremely rare. Fish and wildlife officers were conducting a thorough search of the area, and the park would remain partially closed until further notice. No mention was made of an unidentified creature. No description of what we had actually encountered in those woods. I watched the news report from my small apartment in Davis, a bottle of whiskey on the coffee table beside me. The alcohol did nothing to blur the memory of those yellow eyes watching us from the forest edge, watching us escape, allowing us to escape. My phone rang repeatedly throughout the day, fellow rangers, park administration, even a few friends who had heard about the incident. I let them all go to voicemail. What could I say that wouldn't sound insane? That night I dreamed of running through endless trees, pursued by something I couldn't see but could feel watching me. I woke gasping, sheets soaked with sweat, the digital clock beside my bed reading 3:17 a.m. Sleep didn't return. I sat by my window instead, looking out at the quiet street, wondering what else might be looking back from the darkness beyond the streetlight's reach. The autumn of 1992 faded into winter, and winter melted into spring. I remained on administrative leave from the Park Service, ostensibly recovering from the traumatic incident. In reality, I think my superiors were concerned about my mental state. I had refused to back down from my account of what happened that night, even as the official narrative solidified around a rogue bear attack. Greg's leg healed, though he walked with a slight limp afterward. The puncture wounds had become infected despite immediate medical attention, requiring 2 weeks of intravenous antibiotics. The doctors had been puzzled by the infection's resistance to treatment and the unusual inflammation pattern. Whatever bit me had some nasty bacteria, Greg told me during one of my hospital visits. I didn't correct him. We both knew it wasn't a bite. Rita's autopsy report classified her death as animal attack, large predator, species indeterminate. The coroner noted the unusual nature of some of the wounds, but concluded that the pattern could be consistent with a bear if the animal had been in a frenzied state. Alan Paston checked himself out of the psychiatric facility where he'd been under observation and disappeared. I heard later that he had moved to Oregon, as far from the Appalachian wilderness as he could reasonably get. The park reopened fully in March after an extensive search found no sign of the rogue bear. Visitor numbers remained lower than usual that spring, but by summer the incident had faded from public memory. People have a remarkable capacity to forget what frightens them. I couldn't forget. Every night I dreamed of those yellow eyes watching from the darkness. Every sudden sound made me tense. Every walk in the woods, which had once been my greatest joy, now filled me with apprehension. In April, I submitted my resignation to the Park Service. My supervisor tried to talk me out of it, suggesting that my reaction was normal post-traumatic stress that would fade with time. "You love these mountains, Martin," he reminded me. "Don't let one bad night change that." But it wasn't just one bad night. It was the fundamental shift in my understanding of the wilderness I thought I knew. The forests I had once considered a sanctuary now held secrets I couldn't comprehend, dangers I couldn't anticipate. I took a job teaching high school biology in Morgantown, returning to education but maintaining my connection to the natural world through curriculum rather than direct experience. The irony of coming full circle wasn't lost on me, back to grading pop quizzes as Greg used to tease. Greg stayed with the Park Service but transferred to a desert park in Arizona. No forest to worry about, he joked when he told me about the move. But I could hear the relief in his voice. He wasn't running from memories. He was seeking a landscape where those memories couldn't find him. During that first year away from Blackwater Falls, I researched obsessively, looking for any reports of similar creatures or incidents in the Appalachian region. I found scattered accounts, hikers describing strange sounds or glimpses of unidentifiable animals, unexplained disappearances that were attributed to misadventure, unusual animal attacks with details that didn't quite add up. None matched exactly what we had experienced, but collectively, they suggested a pattern that official explanations couldn't satisfy. In the summer of 1993, I returned to Blackwater Falls for the first time since leaving. I told myself it was closure, a way to face my fears and move beyond them. In truth, I was drawn back by a compulsion I couldn't name, a need to confirm that what I had experienced was real. The park looked the same. The visitor center had been renovated slightly, but the trails remained unchanged. Yellow trail signs still directed hikers along the path where Rita had died. Tourists still posed for photos at the scenic overlooks, oblivious to what might be watching from the trees beyond. I hiked alone, against my better judgment, following the yellow trail to the approximate location where we had found Rita's body. The forest felt different to me now, no longer a collection of trees and wildlife, but a complex organism with hidden depths I had only glimpsed. I found nothing unusual that day. No strange tracks, no unidentified creatures, no sense of being watched. Just a beautiful summer afternoon in the mountains, birds singing and sunlight filtering through the canopy. As I was leaving, I encountered a young ranger checking trail markers. She couldn't have been more than 25, her uniform still creased with newness. We exchanged pleasantries, and when I mentioned I used to work there, her face lit with recognition. "You're Martin Caldwell," she said, "the one who was there when that woman was killed by the bear." I nodded, not bothering to correct her. "Must have been awful," she continued, genuine sympathy in her eyes. "But you know what's weird? Since then we've had almost no bear problems in this sector. It's like they're avoiding it." That comment stayed with me long after I left the park. It wasn't bears avoiding the area. It was something else claiming it as territory, something that other predators instinctively avoided. Over the years, I developed a network of contacts throughout the Appalachian region: park rangers, wildlife biologists, search and rescue volunteers. Most thought I was simply an academic researching predator behavior, but a few knew the truth of what I was seeking. Reports came to me occasionally. Strange sightings, unusual tracks, unexplained disappearances. I documented them all, mapping incidents across the mountain range, looking for patterns. Clusters emerged, then dissipated. Whatever these creatures were, and I became convinced there were multiple individuals, they didn't stay in one place for long. In 1997, I received a package from Greg. He had maintained his connections in the Park Service and had heard about an incident in Great Smoky Mountains National Park that echoed our experience. A maintenance worker had gone missing, only to be found 3 days later in a remote area, his body displaying wounds that the official report described as consistent with multiple predator species. Greg had included copies of the internal reports and a brief note. "They're spreading. Be careful." By the early 2000s, my collection of unusual incident reports had grown substantial enough that patterns became clearer. The creatures, whatever they were, seemed to favor certain types of terrain: older growth forests, areas with complex cave systems nearby, regions with limited human activity but occasional isolated visitors. They were opportunistic rather than territorial, appearing in an area for months or years before moving on. They preferred certain types of prey, typically adult humans, though occasionally larger wildlife, and their hunting methods suggested planning and coordination that defied conventional understanding of animal behavior. I published some of my findings in obscure cryptozoology journals, careful to present them as speculative research rather than first-hand accounts. Mainstream scientific publications rejected my submissions outright, dismissing the accumulated evidence as anecdotal and unverifiable. In 2010, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line read simply, "I saw it too." The message was from Alan Paston. After nearly 18 years of silence, Rita's boyfriend had found me through my publications. He had been living in Portland, working as an accountant, deliberately distancing himself from anything related to forests or hiking, but he couldn't escape the memories. "I dream about it still," he wrote. "Those eyes watching us from the trees, the way it moved, the way it let us go. Why did it let us go, Martin?" We corresponded regularly after that, sharing our ongoing struggles with what we had witnessed. Alan had sought therapy, but had never revealed the full truth to his therapists, knowing how it would sound. Instead, he processed his trauma through art, creating disturbing paintings of twisted, emaciated forms lurking among trees. He sent me photographs of his work. The images were haunting, not exact representations of what we had seen, but impressionistic renderings that somehow captured the essence of the wrongness we had encountered. "Nobody who sees these knows what they really mean," he wrote, "but painting them helps. It's like I'm extracting the images from my mind, putting them somewhere else so they don't have to live inside me anymore." In 2015, I retired from teaching and moved to a small cabin outside of Boone, North Carolina. The location was deliberate, close enough to the mountains to continue my research, but in an area with substantial human activity, deterring the solitude-seeking creatures I had spent decades documenting. I converted one room of the cabin into what I jokingly called my X-Files office. Walls covered with maps marking incident locations, filing cabinets full of reports, bookshelves lined with every text I could find on unidentified predator species. Greg visited once, shortly after I moved in. He had retired from the Park Service and was living in Tucson, his skin weathered from years in the desert sun. We sat on my porch, drinking beer and looking out at the distant mountains. "You never stopped looking," he observed, nodding toward my research room. "Not sure if that's dedication or obsession." "Is there a difference?" I asked. He laughed, but sobered quickly. "You know, I never saw it again after that night. Not once in all these years. Sometimes I almost convince myself it didn't happen the way I remember." "It happened," I said quietly. Greg nodded, absently rubbing his leg where the scars remained. "Yeah, it happened." We sat in silence for a while, watching the sunset paint the mountains in shades of gold and purple. "What do you think they are?" Greg finally asked. "After all your research all these years, what's your best guess?" I had considered this question countless times, examining every possibility from the scientific to the supernatural. The answer I had arrived at was unsatisfying but honest. "I think they're an adaptation," I said, "something that evolved to fill a specific ecological niche, predators of human beings in wilderness environments, They stay hidden, they're intelligent enough to be selective, and they understand us well enough to hunt us effectively. Greg considered this. That's a terrifying thought, that nature created something specifically designed to prey on us. The wilderness has always been dangerous, I replied. We just thought we understood all the dangers. That conversation with Greg was our last. He died of a heart attack 6 months later, taking his first-hand knowledge of that night to the grave. At his funeral, I met his daughter, a wildlife biologist following in her father's footsteps. She told me he had never spoken about his time at Blackwater Falls, had never explained the scars on his leg beyond vague references to an animal attack. Some secrets are too heavy to share, even with family. Now, in 1992, I'm 62 years old. My hair has gone gray, my joints ache when the weather changes, and I need reading glasses for the endless reports and articles I still collect. But my memory of that night remains crystal clear. The sour smell in the air, the unnatural silence of the forest, those yellow eyes watching from the darkness. I've never returned to Blackwater Falls since that summer day in 1993. I've never needed to. The creatures we encountered, the one that killed Rita and attacked Greg, and others of its kind that I've documented over the decades, aren't confined to any single location. They move through the wilderness like shadows, appearing and disappearing, leaving little evidence of their existence beyond the occasional tragedy attributed to more conventional dangers. Sometimes I wonder if they're spreading, becoming more numerous, or if I'm simply better at recognizing the signs of their presence. Reports come to me more frequently now from a wider geographic range, or perhaps more people are venturing into remote areas, providing more opportunities for encounters. Alan Paston died last year, liver failure, the result of decades of heavy drinking. His sister contacted me after finding my information among his effects. She told me he had been working on a new painting in his final days, his largest and most detailed yet. She sent me a photograph of the unfinished canvas. It showed a forest at twilight with elongated shadows stretching between the trees. Among those shadows were subtle suggestions of forms, emaciated bodies with too long limbs, yellow eyes catching light from an unseen source. In the foreground, a human figure stood with his back to the viewer, unaware of what lurked just beyond his perception. I keep that photograph pinned to my research room wall, a reminder that some things hide in plain sight, visible only to those who have learned to see them. I still hike occasionally, though never alone and never deep into isolated areas. I carry a heavy caliber revolver, though I'm not convinced it would be effective against the creatures I once encountered. Mostly I stay vigilant, watching the spaces between trees, listening for unnatural silences in the forest. Sometimes standing at a scenic overlook with tourists chattering around me, I'll catch a glimpse of something moving just beyond the tree line, a flash of pale, patchy skin, a suggestion of uneven movement. By the time I focus my attention, it's gone, leaving me to question whether it was ever there at all. But I know better. The forests hold secrets deeper and darker than most will ever realize. Predators watch from the shadows, patient and calculating, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And sometimes, for reasons I still don't understand, they let their prey escape, carrying warnings that few will believe and fewer still will heed. As for me, I continue my research, continue collecting reports, continue mapping incidents across an expanding territory. Not because I expect validation or recognition, but because someone needs to remember what happened that September night in Blackwater Falls. Someone needs to know the truth about what waits in the darkness beyond our campfires and trail markers. I am Martin Caldwell, and this is my testimony. Believe it or not as you choose. But if you venture into the deep woods and feel eyes watching from the shadows, if you hear the silence descend like a physical presence, remember my words and run. The mist rolled thick across the Skeena River, a ghostly veil separating the world of men from whatever lay beyond. I'd spent 15 years studying these waters as a fisheries biologist, yet the secrets they held still whispered promises of discovery. Some things aren't meant to be discovered. My name is Akacheta Red Cloud, and back in 2008, I found myself deep in the forests near Prince Rupert, British Columbia. As a member of the Tsimshian Nation, I've always felt a strong connection to the land and its hidden stories. That summer, I decided to take some time off from my job to reconnect with my roots and maybe catch a few salmon the old-fashioned way. My grandmother had passed the previous winter, taking with her stories and traditions I'd been too busy to learn. Her final words to me still echoed, "You've forgotten how to listen to the land, grandson. It speaks, but you no longer hear." The guilt of her disappointment drove me back to our ancestral territories. I loaded up my old pickup truck with camping gear, fishing rods, and enough supplies to last a week. The plan was simple: find a good spot along the Skeena River, set up camp, and enjoy the solitude. My cousin Elijah, who was always up for an adventure, agreed to join me for the first couple of days before he had to head back to work. We drove for hours along winding roads, the dense cedar and spruce trees casting dappled shadows on the gravel path. Elijah cracked jokes about my outdated map-reading skills, pointing out that GPS existed for a reason. "You're like a salmon trying to swim upstream without a clue," he chuckled. "Hey, the journey's half the fun," I shot back. "Besides, technology takes the mystery out of everything." Elijah had embraced modern life more fully than I had. While I straddled the line between our traditions and contemporary science, he worked in tech support, his connection to our heritage limited to weekend powwows and occasional fishing trips. Still, blood called to blood, and when I'd mentioned this trip, he'd jumped at the chance. Eventually, we found a secluded spot by the river, far from any marked trails or campsites. It was perfect. The water ran clear, the air crisp with the scent of pine and earth. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant call of an eagle. "You sure nobody comes out here?" Elijah asked, surveying the pristine shoreline. "Seems too perfect to be undiscovered." "The logging roads don't come this far," I explained, "and it's too remote for most tourists. Only the old-timers know these spots, and they keep them secret." We set up our tents, gathered firewood, and spent the evening swapping stories over a crackling fire. Elijah tried to scare me with tales of forest spirits and ancient curses, but I reminded him that our ancestors respected the land. They didn't fear it. "Still," he said, poking the fire with a stick, sending sparks spiraling into the darkness, "there are things out here that don't care much for humans." "Like mosquitoes," I laughed, swatting at my neck. Yet as night deepened around us, the forest seemed to shift. The shadows grew longer, the darkness more oppressive. The natural sounds, crickets, frogs, the occasional hoot of an owl, fell away, leaving an unnatural silence. "You hear that?" Elijah whispered. "Hear what?" I asked, though I knew exactly what he meant. The absence of sound was deafening. "Nothing," he replied, "absolutely nothing." We both strained our ears, but the forest remained silent, as if holding its breath. Then, just as suddenly, the night creatures resumed their chorus, and we laughed off our momentary unease. The next morning, we decided to try our luck fishing. The salmon were running, and we managed to catch a few good-sized ones by noon. As we cleaned the fish by the riverbank, Elijah noticed something odd. "Hey, Akacheta, check this out," he said, pointing to the opposite bank. Across the river, about 50 yards away, the underbrush looked trampled, as if something large had moved through recently. Broken branches hung at odd angles, and patches of mud bore deep indentations. "Probably a bear," I said, though the track pattern seemed unusually wide. "That's one big bear," Elijah murmured, his voice tight. We decided it was best to be cautious. Bears weren't uncommon in these parts, but it was rare for them to come so close to human activity unless attracted by food. We secured our supplies, making sure nothing was left out that might tempt a curious animal. Elijah had to leave that afternoon, so we said our goodbyes. "Try not to get eaten by any giant bears," he joked, slapping me on the back, though his smile didn't reach his eyes. "I'll do my best," I replied. "Drive safe." As his truck disappeared down the gravel road, I felt a strange sense of isolation wash over me. The forest seemed to close in, the trees looming taller, the shadows deeper. But I brushed it off and spent the rest of the day exploring the area, marking spots that looked promising for fishing or simply taking in the natural beauty. By dusk, I was back at camp, grilling one of the salmon over the fire. The sky turned shades of pink and orange, reflecting off the river like molten metal. It was the kind of evening that made all the mosquito bites worthwhile. And just as I was about to dig into my meal, I heard a sound, a low, throaty rumble coming from the woods behind me. It wasn't the roar of a bear or the howl of a wolf. It was deeper, more resonant, almost like the purr of an enormous cat, but with an edge that raised the hair on the back of my neck. I froze, listening intently. Probably just the wind, I muttered, though the trees stood motionless in the still evening air. I resumed eating, but couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often leaves rustled or twigs snapped, but when I turned to look there was nothing there, just shadows and silence. To calm my nerves, I started humming an old song my grandmother used to sing, a melody that spoke of rivers and mountains and the spirits that dwelled within them. "Talking to yourself already, Akacheta? That's not a good sign," I said aloud, attempting to lighten the mood. Night settled in and the fire began to dwindle. I decided to call it a day and retreated to my tent. Sleep came in fits, interrupted by strange noises that seemed to circle the campsite. At one point, I thought I heard whispering, a soft, unintelligible murmur that sent a chill down my spine. I dreamed of my grandmother that night. She stood by the river, her weathered face solemn. "You shouldn't be here," she said, her voice carried by the wind. "This place belongs to the old ones." "What old ones?" I asked in the dream. But she only shook her head, her eyes reflecting something ancient and fearful. "Some territories are not meant for men," she whispered. "Some guardians do not forgive trespass." I woke with a start, sweat beading on my forehead despite the cool night air. Outside, something moved in the darkness, heavy footfalls circling my camp. I lay perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When the first rays of sunlight pierced through the canopy, I emerged from my tent feeling groggy and uneasy. The dream of my grandmother lingered, her warning echoing in my mind. As I surveyed the campsite, I noticed something alarming. Large footprints in the soft earth around the perimeter. They were unlike anything I'd seen before. Elongated, with 4 distinct toe marks and claw impressions that sank deep into the ground. The stride length was impossible, at least 7 feet between prints. "That's definitely not a bear," I whispered, crouching to examine them more closely. I grabbed my camera and took several photos, using my water bottle for scale. The prints were nearly twice the size of my hand, and I don't have small hands. My mind raced with possibilities. Could it be a prank? Was Elijah messing with me? But the sheer size and depth of the prints made that unlikely. Whatever had made them was heavy, much heavier than a human could simulate. Deciding to investigate, I followed the tracks toward the woods. About 100 yards in, I came across more signs of disturbance. Broken branches, some as thick as my wrist, hung splintered. Tufts of coarse, ash-colored hair caught on bark, and most disturbing, deep gouges in tree trunks, as if something had deliberately marked its territory. Great, now I'm playing detective in a horror movie, I thought, tracing my fingers over the claw marks. They were fresh, the exposed wood still oozing sap. Despite the fear gnawing at my gut, curiosity pushed me forward. I continued deeper into the forest, marking my path with strips of cloth torn from an old bandana. The sounds of the river faded, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to swallow every footstep. The forest changed subtly the further I went. The trees grew older, more gnarled. Moss hung in thick curtains, and the undergrowth thinned, as if nothing dared to grow in this section of the woods. The light took on a strange quality, filtered and gray despite the morning sun. Then I found it, a clearing littered with bones. Some were small, likely from rabbits or foxes, but others were larger, unmistakably from deer. All had been stripped clean, gnaw marks evident on the surface. Some had been arranged in peculiar patterns, almost like symbols or glyphs. In the center of the clearing stood a twisted cedar, older than any I'd seen before. Its trunk was scarred with the same claw marks I'd observed earlier, but these seemed deliberate, forming patterns that nagged at my memory. They resembled the pictographs from our oldest stories, tales of forest guardians and territorial spirits. "Okay, this is getting out of hand," I said, backing away. The air in the clearing felt heavy, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. It smelled wrong, like ozone and wet fur, and something else, something ancient and musty. As I turned to retrace my steps, a sudden movement caught my eye. Between the trees, a massive silhouette moved with unnatural speed. It was quadrupedal, but stood taller than any bear I'd ever encountered, with matted fur the color of ash and muscles that rippled beneath its hide. For a split second I glimpsed its face, a nightmarish blend of wolf and something almost human, with eyes that glowed amber in the dim light. I didn't wait to get a better look. Adrenaline surged as I sprinted back toward camp, my heart hammering against my ribs. The sounds of snapping branches indicated that whatever it was had noticed me and was in pursuit. "Come on, legs, don't fail me now," I gasped, lungs burning as I crashed through underbrush. I could feel it gaining on me, each massive bound closing the distance. The air behind me seemed to vibrate with its growls, deep and resonant, more felt than heard. Bursting into the clearing where my tent stood, I grabbed the essentials, keys, wallet, phone, and dove into my truck. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the accelerator just as a heavy thud shook the vehicle. In the rearview mirror, I glimpsed a massive paw swipe at the tailgate, leaving deep gashes in the metal. "That's going to hurt the resale value," I muttered, trying to steady my trembling hands with gallows humor. The truck fishtailed on the loose gravel as I sped down the winding road, branches whipping against the windows. I didn't slow down, didn't dare look back. My knuckles turned white on the steering wheel as I navigated the treacherous logging roads, barely avoiding ditches and fallen logs. After what felt like an eternity, I reached the main highway. Only then did I allow myself to breathe. My shirt was soaked with sweat and my hands wouldn't stop shaking. In the clear light of day, surrounded by the occasional passing car, what I'd seen seemed impossible. Yet the deep gouges in my truck's tailgate told a different story. I pulled into a gas station on the outskirts of town, where an old man sat on a rocking chair out front, whittling a piece of wood. His weathered face creased further as he took me in. "Looks like you've seen a ghost," he remarked, eyeing me over his glasses. "Something like that," I replied, glancing at the claw marks on my truck. He followed my gaze and nodded slowly, his expression shifting from curiosity to something more solemn. "You've been up near the old logging roads, haven't you? Past where they cut off for the dam project?" "Yeah, just camping by the river," I said cautiously. "You're not the first to come back with stories," he said, his knife pausing mid-carve. "And you won't be the last." "Do you know what's out there?" I pressed. He paused, considering me for a moment. His eyes, rheumy with age, seemed to look through me rather than at me. "Legends talk about the Gatsi," he finally said, his voice dropping to just above a whisper. "A guardian of the forest, ancient and fierce. It's said to hunt those who trespass too deep." "Well, I think I met your legend," I said, rubbing my temples. He shrugged. "Could be. Or maybe you just stumbled upon something that doesn't like visitors. Either way, count yourself lucky. Not everyone drives back out of those woods." His words sent a fresh wave of unease washing over me. I thanked him and decided to head back to the city, leaving my camping gear behind. Some things weren't worth retrieving. Curiosity gnawed at me that night. Safe in my apartment, with the sounds of the city providing a comforting barrier between me and the wilderness, I uploaded the photos of the footprints and the gouges in the trees. The claw marks on my truck tailgate were unmistakable, 4 parallel gashes that cut deep into the metal. I scoured the internet for any information that could explain what I'd seen. Hours of searching led me down rabbit holes of folklore and cryptozoology. The descriptions of the Gatsi matched closely, a massive wolf-like creature said to protect the deepest parts of the forest. Some accounts described it as a shapeshifter, able to appear as a massive wolf, a bear, or even assume a more humanoid form to lure trespassers deeper into its territory. "Great, attacked by a myth," I scoffed, but the tremble in my voice betrayed my feigned skepticism. The Gatsi appeared primarily in Tsimshian legends, described as a territorial spirit, tasked with protecting sacred lands from human encroachment. According to the stories, it targeted those who took more than they needed or showed disrespect to the forest. "But I didn't do any of that," I muttered to the empty room. Then I stumbled upon reports of missing persons in the area. Hikers, hunters, campers, all vanished without a trace over the past decade. Most disappearances were attributed to exposure, animal attacks, or simply getting lost in the vast wilderness. But the pattern was unsettling. Most had disappeared within a 15-mile radius of where I'd camped. One article mentioned remains found in remote clearings, bones stripped clean, arranged in patterns described as ritualistic. The authorities had attributed it to predator activity and the scattering of bones by scavengers. But I'd seen those patterns myself. They weren't random. A chill settled over me as I connected the dots. I wasn't just a trespasser. I was prey who had narrowly escaped becoming part of the legend. Sleep eluded me that night. Every creak in my apartment building, every distant siren or car horn made me jolt. I kept seeing those amber eyes, that massive silhouette moving with impossible speed between the trees. The next day I contacted the local authorities to report what I'd found. They listened politely but seemed skeptical. "Lots of wildlife out there," the officer said, leaning back in his chair. "Bears, wolves, it could be anything." "With all due respect, I've worked in these forests for years," I insisted, showing him the photos. This was different. He glanced at them briefly, his expression one of professional indulgence. "These could be from any large predator, and the damage to your truck, well, bears have been known to cause property damage when they smell food. And the clearing, the bones arranged in patterns, probably just appeared that way. The mind plays tricks when you're alone in the wilderness," he said dismissively. "I'll file the report, but without concrete evidence, there's not much we can do." Frustrated, I decided to let it go. Maybe it was better left alone. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, especially those protected by teeth and claws. A week later, I got a call from Elijah. "Hey, did you hear about those 2 guys who went missing near where you were camping?" he asked, his voice tense. My stomach dropped. "No, what happened?" "Couple of fishermen. Their boat was found downstream, but no sign of them. Authorities are searching the area." I knew then that whatever lurked in those woods was real and dangerous. People were disappearing and no one was taking it seriously. "You think it's connected to what we saw?" Elijah asked. "Those tracks?" "I don't know," I lied, unwilling to burden him with my suspicions. "Probably just an accident." But I couldn't leave it alone. That night I dreamed of my grandmother again. She stood in the clearing of bones, her expression grave. "You've seen it now," she said. "The Gotsi doesn't forget a face." "What does it want?" I asked. "It wants what has always been its right, to protect what belongs to it." I woke with a start, her words echoing in my mind. On impulse, I reached out to Dr. Eleanor Whitefeather, an anthropologist specializing in indigenous folklore, who had come to speak at the fisheries department the previous year. I sent her the photos and a detailed account of what I'd experienced. Feeling a sense of responsibility, I compiled all my findings, the photos, the articles about missing persons, my own account, and sent them to her, hoping for some insight. A few days passed before I received a response. "Thank you for the information," the email read. "Your experience aligns with multiple reports we've received from the region. The Gotsi is one of several guardian entities in indigenous folklore that have seen an uptick in sightings as development encroaches on previously untouched areas. We advise against returning to that area. Further investigation is underway." That was it. No dramatic revelations, no team of experts swooping in to save the day. Just a polite acknowledgement and a warning. She included several academic papers on territorial spirits in Pacific Northwest indigenous cultures, along with a request to use my account anonymously in her research. I agreed, hoping it might help prevent others from experiencing what I had, or worse. Life went on. I returned to work trying to focus on mundane tasks: water quality assessments, salmon population counts, environmental impact studies. But every so often I'd catch myself glancing toward the distant mountains, wondering if the Gotsi was watching, waiting for its next unsuspecting victim. The dreams continued, becoming more vivid. In them, I would find myself back in that clearing, surrounded by bones and ancient trees. Sometimes my grandmother was there, sometimes I was alone, but always watching from the shadows were those amber eyes. One evening, as I was locking up the office, I noticed a small package on my desk. There was no return address, no indication of how it had gotten past security. Inside was a carved wooden figurine, a depiction of the creature I'd seen, down to the elongated limbs and ash-colored fur. The craftsmanship was exquisite, each detail rendered with painstaking accuracy. A note accompanied it: "Respect the guardians, and they may spare you." "Well, that's comforting," I muttered, turning the carving over in my hands. The wood was cedar, old and dark with age. It had been polished smooth, except for the creature's eyes, which had been inlaid with some sort of amber-colored stone that caught the light with an unsettling gleam. I placed the carving on a shelf at home, a reminder of the mysteries that still lingered in the wild places of the world. Who had sent it? How did they know about my encounter? The questions multiplied, but answers remained elusive. Weeks later, news broke of a logging company granted permission to clear sections of the forest near where I'd camped. Protests erupted from local indigenous groups and environmental activists. But the plans moved forward. The company, Northwest Timber, promised sustainable practices and minimal environmental impact. I followed the news with growing unease. My dreams became more intense, filled with warning and foreboding. In one particularly vivid nightmare, I saw the clearing transformed, trees uprooted, the sacred cedar toppled, machines tearing into the earth. And watching from the edge of destruction, the Gotsi, its amber eyes reflecting flames. I woke gasping, the dream so real I could smell diesel fumes and burning wood. That same day, reports began to surface of equipment malfunctions at the Northwest Timber Works site. Chainsaws failed inexplicably, hydraulic lines burst, engines seized. Then came the accidents. A worker severely injured when a tree fell in an impossible direction. Another hospitalized after claiming something had tried to drag him into the underbrush during a night shift. Tools went missing, found later arranged in those same ritualistic patterns I'd seen in the clearing. Some workers claimed to hear unsettling noises, whispers in the dark, footsteps circling their temporary housing units. A few quit on the spot, refusing to return. It seemed that the Gotsi, or whatever it was, wasn't pleased with the encroachment. "It's defending its territory," I murmured to myself, standing before the wooden carving one evening. The amber eyes seemed to glint in agreement. The final straw came when a night watchman disappeared. His flashlight was found the next morning, the beam still on, pointing toward the deeper woods. A search party followed his presumed path and discovered his clipboard nearly a mile into the forest. Beyond that, nothing. In the end, Northwest Timber pulled out, citing unforeseen complications and hostile working conditions. The forest was left untouched, at least for the time being. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was somehow connected to these events. The timing, the logging company's arrival so soon after my encounter, seemed too coincidental. Had I triggered something by trespassing into the Gotsi's territory? Or had it always been there, watching and waiting for threats to its domain? Driven by a need to understand, I delved deeper into Tsimshian lore, consulting with elders who still remembered the old stories. Most were reluctant to speak of the Gotsi directly, referring to it only as the guardian or the forest's teeth. But one elder, a woman named Sarah, whose eyes reminded me of my grandmother's, was more forthcoming. "The Gotsi isn't evil," she explained, her weathered hands wrapped around a mug of tea. "It's a protector tasked with safeguarding sacred places from those who would desecrate them." "But it kills," I said. "So does a bear if you corner it. So does a river in flood. Nature isn't cruel or kind. It simply is." She studied me over her glasses. "You saw it, didn't you?" I nodded, unable to deny it. "And yet you live," she murmured, almost to herself. "It chose to let you go. Why? Perhaps because you took only what you needed. Perhaps because your blood carries memories of respect for the old ways." She shrugged. "Or perhaps you were simply lucky. The Gotsi's thoughts are not for us to know." Her words stayed with me, a puzzle I couldn't quite solve. As the months passed, I chose to stick closer to home, finding solace in urban parks and city life. The pull of the wild still called to me, but I knew better than to venture uninvited into territories guarded by ancient forces. I kept the carving on my shelf, a reminder of how thin the veil between our world and the unknown truly is. Sometimes late at night I could swear the amber eyes followed me across the room, and the shadow it cast seemed larger than it should be. After months of research and piecing together local legends, I discovered that the Gotsi was indeed more than just a myth. It was a protector with a name rooted in Tsimshian lore, tasked with safeguarding the sanctity of the land from those who would exploit it. Its motivations weren't malicious, but stemmed from a primal duty to maintain balance, The bones, the patterns, they weren't random acts of violence, but warnings. Messages written in the only language the Gotsi knew, telling humans to keep their distance. I sometimes wonder if others have seen what I saw, felt what I felt, if they carry the same knowledge that I do, that in the deepest parts of the wilderness, where the old growth stands untouched and shadows move with purpose, something ancient still holds dominion. My grandmother used to say that wisdom comes from knowing where boundaries lie. Some thresholds are not meant to be crossed, some territories not meant for human feet. The modern world has forgotten these truths, but the Gotsi remembers, and so do I. At least now I understood the rules of the game and the importance of knowing when to walk away. Some mysteries are better left untouched, some guardians better left unprovoking. But on certain nights, when the wind carries whispers from the distant mountains, I still find myself drawn to the window, looking out toward the forest. And sometimes, just sometimes, I imagine I see amber eyes looking back. I remember the chill in the air, thick enough to almost crackle as I trekked through the forest. I'd been living up there for a few months, guiding tours in the Yukon wilderness for city folks wanting to see the real outdoors. Always thought it was funny how they'd stumble over a root, slap at a mosquito, then snap 100 pictures as if they'd conquered Everest. I liked the job, though. It kept me moving, away from everything I left behind back east. The name's Everett Lang, and this all went down back in 1989, just outside Whitehorse in the Yukon. I'd taken a position with Northern Frontier Expeditions after leaving my life in Toronto behind, along with the broken engagement and drinking problem that had nearly consumed me. The wilderness was my rehab, my penance, and eventually my salvation. Or so I thought. It was late September and the days were getting shorter. The leaves had begun their transformation, patches of yellow and crimson spreading through the evergreens like slow-burning flames. During the day, the forest was magnificent. At night, it became something else entirely. I'd taken a small group up near Fish Lake, an area locals warned had its share of odd incidents if you listened to them. Talk of strange animals, sightings of 2 big bears with legs longer than they should be, hikers going missing only to turn up miles away with no memory of how they got there. I figured it was all tall tales, and if there's one thing I knew, it was how to ignore wild stories. After all, I'd spent the past 6 months telling myself I was fine, that leaving everything behind had been the right call. This group was one of those self-reliant types from Vancouver, the kind that thinks wilderness is a walk in the park. There were 5 of them, all decked out in gear fresher than a pack of gum, with a couple of knives clipped on like accessories. Roy Harmon was the self-appointed leader, tall, lanky, with a perpetual smirk that suggested he knew better than me despite this being his first time north of the 60th parallel. His girlfriend, Melissa Chen, was quieter but just as confident, with a geology background that she mentioned at every opportunity. The Morrison brothers, Sam and David, were identical twins in their early 30s who finished each other's sentences and shared an annoying habit of second-guessing my directions. Then there was Naomi Jackson, a photographer who seemed genuinely interested in the landscape, the only one who asked thoughtful questions about the area's history. They joked about survival as if they'd mastered it by watching a few cable TV shows, so I decided to let them have their fun. They'd paid for the authentic experience after all. Lang, you ever seen one of those Yukon grizzlies up close? Roy asked as we hiked the final stretch toward our camping spot, a clearing I'd used dozens of times before. Close enough, I replied, not wanting to embellish the way some guides did. And it's not something you want to experience firsthand. I'm sure I could handle it, Roy said, patting the hunting knife on his belt. The twins nodded in agreement, and I suppressed a laugh. That toy wouldn't do much against a motivated grizzly except maybe clean under its claws after it was done with them. We reached the clearing by mid-afternoon. Fish Lake shimmered about half a mile to the east, visible through breaks in the trees. The mountains rose like sentinels in the distance, their snow-capped peaks catching the slanting sunlight. Everyone set up your tents in this area, I instructed, indicating the flatter ground. Keep food secured in the bear canisters I gave you, and remember nothing scented in your tents. No food, no toothpaste, no deodorant. While they fumbled with tent poles and guy lines, I took a moment to survey our surroundings. The forest seemed normal enough, spruce and pine standing like silent watchers, the occasional birch adding contrast. But something felt off, a subtle wrongness I couldn't quite place. Old Jim Nakai, one of the local Tagish elders who occasionally shared drinks with the guides, had warned me about Fish Lake last spring. "That place has old darkness," he'd said, eyes fixed somewhere beyond the bar's grimy window. "Our people don't camp there, not since before my grandfather's time." I dismissed it then. Every patch of wilderness had its ghost stories. By the time we set up camp, it was evening. The sun dipped early over the mountains, leaving the sky painted in bruised purples and yellows. I was setting up my tent when I heard something, a low rustling sound just past the clearing. Didn't think much of it. There's plenty of animals around, especially deer and the odd fox. Roy laughed, saying he'd heard it too and was sure it was some sort of Yukon beast coming to get us. "Better check your sleeping bag before you crawl in tonight, Lang," he called out. "Might find something with teeth waiting for you." We all had a laugh about it, and as darkness fell, the forest around us quieted down. The crackling of the fire became the only sound filling the space where our chatter had been. It was peaceful, and as someone who spent more nights under the stars than under a roof, I was used to this. But tonight felt different, like something was holding its breath, waiting. After dinner, freeze-dried meals that the group complained about despite my warnings, we sat around the fire. The usual campfire stories emerged. Urban legends, ghost encounters, the occasional tall tale about wilderness survival. "You must have some stories, Lang," David Morrison prompted. "All this time in the bush, you've got to have seen some weird shit." I shrugged, poking at the fire with a stick. "Nature's strange enough without embellishment." "Come on," Roy insisted, cracking open another beer. "Give us something. What's the creepiest thing you've seen out here?" I hesitated, then decided to share the story Jim Nakai had told me, figuring it would satisfy their appetite for local color. "The Tagish people call this area the Place of Long Shadows," I began, not entirely sure if that was accurate, but knowing it sounded good. "They say there's something that lives in these woods, something that was here before humans. Not quite animal, not quite spirit. They call it Sabin Daji, the Long Walker." Naomi leaned forward, her face flickering in the firelight. "What's it supposed to look like?" "Jim, the elder who told me, said it looks like whatever it needs to. Sometimes a wolf, sometimes a bear, but always wrong somehow, like it's wearing a costume it doesn't quite understand." Roy snorted. "Classic indigenous folktale. No offense, but every culture has these stories to keep kids from wandering off alone." "Maybe," I conceded. "But Jim also said that in the 1950s, a whole hunting party disappeared near here. 7 men. They only found their empty truck and a trail of blood leading into the woods. This was a complete fabrication, but it had the desired effect." The smirk faded from Roy's face, and even the Morrison brothers exchanged glances. "They say that Sebendaji doesn't just kill," I continued, lowering my voice. "It collects, takes pieces of its victims to better understand them, to better become them." A long silence followed, broken only by the pop and hiss of the fire. "Well," Melissa finally said, her voice slightly higher than normal, "good thing we've got you to protect us, Lang." The group laughed, the tension broken, but I noticed how they shifted closer to the fire, how their eyes occasionally darted toward the darkness beyond our little circle of light. Roy and the others had a few more drinks and eventually dozed off around the fire, their snores merging with the night sounds. I stayed up a little longer, mostly out of habit. That's when I heard it again. A louder sound, more deliberate, as if something big was moving through the underbrush. I got up slowly, peering into the dark edges of the forest, trying to catch sight of anything unusual. The firelight cast shadows that jumped and twisted with the flames, but nothing seemed out of place. Just as I was about to settle back down, I saw it. A flash of movement, something low and fast slipping between the trees. It was too big for a fox, too fast for a bear, and it moved in a way I can only compare to a massive cat, sleek and purposeful. I thought maybe a mountain lion had wandered down from the higher peaks, but the way it moved was all wrong. Without thinking, I moved a little closer, trying to get a better look. My eyes strained in the darkness, and I felt a shiver as I saw it again, this time closer. It had a shape like a wolf, but bigger, with long limbs that moved in a disturbingly fluid motion, like it was slinking across the ground. I swallowed hard, reminding myself that animals are just animals, and that there's an explanation for everything in nature. But then I noticed the sound, a strange, raspy breathing, deep and unnatural, like it had come from something that wasn't used to breathing at all. It sent a chill down my spine that I tried to shake off, but every instinct I had was screaming at me to wake the others, to get us out of there. Instead, I went back to the fire, and when I glanced behind me, whatever it was had vanished into the night. The night stretched on, and I tried to get some sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, I heard that same breathing, like it was just outside my tent, listening. I checked a few times but saw nothing, so I eventually convinced myself it was just nerves. The story I'd made up had gotten to me more than I cared to admit. I must have drifted off eventually because I woke to the sound of Melissa's voice, sharp with concern. "Has anyone seen Roy?" she was asking, standing in the center of the camp with her arms wrapped around herself against the morning chill. I checked my watch, just past 7. The sun was up, but the mist clung to the ground, transforming the familiar landscape into something ethereal and strange. "Maybe he went to take a leak," Sam Morrison suggested, emerging from his tent with sleep-tousled hair. "He's been gone since before dawn," Melissa said. "I woke up and he wasn't in the tent. I thought he was just, but he never came back." I climbed out of my sleeping bag, a sinking feeling in my gut. Did anyone hear anything during the night? They shook their heads, and I tried to ignore the memory of that raspy breathing, the glimpse of something moving just beyond the firelight. I thought Roy was just wandering off, probably trying to prove himself as the big survivalist he kept talking about. But when an hour passed with no sign of him, I knew something was wrong. The group was panicked, whispering that maybe he'd fallen into a ravine or gotten lost. "He wouldn't just wander off," Melissa insisted, her earlier composure cracking. "Not without telling someone, not without his backpack." She gestured to Roy's pack, still propped against a tree where he'd left it the night before. I took 2 of the guys with me to search around, leaving the others at camp. We spread out, calling his name, pushing through the undergrowth and looking for any sign of him. That's when I saw it, a trail of broken branches and disturbed leaves leading deeper into the woods. And scattered along the trail were bits of something, dark patches on the leaves and shreds of what looked like fabric, a torn strip of green nylon, the same color as Roy's jacket. "Over here," I called to the Morrison brothers, who converged on my position. "Is that blood?" David asked, pointing to the dark stains. I nodded, keeping my voice steady. "Could be. Could also be berry juice or mud. Let's follow it and see." We kept moving, and the patches grew more frequent, leading us to a small clearing. That's when we found him. Well, what was left of him. Roy's body was torn apart, almost unrecognizable, like he'd been mauled by some wild animal. But this was worse than any bear attack I'd seen. It looked like whatever had attacked him had done so with purpose, tearing through him in a way that wasn't just feeding. It was almost like it had been done out of rage. The other 2 guys stared, pale and silent, as I forced myself to look closer, trying to figure out what could have done this. But there were no bite marks, no signs of claws, just torn flesh and broken bones, as if he'd been ripped apart by something that didn't care about hunting or eating, just destruction. "Jesus Christ," Sam whispered, turning away to vomit into the underbrush. David just stared, his face blank with shock. What could do that to a person?" I shook my head, the image of that long-limbed shape from the night before flashing in my mind. "I don't know. But I did know somehow, or at least I felt it. This wasn't a bear or a wolf or any natural predator. This was something else entirely." We backed away, and I told them we had to get back to camp and radio for help. They nodded, still in shock, as we made our way back. The whole time I felt that thing lurking, watching us, moving just out of sight. The trees felt too close, the shadows too dark, and that breathing, the same sound from last night, followed us all the way back. Back at camp, the remaining group members were huddled together, fear etched into their faces. I didn't tell them exactly what we'd seen, only that we needed to leave now. They didn't argue. Everyone could feel the wrongness in the air, like the forest itself had turned against us. "What about Roy?" Melissa asked, her voice small. We found him, I said, choosing my words carefully. There's been an accident. We need to radio for help and get out of here. An accident? She repeated, her expression sharpening. What kind of accident? I hesitated, then decided they deserved the truth, or at least part of it. It looks like an animal attack. A bad one. Melissa's hand flew to her mouth. Is he? I nodded grimly. I'm sorry. She crumpled, a keening sound escaping her that seemed to echo through the trees. Naomi moved to comfort her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. What kind of animal? David asked, his voice hollow. I shook my head. I'm not sure, but we need to move, now. As we packed up, one of the girls screamed, pointing to a spot just beyond the camp. There, half hidden in the shadows, was the creature. It was hunched low, its limbs too long and too thin, its body covered in a patchy dark fur. Its face, well, it didn't look like any animal I'd ever seen. It was a distorted, almost human-like face, but stretched and twisted, like something that was trying to mimic humanity and failing miserably. The thing moved closer, and that's when I saw its teeth, long, jagged, and uneven, sticking out at odd angles like they'd been crammed in without any order. Its mouth stretched too wide, almost grinning, and I realized with horror that it was looking right at me. Without thinking, I grabbed the flare gun from my pack, the one piece of emergency gear I hadn't had to use until now. I aimed and fired, the flare shooting through the trees, lighting up the clearing in an eerie red glow. The creature flinched, its body twisting as it shrank back into the darkness. But it didn't run. It stood there watching us, that twisted grin frozen on its face. We didn't wait to see if it would come back. We grabbed our gear and took off down the trail, moving as fast as we could, half stumbling, half running. The thing didn't follow, but the whole way down I could feel it there, just beyond the trees, tracking us, waiting. We hadn't made it half a mile before the first drops of rain began to fall, pattering against the pine needles above us. Within minutes, it had transformed into a downpour, the kind of sudden mountain storm that can turn trails into muddy rivers in no time. We need to keep moving, I shouted over the rain, gesturing for the group to follow me. The Morrison brothers were helping Melissa, who seemed to be in shock, her movements mechanical and her eyes vacant. Naomi trudged behind them, clutching her camera bag to her chest like a shield. The rain had turned the path treacherous, and visibility had dropped to almost nothing. I knew these woods well, but in these conditions even I could get disoriented. The ranger station was a good 15 miles away, a full day's hike in good weather, and this was anything but. We need shelter, David called out, his voice nearly lost in the hammering rain. Melissa can't keep going like this. I hesitated, torn between the need to keep moving and the reality of our situation. The creature, whatever it was, hadn't followed us, at least not that I could see. And in this weather we risked hypothermia or injury if we pushed too hard. There's an old trapper's cabin about 2 miles from here, I finally said. If we can make it there, we can regroup and try to radio out. The relief on their faces was palpable, and we adjusted our course, heading east toward where I knew the cabin stood. The rain continued its assault, and the forest around us seemed to press in closer, the trees looming like dark sentinels. That's when I first noticed it. A subtle change in the atmosphere, like the air itself was growing thicker. The sound of the rain seemed to muffle, becoming distant and hollow, as if we were hearing it through water. Do you feel that? Naomi asked suddenly, stopping in her tracks. I nodded, scanning the surrounding forest. Nothing moved except the rain-lashed branches, but that feeling of being watched had returned, stronger than before. We're almost there, I lied, knowing we still had at least a mile to go. Keep moving. We pressed on, but the sense of wrongness grew with each step. The forest had gone quiet beneath the rain. No birds, no rustling of small animals, just the steady drumming of water on leaves and our labored breathing. Sam Morrison suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on something ahead. What's that? I followed his line of sight and felt my blood turn to ice. There, hanging from a branch about 20 feet ahead, was a strip of fabric, bright green, unmistakably from Roy's jacket. It's nothing, I said quickly. Just trash someone left behind. But Sam was already moving toward it, as if drawn by some morbid curiosity. That's Roy's, he insisted. I'm sure of it. Sam, get back here, I called. but he continued forward, reaching up to examine the scrap of fabric. That's when we heard it. That same raspy breathing from the night before, but closer now, almost on top of us. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, filling the air like a physical presence. Sam froze, his hand still extended toward the fabric. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. And then we saw it. Not through the trees this time, but above them. The creature was moving through the canopy, its elongated limbs wrapping around branches with disturbing grace. It paused directly above Sam, that grotesque parody of a face tilted in what almost looked like curiosity. "Sam, don't move," I said, my voice barely audible even to myself. But it was too late. The thing dropped from the trees, a blur of dark fur and extended limbs. Sam had time for one short, strangled scream before it was on him, those twisted arms wrapping around him like a grotesque embrace. I raised the flare gun again, but they were already moving away, the creature dragging Sam deeper into the forest with unnatural speed. His screams faded, replaced by a wet, tearing sound that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. David fell to his knees, a broken wail escaping him as he watched his twin brother vanish into the rain-soaked forest. Melissa and Naomi stood frozen, their faces masks of horror. "We have to go," I said, grabbing David's arm and hauling him to his feet. "Now!" He resisted at first, still staring at the spot where Sam had disappeared. But then something seemed to break inside him, and he allowed himself to be led away. We ran then, all pretense of caution abandoned, splashing through mud and underbrush, driven by pure animal fear. The cabin appeared ahead like a mirage, a small, weathered structure that had probably stood for half a century. I practically shoved everyone inside, slamming the door behind us and throwing the old iron bolt across it. The single room was dusty but dry, with a small wood stove in one corner and a few rickety chairs scattered about. A ham radio sat on a makeshift desk near the only window, its presence almost miraculous in our desperate situation. "Everyone away from the windows," I ordered, moving to the radio and flipping switches with shaking hands. The ancient machine hummed to life, static filling the small space. "This is Everett Lang with Northern Frontier Expeditions," I spoke into the microphone. "We have an emergency situation at Grid 7B near Fish Lake. 2 tourists down, requesting immediate evacuation. Over." Static answered me, broken occasionally by fragments of voices too distorted to understand. "Repeat, this is Everett Lang. We have a situation at Fish Lake. 2 tourists down, unknown predator in the area. Need immediate assistance. Over." More static, then finally a broken response. "Hear you. Position. Weather conditions. Unable to." The signal faded back to white noise, and I slammed my hand on the desk in frustration. "What's happening?" Naomi asked, her voice trembling. "What was that thing?" I shook my head, unwilling to voice the thoughts forming in my mind. Some kind of predator, maybe a bear with rabies or something. "That was not a bear," David said flatly, his eyes vacant. "You saw it. We all saw it." Melissa hadn't spoken since we'd found Roy's remains, but now she looked up, her face streaked with tears and rain. "It's the thing you told us about, isn't it? The long walker." I wanted to deny it, to explain it away with logic and reason, but the words wouldn't come, because deep down, I knew she was right. The story I'd fabricated around the campfire had somehow manifested in these woods, hunting us with terrible purpose. "We need to barricade the door and windows," I said instead, avoiding the question. "Use whatever you can find." As we worked, pushing furniture against the door and boarding up the single window with loose planks we found in a corner, I couldn't shake the feeling that our efforts were futile. Whatever that thing was, it had already demonstrated strength far beyond any natural creature. A few chairs and planks wouldn't stop it if it decided to come in. Night fell, and with it came a heavy silence. The rain had stopped, leaving behind a thick mist that curled around the cabin like spectral fingers. We huddled in the center of the room, a single lantern casting long shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. "We should take shifts," I suggested. 2 sleep, 2 keep watch." No one argued. David and Melissa took the first rest, though I doubted either would actually sleep after what they'd witnessed. Naomi and I sat facing the door, listening to the oppressive silence outside. "What do you think it wants?" she whispered after a long while. I considered the question, thinking of the way it had looked at me in the clearing, that almost conscious malice in its gaze. I don't know, but it's not hunting for food. Then what? I shook my head. In all my time up here, I've never seen anything like it. The locals have stories, but I trailed off, remembering Jim Nakai's warning. Had he known something real was out there all along? The Long Walker, Naomi murmured. You said it collects pieces of its victims to become them. I nodded grimly. That's the story. She was silent for a moment, then asked, Do you think it can be killed? Before I could answer, a sound from outside froze the blood in my veins, that same raspy breathing right outside the cabin wall. It moved slowly around the perimeter, pausing at each boarded window, each crack in the aged wood. Then came a new sound, a low, guttural mimicry of human speech, as if something was trying to form words with a mouth not designed for language. Ever et, it rasped, the syllables drawn out and distorted. Ever et lang. Naomi's hand clamped over her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. David and Melissa were awake now, sitting rigid in their makeshift beds. It knows your name, David whispered, his voice barely audible. I nodded, a terrible understanding dawning. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't just some mindless predator. It was intelligent, and it had chosen me specifically. The scratching began then, long talons dragging across the wooden walls of the cabin. Slow at first, almost exploratory, then more insistent, searching for weakness. We sat in paralyzed silence as the creature circled the cabin again and again, occasionally calling my name in that horrible approximation of speech. Hours passed this way, the scratching sometimes stopping only to resume moments later in a different location. Just before dawn, it finally ceased. The forest outside grew quiet, and we collectively exhaled, though none of us believed for a moment that the thing was truly gone. We need to make a run for it, I said as the first gray light filtered through the cracks in the boarded window. The station is still about 13 miles from here. If we move fast, we might make it before dark. No one seemed eager to leave the relative safety of the cabin, but we all knew staying wasn't an option. The radio had failed to produce any more coherent signals overnight, and our food supplies were limited. We gathered our things in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. I checked the flare gun. 2 flares left. Not much of a defense, but better than nothing. As I reached for the door bolt, Melissa suddenly spoke. It's still out there. I paused, hand hovering over the iron. How do you know? She shook her head, her eyes distant. I can feel it. Waiting. I wanted to dismiss her words as the product of trauma and fear, but something in her tone gave me pause. That same wrongness I'd felt in the forest seemed to permeate the air, a heaviness that pressed against my skin like a physical touch. But we couldn't stay, that much was certain. Stay close, I instructed, throwing back the bolt and easing the door open. The morning mist still clung to the ground, transforming the familiar landscape into something alien and threatening. I stepped out first, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed that raspy, unnatural breath. But the feeling of being watched remained, a constant pressure at the back of my neck. We moved away from the cabin in tight formation, each step careful and measured. The ground was still muddy from the previous day's rain, making progress slow. We'd barely gone 50 yards when Naomi gasped. Look! Hanging from the trees ahead were more scraps of fabric, not just Roy's green jacket this time, but strips of plaid from what had been Sam's shirt. They formed a macabre path leading deeper into the forest, away from the trail we needed to follow. It's trying to lead us off track, I said. Ignore it. But even as the words left my mouth, I heard that voice again, carried on the morning mist. Ev-er-et, it called, the sound seeming to come from multiple directions at once. Fall-ow. Don't listen to it, I hissed, urging the group forward along our original path. Keep moving. We pushed on, the voice continuing its eerie call behind us. The scraps of clothing appeared ahead of us now, no matter which way we turned, as if the creature was herding us like cattle. David suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Sam? He whispered. I followed his line of sight and saw a figure standing among the trees, just visible through the mist. It had Sam's general shape and height, but something was wrong. The proportions slightly off, the stance unnatural. "That's not Sam," I said firmly, grabbing David's arm as he took a step toward the figure. "David, listen to me. That is not your brother." But he wasn't listening anymore. Something had broken in him, the trauma of losing his twin too much to bear. With surprising strength, he wrenched free of my grip and ran toward the figure, calling his brother's name. "David, stop!" I shouted. But he was already disappearing into the mist, the false image of his brother receding before him like a lure. His scream came moments later, short, cut off, followed by that wet, tearing sound we'd heard when Sam was taken. "Run!" I yelled, grabbing Melissa and Naomi by their arms and pulling them in the opposite direction. "Don't look back." We ran blindly through the forest, the mist swirling around us, disorienting and thick. Behind us, that rasping breath grew closer, hunting us with the patience of something that had all the time in the world. The day stretched into a nightmare of narrow escapes and growing dread. Each time we thought we'd lost the creature, it would appear again, sometimes ahead of us, sometimes to the sides, herding us in directions we didn't want to go. It was toying with us, I realized, a cat playing with mice before the inevitable kill. By mid-afternoon, exhaustion had set in. Melissa moved like a sleepwalker, her face blank and her movements sluggish. Naomi wasn't much better, jumping at every sound and constantly looking over her shoulder. We needed shelter again, somewhere to regroup and rest. The ranger station was still at least 8 miles away by my estimation, and we wouldn't make it before nightfall. "There's an old mining operation ahead," I told them, recalling the area from previous expeditions. "Abandoned in the 70s, but the structures should still be sound." They nodded mutely, too tired to question or protest. We altered our course slightly, heading northwest, toward where I knew the mine entrance stood. The facility appeared through the trees as the sun began its descent, a collection of weathered buildings surrounding the dark mouth of the mine itself. Chain-link fence, rusted and sagging in places, encircled the compound. "We'll hole up in the foreman's office," I said, pointing to a small building near the mine entrance. "It's the most secure structure." We made our way through a gap in the fence and approached the building. The door hung partially open, its lock long since broken by other visitors. Inside, dust covered everything, but the structure was sound, concrete walls and a metal roof, with small windows set high in the walls. "Help me secure the door," I instructed, and Naomi moved to assist me in dragging an old metal desk in front of it. Melissa sat heavily in a corner, her vacant stare fixed on nothing. "She's in shock," Naomi whispered, nodding toward the other woman. "We need to keep her warm." I nodded, shrugging off my jacket and draping it over Melissa's shoulders. She didn't react, continuing to stare at the wall as if it held some answer to all of this. As darkness fell, the temperature dropped dramatically. I managed to get a small fire going in an old metal trash can, providing both warmth and light. We huddled around it, the shadows dancing on the concrete walls. "What is that thing?" Naomi finally asked, breaking the long silence. "Really?" I hesitated, gathering my thoughts. "I don't know exactly, but I've been thinking about what Jim, the Tagish elder, told me. Not just the campfire story I made up, but what he actually said." I paused, remembering our conversation in that dimly lit bar. He told me that long before Europeans came to the Yukon, his people knew there were places where the border between worlds was thin. Places where things could slip through from somewhere else. "Another dimension?" Naomi asked, her scientific skepticism warring with the reality of what we'd witnessed. "Maybe. Or maybe it's been here all along, hiding in the shadows, in the places humans don't go." I stared into the flames, thinking. Jim said his people believe these creatures can take the form of those they kill. Not perfectly, but enough to lure others. "Like it did with Sam," Naomi murmured. I nodded grimly. "The elders call it skin thieving. They take more than just life. They take identity, memories, enough to mimic their victims and lure more prey." Melissa suddenly spoke, her voice flat and distant. "It's been here for centuries, waiting, watching, learning." We both turned to look at her, startled by her words after hours of silence. "Melissa?" Naomi said gently. "What do you mean?" Her eyes remained fixed on some middle distance, unfocused. "I can feel it inside my head. It's curious. It wants to know what we are, how we think, what we fear." She blinked slowly. "It's old. So old. And patient." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the night air. Melissa, try to block it out. Whatever connection you're feeling, try to shut it down. She shook her head slightly. It's already in. Has been since Roy. It touched him first, and now it can touch all of us. Telepathy? Naomi whispered, incredulous despite everything. Not exactly, Melissa continued in that same flat tone. More like contamination. It spreads like a disease from victim to victim until it knows everything about them. Then it can wear them. Wear them, I repeated, the words leaving a foul taste in my mouth. Melissa nodded slowly. Like clothes, but not just the outside. The inside too, thoughts, feelings, memories. Her eyes finally focused, meeting mine with terrifying clarity. It knows your name, Everett, because it pulled it from Roy's mind, and it knows why you're here running from your past in the wilderness. I felt the blood drain from my face. I'd never told the group about my reasons for coming to the Yukon, never mentioned the broken engagement or the drinking. It's coming, Melissa said suddenly, her gaze shifting to the door. It's almost here. As if on cue, that now familiar, raspy breathing emerged from the darkness outside, echoing against the concrete walls of the small building. The scratching followed, long talons dragging across metal and stone, searching for a way in. Everett, it called, the voice more human than before, as if it were perfecting its mimicry with each encounter. Let me in, Everett, like you let me in before. Naomi looked at me, confusion and fear battling across her features. What does it mean? I shook my head, equally baffled. I don't know. The scratching intensified, focusing on one of the high windows now. Glass cracked, a spider web of fractures spreading across the pane. It's breaking in, Naomi whispered. Melissa stood suddenly, her movements fluid and purpose. No, she said, her voice stronger than it had been in hours. It's not breaking in. It's already here. She turned to me, a strange smile spreading across her face. Too wide, too many teeth. It's been here all along, Everett. Inside me, inside all of us now. Horror dawned as I realized what was happening. Naomi, get away from her. But it was too late. Melissa's form seemed to ripple, her limbs elongating, her face stretching into that terrible parody of humanity I'd seen in the creature. The transformation wasn't physical so much as perceptual, as if a veil had been lifted, revealing what had been hiding in plain sight. Naomi screamed, scrambling backward as Melissa, or the thing wearing Melissa, reached for her with hands that were no longer entirely human. I raised the flare gun, my last defense against the nightmare unfolding before me. Stop, I commanded, as if the creature would listen to human pleas. The thing that had been Melissa paused, that terrible grin still fixed on its face. You don't understand, it said, its voice a horrific blend of Melissa's and that rasping growl. We've always been here, in the shadows, in the corners of your eyes. It took a step toward me, its movements jerky and wrong, like a marionette with tangled strings. You invited us in, Everett, all those years ago, when you first ran away. Understanding hit me like a physical blow, the blackouts, the lost time, the mornings waking up with no memory of the night before, back when the drinking was at its worst. Had something been watching me even then, waiting for a moment of weakness to slip in? No, I whispered, but doubt had taken root. The thing lunged suddenly, faster than anything human could move. I fired the flare gun instinctively, the blazing projectile catching it square in the chest. It screeched, a sound like metal tearing, and recoiled, its form rippling and distorting as it thrashed against the far wall. Run, I shouted to Naomi, shoving the desk away from the door and wrenching it open. We burst into the night, the cold air shocking after the warmth of the small fire. Behind us, the creature's screeches grew more distorted, more inhuman, as it recovered from the flare's impact. The mine, Naomi gasped, pointing to the dark entrance. We can lose it in the tunnels. It was a desperate plan, but we had no better options. We raced toward the gaping mouth of the mine, the sound of pursuit growing closer with each step. The entrance loomed before us, a black void in the mountainside. Without slowing, we plunged into the darkness, the temperature dropping immediately as we left the open air behind. I fumbled for the small flashlight on my belt, clicking it on to reveal a rough-hewn tunnel stretching into the mountain. Support beams lined the walls at regular intervals, many sagging with age and rot. Keep moving, I urged, pushing deeper into the mine. There should be side tunnels up ahead. We moved as quickly as we dared, the beam of the flashlight bouncing wildly ahead of us. The main tunnel branched, smaller passages splitting off in different directions. We took a sharp right, then a left, hoping to lose our pursuer in the labyrinth of the abandoned mine. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we paused, listening. The only sounds were our ragged breathing and the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. "Do you think we lost it?" Naomi whispered. Before I could answer, a low, hollow laugh echoed through the tunnels, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You can't lose what's inside you," it called, the voice seeming to emanate from the very walls around us. "Keep moving," I hissed, pulling Naomi forward into another tunnel. We wound deeper into the mountain, taking turns at random, hoping to find another exit or at least a defensible position. The air grew thinner, cooler, and I began to worry about getting lost in the maze ourselves. The tunnel suddenly widened, opening into what must have been the main excavation chamber. Mining equipment, abandoned decades ago, stood in rusted silence, and there, on the far side of the chamber, was another tunnel, larger and with fresh air flowing through it. "Another exit," I breathed, hope rekindling. "Come on." We crossed the chamber quickly, but just as we reached the tunnel, a dark shape dropped from the ceiling, landing directly in our path. It was the creature, but it had changed again. Now it wore a patchwork of features: Roy's height, Sam's eyes, David's build, Melissa's hair, all combined into a grotesque collage of humanity. The only constant was that terrible grin, too wide and filled with too many teeth. "No more running," it said, its voice a blend of all those it had consumed. "No more hitting." I pushed Naomi behind me, facing the creature with the empty flare gun, a useless gesture but the only defense I had left. "What do you want?" I demanded, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. The creature tilted its head, an unsettlingly human gesture on its inhuman form. "To know, to become, to exist beyond the shadows." "You've killed my friends," I said, anger overtaking fear. "You've been hunting us like animals." It made a sound that might have been laughter. "Not hunting, harvesting, learning." It took a step closer, its mismatched limbs moving with that fluid wrongness I'd seen in the forest. "You are all so interesting, so full of thoughts and feelings and memories." Understanding dawned, terrible and clear. This wasn't just about killing, it was about consumption, not of flesh, but of identity, of self. "You're alone," I realized aloud. "The only one of your kind. That's why you take pieces of us. You're trying to, what, become human?" Something shifted in its distorted features. Surprise, perhaps, or recognition. "Not alone," it corrected. "Never alone, but separate, apart. We watch from the spaces between." "We?" Naomi whispered behind me. The creature's grin widened impossibly further. "All of us, everywhere, in the shadows of every forest, in the corners of every room, waiting." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the cold mountain air. "What are you?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. "Older than your words," it replied. "Older than your thoughts. We were here before you climbed down from the trees. We will be here when you are dust." It lunged suddenly, and I reacted on instinct, diving to the side and pulling Naomi with me. We scrambled toward another tunnel, smaller than the exit but our only option. As we ran, I grabbed a rusted pickaxe from among the abandoned tools, its weight reassuring in my hand. Not much of a weapon against the thing behind us, but better than nothing. The new tunnel narrowed quickly, forcing us to bend double as we hurried forward. Behind us, that raspy breathing echoed, closer with every second. The tunnel ended abruptly in a small chamber with a collapsed ceiling. Moonlight filtered through the gap, revealing a possible way out, if we could climb the rubble pile. "Up there," I pointed, boosting Naomi toward the opening. "Hurry!" She scrambled up the pile of rocks and dirt, reaching the gap and pulling herself through. I followed, the sounds of pursuit growing louder behind me. I was halfway up when I felt something grab my ankle, a cold, strong grip that yanked me backward. I clung to the rocks, kicking frantically with my free leg. "Everett!" Naomi cried, reaching down through the gap. "Go!" I shouted back. "Run! Get to the ranger station!" The thing pulled harder and I lost my grip, sliding back down the pile toward those waiting jaws, that impossible grin. I swung the pickaxe blindly, feeling it connect with something solid. The creature screeched, its grip loosening just enough for me to scramble back up the rubble pile. Naomi still waited at the top, her hand extended. I grabbed it, and together we pulled until I tumbled through the gap into the cool night air. We were on the mountainside, above the mine entrance we'd originally entered. Below us, the abandoned mining complex sat silent and dark. "We need to move," I gasped, pulling Naomi to her feet. "It'll find another way out." We half ran, half slid down the steep slope, putting as much distance between ourselves and the mine as possible. The forest opened before us, the trees now seeming like shelter rather than threat. The ranger station was still miles away, but we had a chance now. A head start, at least. As we moved through the trees, I couldn't shake the creature's words from my mind. All of us, everywhere, in the shadows of every forest, in the corners of every room, waiting. What had we really encountered out here in the Yukon wilderness? Not just a predator, not just a monster, but something older, something watching from the spaces between what we know and what we fear. And worst of all, something that might follow us back to civilization. The first gray light of dawn found us still moving, exhaustion dragging at every step. We hadn't stopped, driven by the certainty that the creature was still behind us, still hunting. "How much further?" Naomi asked, her voice rough with fatigue. "Maybe 5 miles, I replied, though I wasn't entirely sure. The landscape had become unfamiliar, or perhaps it was simply my exhausted mind failing to recognize familiar landmarks. We pushed on, following game trails when we could find them, bushwhacking when we couldn't. The forest seemed different in the early morning light, less threatening, more mundane, but I knew better than to trust appearances now. "Do you think it's still after us?" Naomi asked after a long silence. I considered lying, offering some comforting platitude, but couldn't bring myself to do it. "Yes, I think it is." She nodded, accepting this with a grim resignation that spoke of how much she'd changed in the past 2 days. The photographer who had excitedly cataloged mountain wildflowers was gone, replaced by someone who understood that the world was vastly more dangerous than she'd ever imagined. "What you said back there," she began hesitantly, "about it being the only one of its kind. Do you think that's true?" I shook my head. "You heard what it said. All of us. Everywhere. I think they're all around us all the time, just usually hidden. Then why haven't we seen them before? Why aren't there reports of these things all over the world?" "Maybe there are," I replied. "Maybe all those disappearances in national parks, all those unexplained deaths in remote areas, maybe this is what's behind some of them." We fell silent again, contemplating the implications. The idea that such creatures existed, watching from the margins of our world, was too terrifying to fully process. Around mid-morning we reached a ridge that gave us a view of the valley below, and there, nestled among the trees about 2 miles distant, was the ranger station, a small cluster of buildings with a radio tower rising above the forest canopy. "We're going to make it," Naomi breathed, new energy infusing her voice. I wanted to share her optimism, but something felt wrong. The journey had been too easy since escaping the mine. No sign of pursuit, no glimpse of the creature among the trees. "Let's keep moving," I said, carefully. We made our way down the ridge, following a deer trail that wound through dense underbrush. The station grew closer with each step, its simple wooden structures the most beautiful sight I'd ever seen. We were within half a mile when Naomi suddenly stopped, her head tilted as if listening. "Do you hear that?" she asked. I listened, hearing nothing but the usual forest sounds, birds, the rustling of leaves in the breeze. "Voices," she said. "I hear voices from the station." I strained my ears and caught it then, the faint sound of human speech carried on the wind. Relief flooded through me. The rangers were there, people who could help us, get us out of this nightmare. We moved faster now, energized by the proximity of safety. The trees thinned as we approached the station's perimeter, and soon we could see figures moving around the buildings. Rangers in their green uniforms, the normality of it almost shocking after what we'd experienced. "Hello," Naomi called, waving her arms. "Hey, over here!" One of the figures turned, spotting us emerging from the tree line. He raised a hand in greeting and began walking toward us. That's when I felt it. That same wrongness in the air, the same heaviness I'd felt in the forest. I grabbed Naomi's arm, stopping her mid-stride. "Wait," I hissed. "Something's not right." She looked at me, confusion clear on her face. "What are you talking about? We made it. We're safe." I shook my head, scanning the approaching figure with new suspicion. He moved strangely, fluid yet jerky, like something mimicking human movement without fully understanding it. "That's not a ranger," I whispered, pulling Naomi back toward the trees. "Look at how he moves." She squinted, then her eyes widened in horror. "Oh God, is it?" "I think so. And I'd bet those aren't really rangers back there either." The figure had stopped now, watching us with an unnatural stillness. Then it raised a hand to its mouth, and that familiar raspy call echoed across the clearing. "Ever et," it called. "Almost home." Other figures emerged from the buildings now, all moving with that same wrong gait, all watching us with that same predatory stillness. "Run," I breathed, turning Naomi back toward the forest. "Now!" We fled back into the trees, the sound of pursuit immediate and terrifying. Not just one creature now, but many, moving through the underbrush with that unnatural speed. "What do we do?" Naomi gasped as we ran. "They're everywhere." I had no answer. The ranger station had been our last hope, our only chance of contacting the outside world. With that option gone, we were truly alone in the wilderness. We ran blindly, no destination in mind except away. The sounds of pursuit sometimes faded, only to return closer than before, as if the creatures were toying with us, hurting us. After what felt like hours, we broke through the trees onto the shore of a lake, vast and still, its surface reflecting the cloudy sky like a mirror. Fish Lake. Somehow we'd circled back to where this nightmare had begun. "We can't keep running," I said, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "They're just wearing us down." Naomi nodded, her face streaked with sweat and dirt. "What then? We can't fight them." I scanned the shoreline, looking for anything that might offer an advantage. My gaze fell on a small boathouse about 100 yards down the shore, weathered and listing to one side, but still standing. "There," I pointed. "Maybe there's a boat, or at least something we can use as a weapon." We moved along the shore, alert for any movement from the tree line. The boathouse door hung partially open, creaking slightly in the breeze off the lake. Inside, dust covered everything, but miracle of miracles, an old aluminum rowboat sat on a rack against the wall. It looked ancient but intact. "Help me get this down," I said, already moving to one end of the boat. Together we lifted it from the rack and carried it to the doorway. The sound of movement in the forest had grown louder, branches breaking, that distinctive raspy breathing multiplied now, coming from all directions. "They're surrounding us," Naomi whispered, fear sharpening her voice. "Get the boat to the water," I instructed. "I'll find something to use as a paddle." She nodded, dragging the lightweight craft toward the shore while I searched the boathouse. An old oar hung on the wall, cracked but still usable. I grabbed it, along with a rusted gas can that still sloshed with liquid when I shook it. Outside, Naomi had the boat at the water's edge, ready to launch. I joined her, placing the gas can in the bow. "What's that for?" she asked. "Insurance," I replied grimly. "Get in." We pushed the boat into the water, climbing in as it floated free of the shore. I began to paddle, driving us further out onto the lake. Behind us they emerged from the trees. Not just one creature now, but 5, 6, 7 of them. Some still wore the shapes of rangers. Others had abandoned pretense altogether, moving on all fours like grotesque spiders, their elongated limbs carrying them with terrible speed. They reached the shore, those distorted faces watching us with predatory focus. For a moment I thought we were safe. Surely they couldn't cross the water. Then the first one stepped into the lake, moving beneath the surface as easily as it had moved through the forest. The others followed, dark shapes sliding through the water toward us. "They're coming," Naomi cried, pointing at the ripples approaching our small craft. I paddled harder, but the aluminum boat moved agonizingly slowly. The creatures would reach us long before we made it to the far shore. "The gas," I said, nodding toward the can, "and matches in my pocket. We need to make a barrier." Understanding dawned on her face. She grabbed the can, unscrewing the cap with shaking hands. The smell of gasoline filled the air, sharp and chemical. Pour it in a circle around the boat, I instructed, still paddling. Not all of it, save some. She leaned over the side, carefully pouring the gasoline onto the water's surface. It spread in a rainbow-hued slick, encircling our small craft. The ripples were closer now, dark shapes visible just beneath the surface. I could see those elongated limbs propelling them forward, unnaturally graceful in the water. "Now," I said, pulling the waterproof match case from my pocket and handing it to her. "Light it." Naomi struck a match and tossed it onto the gasoline slick. Fire erupted immediately, spreading in a circle around our boat, a barrier of flame between us and the approaching creatures. They recoiled from the fire, those distorted forms writhing beneath the surface, but they didn't retreat. Instead, they circled, waiting for the flames to die out. "Keep paddling," Naomi urged. "The fire won't last long." She was right. Already the flames were sputtering in places, the gasoline burning off quickly. I redoubled my efforts, driving the boat toward the far shore. The first of the creatures broke through the fading fire barrier, its twisted form lunging toward our boat. Naomi screamed, scrambling away from the side where elongated fingers reached for her. I swung the oar, connecting with the creature's head with a sickening crack. It fell back into the water, but another was already approaching from the other side. "The rest of the gas," I shouted, fending off another grasping hand with the oar. Naomi grabbed the can, pouring the remaining gasoline directly onto a creature as it tried to climb into the boat. I struck another match and tossed it. The creature erupted in flames, a horrific screeching sound filling the air as it thrashed in the water. The others retreated momentarily, apparently capable of fear after all. We used the reprieve to paddle furiously, closing the distance to the far shore. Behind us, the burning creature had sunk beneath the surface, and the others were advancing again, more cautious now, but still coming. The boat's bow scraped against the rocky shore, and we scrambled out, dragging it partially onto land. The creatures were still coming, dark shapes sliding through the water with remorseless purpose. "There's a road on this side," I said, pointing to a faint trail leading up from the shore. "If we can reach it, maybe we can flag down a car." We ran up the trail, the sounds of pursuit splashing ashore behind us. The path wound through the trees, climbing steadily away from the lake. After several hundred yards, it widened, becoming a proper dirt road. And there, like a vision from heaven, sat a battered pickup truck, parked at what must have been a scenic overlook. "Please let the keys be in it," I muttered, racing toward the vehicle. The driver's door was unlocked, and miracle of miracles, the keys dangled from the ignition, some careless fisherman's momentary lapse, our salvation. "Get in," I called to Naomi, who was looking back down the trail. "They're coming," she said, her voice strangely calm. "So many of them now." I looked past her and saw them, not just the ones that had followed us across the lake, but others emerging from the forest on all sides. Dozens of them, some still wearing the shapes of humans, others fully transformed into those elongated, wrong-angled nightmares. "Naomi, get in the truck now." She turned toward me, and for a horrible moment, I thought I saw something shift behind her eyes, something old and hungry and patient. Then she blinked, and it was gone, replaced by very human fear. She ran to the truck, climbing in as I turned the key. The engine sputtered once, twice, then roared to life. I threw it into gear and slammed on the accelerator, the tires spinning in the dirt before finding purchase. We lurched forward just as the first of the creatures reached the truck, claws scraping against the metal of the tailgate. In the rearview mirror, I could see them filling the road behind us, a mass of distorted forms that seemed to ripple and shift like a single organism. "Don't look back," I told Naomi, though I couldn't tear my own eyes from the mirror. "Just don't look back." We drove recklessly fast down the rough dirt road, the truck bouncing and sliding around corners. After about 5 miles, we hit pavement, the main highway back to Whitehorse. Only then did I slow down, checking the mirror again. The road behind us was empty. "Are they gone?" Naomi asked, her voice small. "I think so," I replied, though I wasn't at all certain, for now, at least. We made it to Whitehorse by evening, pulling into the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Station like it was a fortress in hostile territory. The officers were skeptical of our story, of course. 3 missing tourists, a wild tale of creatures in the woods. It sounded like the ravings of dehydrated, traumatized survivors. They sent search parties to Fish Lake and found nothing. No bodies, no evidence of the creatures we'd described. The ranger station was normal, staffed by actual rangers who had never seen us or anything unusual. The official report said that Roy, Sam, and David had likely been killed by a bear or wolf pack, their bodies dragged away or buried. Melissa was listed as missing, presumed dead. Exposure, trauma, and dehydration explained our hallucinations. We made it to the ranger station by midday and I radioed for help. They sent a search party up to find Roy's body. And while they did find it, the official report said it was inconclusive, that he'd likely been attacked by a large predator, maybe a bear or a cougar. I knew better, though. I knew what we'd seen, what had looked at us with those dark, empty eyes and grinned. After that, I left the Yukon, moved back east, back to the crowds and noise, where there were no forests, no empty stretches of wilderness. But every now and then I'll hear about a hiker going missing up near Fish Lake, or a camper found torn to pieces, and I know that thing is still out there. Whatever it wasn't hunting for food. It was hunting for the sake of killing, for the sake of becoming. Naomi went back to Vancouver, her photography career abandoned for a job in an office building with no windows. We stayed in touch for a while, comparing nightmares, reassuring each other that what we'd seen was real. But eventually the calls grew less frequent, then stopped altogether. Sometimes I wonder if she's really okay, if the thing that looked out through her eyes for that brief moment by the truck ever came back. Sometimes I wonder if I'm really okay, because the truth is, those creatures are still out there, not just in the Yukon wilderness, but everywhere, in the shadows of every forest, in the corners of every room, watching, waiting, learning. I know this because sometimes late at night, I hear that raspy breathing outside my window, and sometimes when I look in the mirror, my smile stretches just a little too wide,